Chapter 351 You Dirty My Guitar, The Defeat Under the Purple Flame. Da-da-da. Iora Yagami glanced coldly at Michael in front of him, and then walked away from him. The surrounding pirates saw that the boss did not move, so the others did not move either. In any case, the name of Iora Yagami, the Lone Purple, is still very intimidating to these minions and ordinary cotters. If the boss is not coming, they don't dare to come. Seeing that Iora Yagami ignored him and was about to leave his sight, Michael felt that the anger on his body jumped to the top of his head. Has he been completely underestimated? Sure enough, in the end, it is still necessary to rely on strength to make people surrender. Bang! Michael grabbed the bass guitar behind Iora Yagami, who had walked behind him, and a voice full of anger sounded at the same time. If you want to leave, then you must pass this level of my uncle first. If you lose, just join my pirate group obediently. Iora Yagami. Gurgle. At this time, Michael, who had his back to Iora Yagami, did not notice. When he grabbed the bass guitar behind Iora Yagami, a trace of blood flashed in Iora Yagami's eyes. But although he didn't know, but he could feel that the atmosphere was slowly starting to get wrong. The man in front of them exuded a terrifying aura, and the pirates surrounding Iora Yagami's pirate group felt a chill rising from their feet to their hearts. Especially the pirates who were facing Iora Yagami in the encirclement, their bodies stiffened involuntarily. Cold sweat flowed from their foreheads and slid down their chins. If they could talk at this time, they would definitely want to say something like "let it go" to the boss. But now there is obviously no chance. Even the people watching not far away can feel the oppressive atmosphere. They all involuntarily stepped back a little to avoid being affected. After all, according to rumors, the lonely purple Iora Yagami looks very cold at ordinary times, but he is very crazy when fighting. It would be very uncomfortable if they lost their lives watching the show. Even the people around can notice this abnormal situation. As the man with almost the strongest strength next to him, Michael can naturally detect this abnormality. It can even be said that his body gave him a strong warning, and an increasingly thick crisis was enveloping him. This feeling of crisis made him dare not act rashly after just making a big promise. You dirty my guitar. Iora Yagami's voice was a little calm, but this calmness made Michael tremble with fear. But soon he was terrified and felt very ashamed. What a joke! He roared in his heart. He was a man who wanted to become the Pirate King. How could he be afraid because of someone else's words? He uttered a word directly and wanted to continue speaking. But his voice was a little hoarse when he spoke, and he realized that his throat felt extremely dry without him noticing. Ahem. Meek coughed twice to moisten his throat, and then he was about to speak again. The red light in Iora Yagami's eyes had already shown to the extreme. The other party had declared war on him, and dared to dirty his guitar. In this case, then let's kill him. The purple flames reflected the cheeks of all the onlookers. They only saw countless purple flames coming out of the man who was stopped from leaving. The pirates of the tyrant pirate group were covered. Ah! Shrill screams continued to come from the hazy flames. After only 10 seconds, the purple light gradually dissipated, and the flames dispersed and disappeared. Hundreds of ferocious pirates were lying on the ground, even the great pirate tyrant Makiko, who was rarely seen in their eyes, was no exception. Human bodies piled up randomly, twisted limbs, and red blood flowing like a river of blood. From their miserable state, it can be seen that they are either dead or seriously injured and fall to the ground, unable to fight again. How is it possible? Tyrant Makiko, a great pirate, has a bounty of 83 million baileys, and he fell so easily. Not only that, there are 2 great pirates with a bounty of about 30 million baileys among those pirates. This man can be said to have wiped out the tyrant pirates. In such a short time, there is no power to resist. It is not a battle of the same level at all. So cruel, are those people dead? That man is so scary. At this time, seeing this cruel scene, everyone could not help but retreat tacitly, and some were even scared to leave quickly and dared not stay for long. Iora Yagami usually does not show mercy when he attacks, and he always attacks to take the opponent's life when fighting. After he finishes the fight, whether the opponent can survive depends on whether his life is strong enough. Is this man the lonely purple Iora Yagami? He is really not simple. But his attack is a bit cruel. Among the crowd of onlookers, Garp and his lieutenant who came to this island because of the strong aura also saw this fight. After coming here, he recognized the man with red hair and strange clothes. As a new and relatively famous newcomer, he is also considered by the World Economic News to be a newcomer who is expected to become the top of the sea. Although there is suspicion of hype, it is precisely because of this that Iora Yagami has become famous. Being famous in just a few days, Garp can also know some rumors about him. Now, after seeing this young man take action, although Garp is somewhat dissatisfied with his fighting style of taking the opponent's life directly. But after all, he is still very eager to love talents. Anyway, these are extremely cruel pirates, so it doesn't matter. Now Garp wants to do most is to recruit. He is alone, not a pirate, powerful and very young, which is a good seedling no matter how you look at it. Seeing such a person, Garp must recruit him. At this time, Iora Yagami wiped the place where Michael Coco touched his guitar. The action of wiping the guitar was inconsistent with the blood on the ground. Under the eyes of everyone, he wiped it and started to leave with G on his back. Looking at his back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Some people 1.4 focused their attention on the pirates who fell to the ground and didn't know whether they were seriously injured or dead. That man may not look down on the heads of these pirates, but they do look down on them. These are all money. Ha ha ha, young man, wait a minute. The sudden voice in the crowd scared everyone. The evil star finally left, and now someone dared to ask him to stay. The last person who did so is now lying in a pool of blood. Who is so desperate? As everyone looked over, they could see a Navy man wearing a dog head hat and another Navy man walking out of the crowd. Legendary Navy Vice Admiral Garp. Many people recognized him at a glance. This former Navy icon was rarely unknown to anyone. Such a big shot would actually appear here. Could it be that he is here to recruit the Lonely Purple? Many people started to imagine. Chapter 352 It is meaningless to wander alone. Show the iron fist of love. As Garp's voice reached Iora Yagami's ears, his back also stopped, and then he turned his head to look at Garp who called him. He could feel the strength of this navy. Legendary Navy Garp, this man Iora Yagami also knows. Although Iora Yagami is a loner, it does not mean that he does not communicate with the outside world at all. Before coming out, he had already obtained some basic information about this world. Hello. Iora Yagami, right? The pirates on this land are worth a lot of Baileys. It would be a pity if you don't take it. I'll ask someone to help you exchange the bounty. Seeing that Iora Yagami stared at him without replying, Garp didn't care and continued. It will take some time to redeem the bounty. Let's go have a few drinks together. Young man. People around heard Garp say this. Some people beat their chests and stamped their feet. The pirates on the ground are all money. The legendary Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy said this, and the money was gone. Such a good opportunity, this opportunity to pick up money for free, they are naturally very uncomfortable. But that's Garp. And he said this in front of the 20 murderers. Even if they have 100 guts, they dare not snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Da-da-da. Looking at the Navy in front of him walking over while talking, even stretching out his arm to put his shoulder. Iora Yagami frowned and said coldly. Don't come close to me casually, do you want to die, Navy? Hearing what Iora Yagami said, Garp's hand that was originally stretched out to his shoulder froze in place, feeling a little embarrassed. At the same time, he was a little incredible. Could this kid not recognize him? Even if he didn't say this, he was helping him. He actually spoke like that, what an impolite brat. He doesn't know how to respect the elderly at all. Garp complained in his heart. Seeing Garp stretching his hand back, Iora Yagami glanced at him lightly, then continued to leave with his guitar on his back. Only the back figure left a cold word. No need. Obviously responding to what Garp said just now. So fierce. He didn't even give the Navy Garp any face. Will this legendary Navy fight this man when he is so embarrassed? The people watching not far away thought silently in their hearts. After all, there was a precedent here before. This scene of acquaintance made everyone's eyes widen, but unfortunately Garp did not stop Iora Yagami's steps as they wished. Instead, he looked at Iora Yagami's back and touched the back of his head. It seems that this guy is not soft. He turned around and told the adjutant who came to his side to clean up the pirates who fell here. Then he slowly followed in the direction where Iora Yagami left. Several civilian paparazzi in the crowd looked at Garp's leaving figure with their eyes flickering. They put away the den mushi and followed Garp as if he was taking a casual walk. The adjutant at the scene shook his head at the paparazzi who followed him, and then used the Den Mushi to call the warships docked on the coast to send people to detain these pirates. On the other side, Iori Yagami came to the seashore of this island with fewer people as if he was taking a walk. The ground was full of golden fine sand, and the sea water surfed up from time to time. Not far from the shore was a line of vegetation. This is a very standard sea view. At this time, Iori Yagami stood on the beach and looked back, just in time to see Garp's almost undisguised and swaggering tracking. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Young man, we meet again so soon, it's fate. Seeing Iori Yagami looking back at him, Garp was not embarrassed at all. He faced the cool sea breeze with a slight taste of sea salt and waved to Iori Yagami with a laugh. This familiar look made Iori Yagami's palms tighten. Don't follow me. Navy, do you want to die? Don't. Don't be so cold. Open your heart, this world is full of warmth. Seeing a flash of blood in the eyes of Iori Yagami in front of him, Garp stopped being irrelevant. Instead, he said seriously. Iori Yagami, I want to invite you to join the Navy. This world needs people with power like you to protect it. Come on. It's meaningless to wander alone. At least in the Navy you can find many trusted companions. If you want strength, we still have admirals here who can guide you, and I think you and our Admiral Gokyo King will have common topics. How about it? Consider it. At this time, Garp has already felt that with Iori Yagami's personality, he might not be able to listen to his long-winded talk. So he got straight to the point and gave the conditions based on his limited understanding. This man should not care about power and wealth. In his opinion, he can only be impressed by justice, companions, and strength. There must be one thing that works, and now the name of the Sun God King is so famous. Many young people yearn for and admire his power, so I think they should be moved at least a little bit when they hear such an invitation from him. Garp thought so in his heart. Hell Day King? Iori Yagami hearing Garp's last words, he was also thinking slightly. For this true senior, his reputation is well known, but I am not interested in what you said, so I refuse. Don't follow me anymore, or you will die. Hearing Iori Yagami's refusal, Garp was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the other party would refuse without hesitation. By the way, could it be that he didn't know him, so he felt that what he said was not credible? Garp suddenly had an idea and called Iori Yagami's back. Wait, Iori Yagami, introduce yourself, I am Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy, I think hey. Before Garp finished speaking, Iori Yagami 453 turned around and did a 100-8 style dark brush. The huge purple flames hit Garp directly along the ground. Obviously, Garp's endless words made Iori Yagami impatient. This behavior also shocked Garp's eyes widened. He just said a few more words, why is he so irritable? He jumped directly and escaped this attack. It was a preaching, and he was ready to move. He felt that he was not the master of being a lobbyist, and he was better than advising him to be at him. The 8 gods are completely impatient, but he also knows that the opponent is not so easy to pass this time. Chapter 353 Garp, who was hit by Iori Yagami's combo, the purple light that tore the sky. Iori Yagami's guitar is not an ordinary guitar, after all, it was made by Mel. This guitar still has some functions added. It has a small space itself, where things can be stored at ordinary times. Mel put a lot of treasures and Bailey in it. So Iori Yagami doesn't have to worry about money at ordinary times. Food and water can also be stored here, as long as they are separated. In addition to this, the guitar can also take Iori Yagami to fly in the air. Finally, it has a built-in map function, which is why Iori Yagami can go to other places quickly. What kind of ability is this? Isn't his ability the purple flame? Can this ability also store things? Garp looked at the disappearing guitar and thought to himself. While he was thinking, an unusual atmosphere began to permeate the surroundings, and the heavy pressure made Garp serious. Is this going to fight? In the woods, several paparazzi secretly hid in the woods and began to prepare to capture the camera with Den Mushi. They had taken photos of the lonely purple Iori Yagami almost killing the tyrant pirates in seconds. That was already good news. Now that Iori Yagami and Navy Garp are fighting, this must be another big news. They have seen Bailey waving at them. The only thing worth getting angry about is that there are a few more colleagues, and then they will have to fight. Boom! Under the excited gazes of these paparazzi, the battle started. Iori Yagami rushed directly towards Garp. Garp did not take the initiative to attack. He planned to let the other party attack first, and then attack, so that the comparison would allow this young man to truly feel the difference in strength. Outer Dream Bullet. As Iori Yagami quickly ran to Garp and attacked directly, after he pushed Garp's arm away, Garp's originally indifferent expression suddenly changed. What is this? He blocked the opponent's attack casually, but found that after being hit, his body was infected by a strange force, and his body felt imprisoned and stiffened, and at the same time, the connection of the armed color was cut off. This feeling was short, but it was enough for the opponent to continue to attack. The imprisonment that Garp felt was actually the power of Yagami Iora's Yasakani no Megatama. The ability of Yasakani no Megatama, the clone Maul, is not in the form of a divine weapon, or it is similar to the two treasure-type abilities of Ultria. All appear in the form of abilities, and all the abilities that appear in the clone Maul appear in the form of abilities. That's why Iori Yagami can use this ability at ordinary times. This ability can make Iori Yagami's ordinary attacks have the characteristics of imprisonment and sealing. How long this effect lasts depends on the degree to which Iori Yagami activates the ability of Yasakani no Megatama and the strength of the opponent. For opponents like Garp, this normal state can only be sealed for a moment. This is the result of Garp not using the armament haki first but using his body to resist. Even if it was only a moment, it was already enough for Iori Yagami. It is enough. He is a type who is good at combo. Each move is a moment, and if they are connected together, Garp will be controlled tightly. Garp feels that he cannot fight back, and can only instinctively tighten his body to increase his resistance to attack. Outer Style Booming Axion Death God. Outer Style Lily Fold. After using 2 claw attacks, Iori Yagami quickly added a single leg attack plus an air jump attack. Garp, who was controlled by the power of Yasakani no Megatama due to the tight connection of Iori Yagami's attack, could only be depressed and frightened to passively take the beating. 100 Style Demon Burning. Purple flames flew, and Iori Yagami's left hand lifted Garp from bottom to top, and the flames directly soaked Garp's body. What is it? As the fire soaked Garp's body, Garp felt that his body was more imprisoned, and at the same time his body was also hurt a lot, but it was not a problem for him. When he can start, he must teach this kid how to respect the old and love the young. While Garp was thinking this, the attack continued. 100 Styles of Demon Burning. The light was shining, and the purple light was shining on the palm of Iori Yagami's right hand. Because the sealing power of Yasakani no Megatama was very useful, Iori Yagami's combo against the opponent was very smooth, and he felt that he could do whatever he wanted. Swish! The flames directly hit Garp's face, making him feel a little desperate because his beard was burned. 1211 Styles of 8 Young Girls. At this time, Iori Yagami raised his hands and made a figure 8 movement, and the dazzling light flashed on his raised palms. Then, as Garp's pupils shrank slightly, Iori Yagami burst out with a faster speed than before and leaped over. The violent attack kept violently tearing Garp's body, and the intensity of this attack was much higher than before. It was a really exquisite physical skill. Garp was swaying in the violent attack of Iori Yagami, and was secretly shocked. Bang bang bang! As the moves of the 8 young girls were coming to an end, Iori Yagami exerted force with his head, grabbed the rag doll like Garp and hit him hard on the forehead. The flames burst out directly, and Garp flew horizontally in the air. He felt a little dizzy, and there were many bloodstains on his body, but now was not the time to care about this, because Garp could feel a greater danger. 316 Styles of Jackal Flower. Sure enough, Iori Yagami did not stop after Garp flew horizontally. He directly attacked Garp with both hands through the air, and the flashing tearing claws hit Garp with Iori Yagami's own blue flames and flew him to a higher place. Then, under the stunned eyes of the civilian paparazzi in the woods in the distance, the man made a gesture of grabbing the ground with his head, and the blue flames directly blasted Garp into the sky in the shape of a huge pillar of fire. Boom! The domineering and dazzling purple light tore through the sky. In other places on the island, people outside looked up in one direction. What is that place with dazzling purple light in that direction? That place. On a street on the island, Bogart, the current adjutant of Garp, looked at the purple light beam that flashed across the sky with a solemn expression. He lowered his hat, then gave instructions to the navy who had arrived next to him, and then quickly moved towards that location. This kind of movement made Bogart worried. After all, the fight was so intense, he was also afraid that Garp would have an accident. If it was before, he would not worry at all. Garp's strength was there, and that kind of strength was basically invincible in his heart. But in this era, some unexpected monsters pop up at any time. Even Bogart could not trust Garp's strength unconditionally as usual. When Bogart moved forward, the scene of the duel between Iora Yagami and Garp. The civilian paparazzi who witnessed the battle could not help but tremble. Not only did the man burst out with earth-shattering moves, but they also saw a figure falling from the sky and hitting the ground. Is the legendary Navy Garp going to be defeated in this place? Lost to a newcomer who has just become famous for a few days. This world is too crazy. They just felt incredible and excited at the same time. Because this means that this is big news. How many Baileys are needed for such a big news? Village. They were a little scared at the same time. Because the man looked too scary, that scary fighting style with a scary aura rushed towards them. It made their hair stand on end, fearing that the other party would suddenly run over and send them to the west. It's just that the timid will starve to death and the brave will die of gluttony. They are sure to earn the money from this big news, and they must hold on to the end even if they are afraid. Chapter 354, The Power of Yasakani no Megatama, The Rampaging Iora Yagami. Buzz buzz buzz. As Iora Yagami's last attack stopped, he did not attack again. The surrounding sand and stones that were directly formed by the shock wave of his attack, and even the bent grass and trees, and the waves that formed the back tide, slowly stopped. The civilian paparazzi in the forest on the coast felt the trembling ground around them gradually stop. They stabilized their bodies, holding the den mushi and quietly watching the figure that fell from the sky to the ground. The wide-eyed eyes did not miss any scene. Did the Navy Garp really lose like this? If he lost, he would not be killed by that Yagami Iori. While their thoughts were floating in their minds, the motionless figure lying on the beach suddenly moved, just for a moment, and then Garp sat up from the ground. Ha ha ha. Hey, you little brat, you really hit hard. At this time, Garp reached out and patted his head, so that his head, which was a little dizzy just now, could recover. Now Garp had nothing to call Yagami Iora, who was looking at him coldly not far away, and directly called him a little brat. This guy actually hit a nearly 60-year-old man so hard, it was really too much. If it were someone else, he would have been beaten to death by him. Even if it was him, he was not feeling so good now. That power was too 283 weird, it actually blocked his connection with the armed color domineering, making him bear such a heavy attack with his body. Fortunately, he could still instinctively tighten his body, which greatly enhanced his ability to resist blows. But even so, he was still injured. It was not a serious injury, but even if it was just a minor injury, it was too embarrassing. He was beaten up badly when facing a young man who had just become famous. Especially since those folk paparazzi were still there in the forest, he could already imagine that he would be the headline of the news tomorrow. Bang bang bang. Garp stood up from the beach and patted the sand on his body with his hands, but as he patted, he had new resentment in his heart. Under his gaze, his clothes were torn a lot, and the rag-like clothes looked a bit like beggar clothes. Such an image made Garp's face constipated. Swish! Swish! He simply tore his upper body into pieces and threw his cloak aside. His strong and muscular upper body was exposed. Next, he had to be completely serious. We must teach this kid a lesson. No, we should teach him a love fist. Otherwise, this kid might be too arrogant. Kid, I'm going to be serious next time. I'm a legendary Navy after all. Don't look down on me. Garp said passionately to Iora Yagami, who was looking at him coldly and silently not far away. He felt like he was back to his youth. Although the opponent was a young man, his physical skills should not be underestimated. With his ability, he was very difficult to deal with. Such an opponent made Garp feel a little excited. It's a waste for an excellent young man to wander on the sea. It's better to come to the Navy and fight with him on warship sandbags every day. Stop talking nonsense. It's a waste of time. Hearing the silent Iora Yagami speak, Garp's old face turned red and he was directly angry. Really? Kid, as you wish. Boom. Garp used the 6 styles of razor and leaped forward, so fast that he was in front of Iora Yagami just as he finished speaking. At this time, he swung his powerful fist at Iora Yagami, with terrible armament haki wrapped around his fist. Facing Garp's leaping figure. Because the opponent was very fast, Iora Yagami directly took a blocking posture. Bang! Boom! The terrible force directly penetrated Iora Yagamai's body and penetrated into the forest behind Iora Yagamai. The forest was swept by the shock wave of Garp through Iora Yagamai's body, and dozens of large trees were directly blown up and flew. The scene scared the paparazzi watching nearby. Sure enough, the Navy hero Garp was not a monster. Ha ha ha. How about it, do you feel uncomfortable? While speaking, Garp swung his fist to attack again, and the speed of the attack was getting faster and faster. He was going to imitate what Iora Yagamai did to him before and also do a combo. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The air was exploding, and the shock wave tore directly along the soles of the two people's feet. The huge shock wave caused waves on the sea on one side, and the seaside forest on the other side bent directly, as if it was blown by a typhoon. The gravel on the ground was also flying around the two people, making it difficult for the paparazzi to see what was going on inside. They could only hear the powerful bangs that vibrated their eardrums. Boom. After a while, with Garp's last attack, Iora Yagamai was directly forced out by the deep ground. Garp watched Iora Yagamai being forced out, but he didn't seem to be hurt too much. He was also secretly shocked. He had just used the armament haki but didn't hold back. Although this guy was suppressed by him and couldn't fight back. But his ability to withstand beatings made Garp exclaim in his heart that it was amazing. Whoosh! The strong wind blew away the dust that swept up the two people, and the two stood facing each other. Iora Yagamai felt Garp stop, and put his hands down. Although Garp was hit a lot just now, he was not seriously injured. This was not only because he used the armament haki and the force discharging technique that he used instinctively. The most important thing is that the Yasakani no Megatama ability is useful. In addition to the characteristics of confinement and sealing, this ability also has the characteristics of healing. Using this, the healing property can make his body always be healed. The damage that Garp just caused to him obviously cannot break through his recovery speed. However, even if it did not cause much damage to Iora Yagamai, it also forced Iora Yagamai to have no way to attack. Iora Yagamai's current basic attributes are all A, and such basic attributes are really weak against Garp. It was because Garp was careless that he was directly trapped by his ability. Now, in addition to actively attacking, Garp also began to beware of Iora Yagamai's strange power. In this case, there is no chance of winning under normal circumstances. So, in order not to be passive, Iora Yagamai prepared to use a more violent posture. Whoosh! The sea breeze was blowing, but the cool feeling could not suppress the oppression around him. Gurgle! The paparazzi in the forest in the distance and Bogart, who arrived at some point, felt the surrounding aura. The violent aura made the paparazzi tremble and Bogart's face was full of shock. And Garp, who faced Iora Yagamai directly, could feel this terrible power even more. Not only that, the look in the man's eyes has changed, and blood is lingering in the young man's eyes. What is this? Garp felt the surge in Iora Yagamai's breath, and his face was full of solemnity. Fortunately, although it was dangerous, it was still within his control. At this time, Iora Yagamai's eyes glowed red, and he began to breathe slightly. In this state, Iora Yagamai's power and speed increased greatly. This was a state in which his blood flame of the Great Snake ability and instinct intertwined and exploded. It looked a bit like the feeling of Iora Yagamai's rampage in Mel's previous life, but it was not the essence. Now, blood flame of the Great Snake is Iora Yagamai's own ability, so it will naturally not get out of control. So Iora Yagamai is still awake now, but his emotions will be more fanatical in this state. That is the instinct to release, and he wants to roar and vent. Wow, roar, roar! Some inhuman voices roared. The huge sound resounded through the sky, shaking the atmosphere, and raising a layer of air waves. Seeing Iora Yagamai like this, Garp felt like he was facing a violent and ferocious beast. He looked solemn and took a stance. Come on! Let's see what kind of surprise this young man can give him. Chapter 355, Rihachi styliate wine cups, the stopped physical time. Ah! At this time, Iora Yagamai in front of Garp screamed again, then his body tilted slightly, his feet stomped on the ground violently, and the whole person burst out with a jaw-dropping speed. Like a stream of light, he came to Garp in an instant. Facing such a speed of Iora Yagamai, Garp looked solemn, and the strong-armed color domineering hardened and wrapped around his hands. Then began a fierce duel with Iora Yagamai. Bang bang bang! The deafening sound of physical blows resounded through the sky. The air was exploding. The terrible shock waves swept towards the surroundings. The sea once again raised layers of waves and swept away, and the vegetation on the coast bent and tilted. The gravel on the ground flew up and surrounded the two people fighting, forming a small tornado, which looked particularly spectacular. So strong. So powerful. At this time, the part-time civilian paparazzi in the forest saw the fierce battle between Garp and Iori Yagami. They were not strong, but the movement of this battle was very powerful no matter how they looked at it. The paparazzi could not think of any nice words, and could only call it powerful, monster, etc. in their hearts. Battle Center. When Garp fought with Iori Yagami, he still paid great attention to using the armed color on the parts that came into contact with Iori Yagami. If the armed color was used in this way, the opponent's strange power would not be able to affect him too much through haki. However, despite this, the strange power still made his haki run intermittently, which made it impossible for him to use the haki technique of armed color effectively. At least the internal crushing of Garp with armed color is now unusable. This technique requires haki to run smoothly and precisely. But now he has no hope of precise control in this situation. However, although the internal crushing cannot be used, Garp can still use it externally, and this technique is much more wild in comparison. Boom! Then there was a violent explosion. Garp relied on his greater strength and domineering power to directly knock Iori Yagami out. Flying horizontally in the air, Iori Yagami quickly adjusted his posture. Pa! The air was directly stepped on by him as if it were the ground, and it burst with a bursting sound. Then his body continued to burst towards Garp and attacked fiercely. Iori Yagami's rampage posture has a very strong increase in his attack power and speed. Of course, this increase also has side effects. That is, his defense is reduced, and in addition, the load on his body is very large, and generally speaking, he can't hold on for long. However, Iori Yagami has the healing properties of Yasakani no Megatama, and these two side effects are actually greatly reduced. Ha ha ha! You are such a tenacious kid. Garp laughed happily at Iori Yagami who was flying towards him. The opponent was fighting crazily, and it was very exciting for him to fight. The last time he fought with Barrett had the explosive ability. After they fought like hedgehogs, and now this kind of punching made his blood boil again. Boom boom boom. The two kept fighting. Iori Yagami's ancient martial arts and Garp's physical skills collided with each other. After fighting for nearly 10 minutes. Haha, kid, try this. Garp laughed and started to get serious, directly using the Conqueror's haki to entangle. The terrible Conqueror's haki entangled in his hands, lightning flashed on his fist, and the atmosphere was trembling. He raised his fist that shook the sky and hit Iori Yagami horizontally. Faced with Garp's attack, Iori Yagami directly used the 100 styles of demon burning to jump out of the flames, but was directly hit by Garp and exploded. Following the demon burning was the sky full of purple flames. Seeing these purple flames coming to surround him, Garp did not dare to be careless, and dispersed some of his energy in time to arm his whole body with armor. He didn't want to be hit by the flame. If he was accidentally imprisoned and cut off from the armed color by the opponent's special ability like the first time, it would be troublesome. Boom! After Iori Yagami's two clever containments, Garp's Conqueror's haki still knocked Iori Yagami away directly. The gravel on the ground and the soil and rocks under the beach collapsed directly, and the terrible shock wave formed a cylindrical line directly to the sea. The sea began to separate, and the whole island began to tremble slightly. The residents on the island only felt that an earthquake had occurred. The ground had been shaking since just now, and they were too scared to stay in the house for long, and now the shaking was more obvious. At the same time, they also found it more obvious that it was a man-made natural disaster. Because this time, people at many ports saw the shock wave on the other side of the island that went straight to the sea with a white glow. The scene of the sea being separated to form waves stunned many people. Some people were terrified, while others were curious and wanted to rush to that location to see what happened. The battle scene between Iori Yagami and Garp. The paparazzi who were still in the forest not far from them also shrank their heads when they saw the terrifying scene of the sea being split apart. It's really terrifying. Is this the world's top combat power? Are they still human? One of the paparazzi was moved. The others nodded as well. They were both afraid and yearning for that terrifying power. It would be great if they could have such a powerful power. Please give me flowers. Is the lonely purple Iori Yagami still alive? It must be uncomfortable to be hit by such a power. It's hard to say. You saw the terrifying look of the other party just now. Can such a monster really be killed like this? One of the paparazzi was nervous. The terrifying posture of Iori Yagami just now left him with some psychological trauma. He didn't think the other party would be defeated like this. No matter how the paparazzi discussed, the smoke and dust flying at the scene due to the shock wave gradually dissipated. Garp looked at the dissipating smoke and saw a man standing on the sand, breathing slightly. With Garp's vision and observation haki, he felt that the other party was not seriously injured. He couldn't help but sigh twice. He was really tough. But how long could he last in this state? This state was obviously an explosive state. It should not last long, but this guy didn't seem to stop until now. What a terrible ability. Thinking so, he kicked his feet and shot towards Iori Yagami again. If he couldn't be knocked down with one blow, he would hit him again. When Garp flew over, Iori Yagami stood there without moving. When Garp rushed to Iori Yagami and started to punch again, his observation haki began to warn that something was wrong. I saw that the palm of Iori Yagami's right hand suddenly shone with purple flames, which burned fiercely and were quite beautiful. Unfortunately, behind the seemingly beautiful, there was a great danger. This was the move that Iori Yagami had just prepared in his body, which condensed a lot of the power of Yasakani no Megatama and Azure Flame. Now that Garp ran in front of him and was about to rush in, Iori Yagami began to release it. Ribahachiki 8 cups. Boom. Even if Garp sensed the danger and wanted to get away. But the terrible azure flame seemed to cross space and turned into a purple light column that directly enveloped Garp. Boom boom boom. What is that? The pillar of fire that went straight to the sky shone with purple light and illuminated the earth, making the people on the island look up at that place. At the same time, he asked questions in his heart. At the same time, Garp, who was attacked, also asked questions. Damn! What kind of ability is this? At this time, Garp only felt that the armed color on his body was stained by the extremely strong purple flame. Then, in his anger, Garp was soaked in azure flame. The beam of light lasted only 3 seconds before dissipating, and Garp appeared in Iori Yagami's field of vision. The old man was motionless, and his whole body emitted a strange purple light. He, Garp, felt that time had been stopped. Chapter 356, Riki 219 Style Flame OU, Hina with powerful abilities. What's going on? In the forest, Garp's adjutant Bogart looked at Garp's strange appearance, motionless like a statue, and couldn't help but fall into worry. Is Vice Admiral Garp okay? While Bogart was worried, Iori Yagami was not idle. Now Garp's sense of time has stopped because of his 8 wine cups, and this state will not last long. But for Iori Yagami, this is enough for him to fight around. Hit by the 8 wine cups, the person who is hit will stop feeling time, that is, their consciousness will become blank for a certain period of time, so that the person who is hit will feel that time has stopped. In fact, time is still passing, but the person who is controlled feels that time has stopped. Now Garp is like a fish on the chopping board to Iori Yagami. During this short period of time, it is his turn to show his ability. Iori Yagami has no intention of delaying time at all. He rushes up and directly uses his ultimate move. Forbidden 1211 8 girls. More explosive attacks than the previous normal state are vented on Garp, who cannot move. Bang bang bang. As the moves of the 8 girls are coming to an end, Iori Yagami exerts force on his head, grabs Garp and hits him hard on the forehead. The flames burst out directly, and Garp flies horizontally in the air. Inner 316 Styles Jackal. I saw that Iori Yagami did not stop after Garp flew out, and once again skillfully used the Jackal, a must-have skill of the 8 girls. He used both hands to attack Garp through the air. The flashing tearing claws and the blue flames of Iori Yagami sent Garp flying higher. Finally, the blue flames blasted Garp into the sky in the form of a huge pillar of fire. This was not the end yet. Iori Yagami gathered his strength and jumped to grab Garp, who was falling from the air. He pressed his head and slammed him to the ground. In the 1219 flame bowl, the blue flames that reached the sky and the earth burst out. The whole island was shaken violently. Hey! The Navy hero Garp is not going to be killed. If so, this news is too explosive. At this time, the paparazzi who were trembling and watching this violent and spectacular attack could not help but look at each other and thought so in their hearts. Some paparazzi were trembling in their hearts when they saw such a brutal scene. Otherwise, they would not make money. They were really afraid that the monster would suddenly run over and hit them a few times. No matter how good the money is, they have to live to enjoy it. Ho ho ho. Iora Yagami stood up, and his original runaway posture also withdrew. After fighting with Garp for so long, he healed his body to maintain the balance of body load and use these big moves. Now Iora Yagami only felt that his body was hollowed out, whether it was physical strength or spiritual strength. After all, the basic attributes were not high enough. Although the power of Yasakani no Megatama was very convenient, it still needed energy to maintain no matter how powerful it was. Iora Yagami was tired now, so he didn't fight anymore. Looking at the figure lying on the ground, Iora Yagami's eyes flickered, and he summoned the bass guitar on his back. Then, under the stunned eyes of the spectators, he flew away directly. What is this? Has the winner been decided? And that man can actually fly. Well, compared with the power of the opponent's monster and the record of this battle, flying doesn't seem to be a big deal. After being stunned for a while, the civilian paparazzi immediately took the last photo and waited. Waiting for the confirmation of the situation of the Navy legend Garp. When Iora Yagami flew away, Bogart had already rushed up. He was not too worried when he rushed over. Because his observation Haki could feel that Vice Admiral Garp's breath was still there, and it didn't seem like he was dying. With Vice Admiral Garp's toughness, as long as he didn't die, it would be easy to recover. Wow! After Bogart arrived, before he checked, he saw Garp straight up and spit out a mouthful of blood. The amount of blood was not small. The paparazzi who were staring at Garp took a picture of him. It was worth it. Although Garp was not dead, the news was obviously smaller. But for these civilian paparazzi, they didn't want to see a big figure like the Navy hero Garp end here. After all, they were ordinary people first and then part-time paparazzi. The death of the Navy legend would have a great impact on the whole world. The worst impact is that the pirates will become rampant, and as ordinary people, they will not be happy at that time. Soon, these paparazzi didn't have the heart to think about anything else. In any case, they were going to publish this big news. At this time, several paparazzi have already started to run away. No matter what happens next, the most important thing is to report the news and get the money. Did that guy Iora Yagami run away? At this time, Garp has recovered. Now his body has endured Iora Yagami's big moves. Being beaten like this without armed color domineering. The body was directly severely injured. Compared with the bodies of Big Mom and Kaido who are still very hard without using domineering, Garp obviously can't do that. However, although he was severely injured, he was still a long way from death. Now Garp still wanted to beat Iora Yagami, but he didn't expect that the other party would run away like this. And he has already captured those paparazzi who ran away. This is so embarrassing. I hope Sengoku won't say anything about him. Garp stood up from the ground, looking at the direction where Iora Yagami left. What a great young man, it's a pity that he didn't defeat him directly this time, otherwise he might be able to add another new star to the Navy. What a pity. But there was no way, that move was so weird, unless he knew it in advance, he might try to dodge it. Ha ha ha. Bogart, let's go. At this time, Cap regained his mood. If it didn't work this time, he would try it next time. Okay. Wait until the World Conference is over, and then he will find time to stop this guy. Next time, he will be fully prepared, and he will tie him up. The other person's character is not bad, Garp can feel it. It would be a pity to let such a young man go. Now he has to escort the royal family to join him, which is really troublesome. Garp walked with Bogart while thinking, and at the same time used the cloth strips that Bogart got from 1.3 to tie up the bloodstains on his body. While tying, his thoughts were still drifting. I remember that Jean Guo said before that there was a relatively close sea caravan on the route they passed this time. There was also a young girl in it who showed powerful abilities, so he asked him to recruit her. What was her name? It seems to be Hina. Is it a bit similar to the ability of the barrier fruit? Nowadays, young people with potential are really emerging one after another. I hope this girl can be fooled by him and join the Navy. Really, why should such troubles be handed over to him? He is not good at dealing with little girls. Hiss. Garp touched the wound on his body, took a breath of cold air and then swaggered away. Next time, I hope everything will go well. Chapter 357 The Five Elders Who Let the Navy Make Do with the Admiral, the Flower Grower Who Can Fire the Light Cannon. The next day. The Grand Line, a sea area. 1,000 miles of dark clouds, waves, a warship with a dog head on the bow sailed in the boundless sea. On the warship, the Navy hero Garp sat on a sun chair, with a parasol on his head and a circle of bandages tied around his body. At this time, there was a den mushi on the small table next to him. The deafening and deep voice was resounding from the den mushi throughout the warship, vibrating Garp's eardrums. Garp! What the hell is wrong with you? I asked you to escort a king, and then you became popular, and you were defeated by a kid who came out of nowhere. Now the news is spreading all over the world. You have lost face for the Navy. Listening to the loud voice of the den mushi that shook his eardrums, Garp looked at the den mushi on the table and lay down on the sun lounger. He hooked his earwax with a finger and said with a nonchalant look on his face. Sengoku, your voice is too loud, my eardrum is almost broken. Then he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Isn't this a big deal? If you lose, you lose. The world is different now, and I am a wounded soldier now. Keep your voice down. Hearing Garp say this without even an excuse, Sengoku became even angrier. 22 You are the hero of the Navy, Garp. You are the highest combat force of the Navy. If the highest combat force is defeated easily, how can it be justified? The public's confidence in our Navy will decline. Can you pay more attention? Although Sengoku saw the freshly released news, the description of Garp in it was simply abused by that Yagami Iori from beginning to end. Such an image is too low. He has reason to believe that it was Morgans who was making trouble, deliberately making some fragmentary photos to create a one-sided scene. The guy who likes to watch the fun and not mind the big trouble will definitely do it. He also saw the report on Yagami Iori submitted by Bogart to the headquarters. According to the situation at the time, it can only be said that Garp was careless, and the one-sided situation is not established at all. It doesn't matter. Sengoku. As long as King is still there, everything is fine. And Brother Sora, the marshal, didn't say anything. Why are you, a general, worrying about it, or is Brother Sora ready to give up his position to you? Garp, be careful. Sengoku's solemn voice came from the den mushi. As soon as Garp heard Sengoku's tone, he, who was very familiar with Sengoku, immediately smelled something wrong. Could it be that his words came true? Sengoku on the other side was also a little troubled, because Garp really guessed something by accident. Not long ago, Brother Kong really found him and revealed some information. Because of the 5 elders, Kong himself might have to enter the world government and become the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. At that time, the position of the Navy Admiral can be said to be held by Sengoku. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces, this position seems to be a promotion, but for Kong, it is actually a clamp. The 5 elders felt that Kong was too cunning. With the existence of King, they were a little hypocritical and evasive to them, and this time they even came up with the matter of reducing the gold in the sky. If the other party had done their best from the beginning, the situation would never have evolved like this. So they planned to keep Kong under their eyes, so that they could feel at ease. After Sora is promoted, the only one who is capable and suitable to be the Admiral of the Navy is Sengoku. Although King is powerful, he hardly cares about anything. Esteth is the new Admiral, and she also has this problem, leaving everything to her adjutant. As a Admiral of the Navy, this is definitely not the case. Another candidate for the Admiral of the Navy is Garp, but Capcom has no hope at all. So the candidate is basically decided. Of course. There is still time. Sora has been delayed by the lack of strength of the younger generations today. But it is estimated that it will not be delayed for long. The 5 elders will not care so much about what is decided. This Admiral can just let someone go up to make do. Now the deterrence of the Admirals of the Navy is not so balanced. The main reason is that King is too powerful, and the strength of the new White Phoenix's death is also dazzling. Based on her performance in the Death War, she should have no problem fighting the 3 admirals in the past. So, except for these 2, the Navy is really not good enough. In the eyes of the 5 elders, they can all be used as a substitute. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, Garp. What's the matter with that Yagami Iori? How much do you know about him? Hearing Sengoku's question, Garp took a cup of hot tea from the table and took a sip, and then made a sound of enjoyment, which made Sengoku on the opposite side frown. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, that's a good seedling. I'll arrest him and bring him into the Navy after this World Conference. Then our Navy will have one more admiral. Garp is very optimistic about Iori Yagami. Regardless of the excuses that he was careless, he was indeed seriously injured this time. Perhaps if it were someone like Beast and Big Mom who have very good physical defense, they might perform better than him. But these are all hindsight. Garp is not the kind of person who wants to save face. That's why he is very optimistic about Iora Yagami's potential. Maybe he can break through the peak of the sea like a Death and King. This man's character is not bad. With a little guidance, he may become the pillar of the navy. Sengoku on the other side was also surprised when he heard Garp say this. Is that man so optimistic about Garp? At the same time, he also looked solemn. In this case, the navy should be more cautious about this man to avoid conflict. Then Sengoku pondered for a moment and began to ask Garp about the details of his battle with Iora Yagami. Finally, he hung up the Den Mushi with a serious look. Finally hung up. I have to rest well for the next part of the journey. Garp took the newspaper and covered his face with it under the speechless gaze of his adjutant Bogart and fell asleep. The first half of the Grand Line. In a sea area. A maritime caravan was heading in a certain direction. In a room in one of the merchant ships. A pink-haired girl who looked only about 14 or 15 years old was reading a newspaper. Next to her was a black-haired girl with side braids who was only a few years older than her. The Navy hero Garp was defeated. Hina is very disappointed. At this time, the pink-haired girl looked at the content of the newspaper and shook her head. Hearing Hina's words, the girl next to her burst into laughter, and the silver bell-like laughter rose in the room. 210 Hina, even if the marine hero is defeated, it should be easy for him to beat you. Don't be too proud. Humph. Hina is not afraid. And if he can't beat you, you still have you. Nanako. Hearing Hina's words, Nanako shook her head directly. We haven't experienced the strength of those big guys, and I'm just a flower grower. You shouldn't look for me in a fight. If you cause trouble, solve it yourself. That's too much. Hina is very sad, and how can a flower grower make flowers emit light cannons? Hina's complaints made Nanako speechless. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. We will arrive in 2 days if everything goes well. Nanako walked to the open window. Outside was the endless waves, the cloudless blue sky and the seagulls flying from time to time. The gentle pupils fell into contemplation. What kind of person is that king? Hehe, the land of miracles. Hina is looking forward to it. Is the king there the one who gave us the ability? Hina will show her skills then. Hina was smiling foolishly at this time, because her experience was like that of some fairy tales. She was the protagonist and the key person who was ready to defeat evil. This time, she made up her mind and spent a lot of effort to come out. She traveled all the way and met a new companion, Nanako. She felt that this was the fate of being the protagonist. Looking at Hina's silly smile, Nanako's eyes also had a hint of pampering. In any case, she has been chosen by this power and has come to another world, so just enjoy the process. Nanako thought leisurely. Chapter 358 Various changes before the start of the World Conference, the endless power of King. Half a month later. Holy Land Marijoa. Kings of member countries from all over the world gathered in this sacred and glamorous place. Spacious and bright streets, neatly planned layout, solemn atmosphere, magnificent and imposing buildings. The garden, green trees, flowers, and sculptures provide an excellent visual enjoyment. On the road, you can see agents and guards everywhere in the Holy Land. The kings and their entourages walking on the street are watching cautiously. The guards here are much stricter than the last time they came here for the World Conference. However, remembering that not long ago, the Holy Land was freed of slaves, causing riots, and even the celestial dragons were abducted, resulting in the war that made the celestial dragons and the world government lose face. Thinking of this, some kings were relieved. Next, as long as the meeting starts, as soon as possible just end this meeting. Although the Holy Land looks glamorous, many kings are unwilling to stay here for long. After all, this is the base camp of the celestial dragons. From time to time, they will run into celestial dragons. They are also very clear about the morals of ordinary celestial dragons. If they accidentally get into trouble, it will be troublesome. Many kings came to the room prepared for them in the Holy Land under the guidance of their guards and attendants. In the next few days, the kings of the member countries will arrive one after another, waiting for the official start of the World Conference in a few days. After the kings settled down, they found out. During their stay in the Holy Land, the kings were prohibited from communicating with each other. This rule made the kings incredible. You should know that in the past, it was allowed for the kings of various countries to communicate with each other before the meeting began. After all, it is a discussion of security and order in the world, so it is necessary to understand each other. If you don't know anything, you will be confused when the meeting starts, and it is easy to say the wrong thing. Say the wrong thing in front of the heads of state who are eligible to attend the meeting, and the impact is still very large. As a result, the restrictions imposed by the world government made many kings somewhat dissatisfied, while some kings' eyes flickered. The world government began to give reasons for this. Because there were some changes in Big Mom's territory, a Big Mom pirate ship was coming, and it was suspected that there were spies infiltrating. For the sake of safety, it was better for the kings not to gather together. With such an obvious reason, the kings' dissatisfaction was buried in their hearts. After all, this is the headquarters of the world government. Although the member states are part of the world government is not a member state. There is still a big difference. It can be said that it is very easy for the world government to control a single member state or several member states. In this case, as long as it is not a big deal, it can be tolerated. Time passed slowly. While the Holy Land Marijoa was still preparing for the affairs of the world government. Somewhere in the sea, undercurrents were surging. Splash! The sea surface was raised by a huge black shadow, and the waves gradually stopped. This sea surface seemed to have no problems, and the water was still sparkling and particularly dazzling. However, if someone goes deep into the sea, they can see a horrifying scene. Unimaginable huge figures shuttled through the ocean currents, making the ocean currents more turbulent. When they passed by the seabed, all kinds of fish were scared and fled in panic. These were giant sea kings, the smallest of which was hundreds of meters in size, and the largest was thousands of meters. There were hundreds of sea kings moving forward, looking very horrifying. With so many sea kings gathered together, it was no big deal to destroy islands and countries. At this time, they were led by several sea kings that looked a little weird. These sea kings were somewhat out of tune with other sea kings, and their bodies were covered with black lines. Even though they were only a few hundred meters in size, they were the leaders. At this time, they were swimming towards a certain location. That location was the hole under the red earth continent that passed through the Fishman Island. On the other side, in a sea area, a white mist strangely shrouded the sea, covering a range of thousands of meters. The reason why it is strange: it can drift with the wind. It drifts towards a certain location, as if it has legs. If you look from a distance, you can even feel that the shape of the mist is somewhat similar to that of a ship. In the white mist with extremely low visibility, there are many strange life forms hidden. That is the demons of the Island of Fear, and they are divided into two parts. One part looks similar, all of them are black mists with human shapes, and the number is close to tens of thousands. The other part has only a few hundred, with different shapes, and they are at least middle-level demons. They are now riding this huge ship named the Fog Boat and heading towards a location, which is the direction of Marijoa, the holy land of the Red Earth continent. Is the war about to start? I can't wait. One of the demons standing in the front wearing steel armor and a closed helmet with only a cross gap on his head laughed. In another sea area of the New World, a pirate ship with the flag of the Big Mom Pirates was sailing on the sea. The pirate group was nominally going to Fishman Island to collect cakes. However, in a room on the ship, a huge figure quietly hid in it. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Kaido picked up a black letter again and laughed. The huge laughter shook the buildings on the island, and the ashes fell down due to the resonance. Then he put the letter away, and after drinking a large bowl of wine, he turned into a dragon and roared and flew away into the sky. The pirates on Onigashima were used to it. After all, Lord Kaido always travels around by himself, and it is normal for him to be anywhere. No one can predict his schedule. Navy Headquarters. In the Navy cafeteria, King eats his meal slowly with his rice bowl. Next to him was a big turtle with emerald pupils. This big turtle was Xiaohu. It was looking at the fish and meat on the big plate in front of it, stretching its head to eat. Beside it, King was eating slowly, and sometimes staring at Xiaohu in a daze. In King's body, the terrifying power was rooted in the void of his heart, which was the power of the Emperor Engine. His Emperor Engine went a step further shortly after the Death War and reached the SS level. At this level, the Emperor Engine has shown its terrifying power. Endless power continued to flow into his body from the void, and he didn't need to store energy by eating. It only took 1 day for his energy to be fully stored. This was not the most terrifying thing. After King turned on the Emperor engine, as long as he didn't use the Purgatory unparalleled explosive heat wave cannon, which could burst too much power at once, then his stored power could actually fight for a whole day. But there is a bug. During the battle, as long as the Emperor engine is not overloaded, it will still be pouring in energy. The stored power is consumed in 1 day of fighting, but it is fully stored again on the day of fighting. That is to say, as long as you don't exert too much force, it is equivalent to the power of a perpetual motion machine. So, after having this level of ability, King's biggest worry, eating too much, has been solved by him. Now he can savor the food carefully instead of wolfing it down, and he doesn't need to eat too much. The normal amount of food that ordinary people eat is enough to satisfy their taste buds and habits. This incident even scared the high-ranking officers of the Navy at the time, fearing that King would have problems. In the end, it was King who said that there was no problem and his complexion looked fine as time went by, which calmed them down. This incident caused a small wave, and finally King's adjutant Ethan made a new rumor. There are rumors that King's power is endless, he does not need to eat, and usually just satisfies his appetite. This rumor was actually guessed by Ethan by accident, although he really believed it, comparable to a super brainless fan. It seems that the World Conference will start soon. Will those people be successful? King thought in a daze, touching Xiaohu's drooping head. About a month ago, King received a letter from Yushin. King didn't really feel anything about the empty treasury and too much pressure from Tian Changjin in the letter. The only thing that caught his eye was the words that the people were hungry. King himself has a lot to say about hunger. After the Emperor engine was used, he felt so hungry that he felt like he was going to swallow his fingers. So he could empathize with hunger. If everyone couldn't eat enough, it would be very uncomfortable. King thought so. So he agreed to Yushin's support. No need to do anything else, just agree. This was exactly what Yushin said to King at that time. It was also the reason why he could meet King smoothly in his life. After all, Kong didn't want King to face the world government directly, not to mention the foundation of the world government. If King used force directly, the impact on the inside would be too great. With the demons outside, it was totally unwise to do so. He hoped to leave room for buffering instead of fighting to the death. Eat slowly, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu rolled his eyes while eating when he heard King say so. Didn't he know how fast he ate before? Then he ate faster, and King shook his head. What if the pet is disobedient? Then just stew it. For some reason, he thought of this sentence. The boss seemed to say this at the time, to eat 3 bowls with tears. His eyes flickered, and Xiao Wu felt that his body shivered for some reason, and he couldn't help but slow down his eating speed. No way. Xiao Wu and I are emotional, how can I think like this? Looking at Xiao Wu who slowed down his eating speed, King immediately became dazed. So boring. As expected, I should ask the boss for a set of game consoles. Chapter 359 The main problem caused by the change of the times, Marijoa is officially invaded. A few days later. Holy Land Marijoa. In a spacious and bright room. Heads of member countries from all over the world came in one after another and sat down around a large round table. Some of the kings who sat down this time had their eyes flickering. Because next, there might be unexpected situations. The atmosphere on the scene was a little silent, even some kings who didn't know the situation felt something was wrong. But they didn't think too much, no matter what the situation was, they would know it after the meeting. And the world has changed too much in the past 6 months. This kind of change has never happened in the past, at least in history. The changes in the times are unprecedentedly large, and the impact caused by this is very large. Pirates are growing rapidly, although the Navy's strength is also increasing. But the Navy located in the 4 seas is really hard to say. It seems that the overall strength of the Navy still can't keep up, so this is a big problem. There is also the division of the New World territory. The horrible Great Evil Fleet has covered many of the New World's member states. Their territory requires tribute. This is another burden for the member states that need to pay the heavenly gold. But they dare not refuse to pay. Because the Great Evil Fleet is under the command of the evil King Hisoka, and even the celestial dragons were executed by them. If they refuse, wouldn't it be like an old man eating arsenic and seeking death? But in this way, the burden on the member states is very heavy. Therefore, some member states are using this World Conference to test the bottom of 430. If this problem cannot be solved, then some member states have plans to leave the world government. In the territory of the Great Evil Fleet, the tribute paid is much less than the heavenly gold. And in their territory, the pirate groups under the Great Evil Fleet will not plunder the kingdoms that pay tribute. The kingdoms that fly the flag of the Great Evil Fleet will be greatly reduced from the invasion of roving pirate groups. If you want support, you can pay a commission for the trip and the pirates under the Evil Fleet will help. It is said that all these systems are led by the fisherman hero Tiger, one of the 7 sinners of the Evil Fleet. Behind him stands the support of Crocodile, one of the 3 evil generals, and the tacit approval of the evil king Hisoka. That is how the systems are implemented one by one. The fishman is even respected by some non-member countries in the territory of the Evil Fleet. After all, there is a comparison. When Tiger did not join, the Evil Fleet had the power of life and death over the towns and kingdoms in the territory. Now it is much better than before. Under such circumstances, some of the member countries in the New World located in the territory of the Evil Fleet have developed dissent. If the world government cannot solve this problem, they can only withdraw from the membership. This way, the burden on the country will not be too great, otherwise they cannot bear to pay both the heavenly gold and the tribute. Except for the problem of the New World member countries. The member states in the South China Sea also have some problems. The underground world of the South China Sea has been unified by the terrible organization of the Dark Curtain. After they were unified, in addition to digesting and adjusting the division of labor of the organization, they also started to attack various industries on the surface. The individual investors of those member states and even the industries they already run cannot compete with each other. And many key figures suddenly rebelled. It made the member states of the South China Sea very uncomfortable. The only advantage is that the escort mission and entrusted transportation of this organization are relatively good. But if this giant continues to develop like this, the share of the industries opened by these kingdoms will be squeezed out. Even if the kingdom has mines, if the price of raw materials is repeatedly suppressed by the other party, it will not be able to withstand it. If the world government does not care, these member states feel that they will be crushed to death by this organization in the future. In addition to the South China Sea, there are also problems that need to be paid attention to in the North China Sea. It is said that the Don Quixote family in the underground world of the North China Sea is also very active, wantonly collecting the territory of the underground world and acting as the middleman for the major organizations in the underground world of the North China Sea. They seem to want to imitate the situation in the South Sea to form a coalition organization of the underground world, and there are rumors that the Dark Mantle organization is behind them. In addition to the underground world, there is also a member country in the North Sea that is accumulating strength. Germa 66, this sea kingdom known as the War House. This kingdom is also shrouded by a pair of big hands. It is rumored that the Dark Mantle organization and Germa 66 have reached a cooperation. The Dark Mantle organization has injected capital and even some deeper cooperation that outsiders cannot understand. Many North Sea kingdoms are very vigilant about the growth of Germa 66. After all, the other party's ambition is very big, always thinking about dominating the North Sea. They are very wary of this country. The king of the Germa kingdom, Vinsmoke Judge, did not attend this world conference. This must be because he has something in his heart and dare not come. Some heads of kingdoms who came from the North Sea to participate thought so. Except for the South Sea and the North Sea. The member countries in the West Sea also have concerns. Because a secret organization, the Revolutionary Army, is developing secretly in various non-member countries in the West Sea. They have a vague understanding of the organization's ideology, and they may be pointed at their heads at any time. So they are also panicking. Among the 4 seas, only the East Sea is in a better situation. It is a peaceful sea after all. Of course, with the rampage of the times, it is not so peaceful now. There are too many pirates going out to sea, and the East Sea Navy can't manage them. At the same time, peace also means slackness. In peacetime, many of the East Sea's Navy are very slack, and their combat effectiveness is hard to describe. In addition, peace is also a hotbed, which is a double-edged sword problem. If it is well controlled, it will prosper, but if it is not well controlled, it will easily breed corruption, and it is obvious that some of the East Sea's Navy has become a borer. Except the 4 seas and the New World. There are also problems in the member countries of the Grand Line. That is the Kingdom of Korti, located in the first half of the Grand Line, the legendary Land of Miracles. This non-member country has become a land of miracles with this saying has arisen. Many chambers of commerce are interested in this place. And this country also has military guarantee, in addition to the rumored King Altria who seems to have strong strength. This country also has powerful subordinates called paladins. The paladin butterfly wind Istali has shown terrible strength in the past, and can easily destroy the meteorites summoned by the Navy disaster lifetime without affecting the kingdom. Such strength is very terrible no matter how you look at it. In addition, in the past, other paladins also showed great strength when clearing out pirates and lawless people who were making trouble. Currently, the number of paladins in that kingdom has reached 9. Although not all paladins have taken action, it is not ruled out that they have great power. And these paladins are doing their own jobs and are rapidly developing this kingdom. They have even begun to accept refugees from surrounding islands. If this trend continues, it is hard not to think of the original rumor. This makes the member countries adjacent to the Kingdom of Korti in the first half of the Grand Line somewhat worried. The above are the main problems that the member countries of the world want to solve. In addition, the conflicts between neighboring member states, the frequent violent incidents caused by the civilians self-training and advocating personal force due to the unlimited opening of Morgan's news to civilians, and the problems of trade, finance, food, and other issues caused by the rampant pirates. It can be said that there are many issues that need to be discussed at this World Conference. While the royal family members continued to enter this spacious and solemn room and waited for the meeting time, the Holy Land of Marijoa also began to officially usher in an invasion. Chapter 360 The Interrupted World Conference, The Appearance of the 7 Apostles of the Devil. The New World is located on the Red Soil continent on the side of the Navy G1 branch. A thick white fog began to surge up from the edge of the Red Soil. The G1 branch at one end of the New World also found that the huge white fog climbed up the Red Soil continent like a white beast. The strange scene made the base chief of this branch a little stunned, and then hurriedly reported to the Navy headquarters and the Navy Admiral Sengoku who is now stationed in the Holy Land of Marijoa. It is the time of the World Conference. Although the scene cannot be ruled out as a special weather. But if it is an enemy invasion, then he, as the base commander, will have his day off, watching the enemy pass by without even a warning. When the base commander gave a warning, the white fog had already reached Marijoa. It was as if all the ordinary fogs had dissipated, spreading directly across the entire Marijoa. It directly submerged the many agents and guards, streets, and buildings in the Holy Land of Marijoa. The fog quickly covered the area, and the Holy Land seemed to be trapped in a world of white fog. The guards outside the entire Holy Land were also suddenly at a loss for this sudden scene. What's going on? Why does the weather change so suddenly? Is it foggy? Such a thick fog, I can't see far. Contact the higher UPS quickly. There may be an enemy attack. Some guards looked at the abnormal scene around them and did not dare to be careless. Instead, they reported it directly to the higher UPS. In any case, such abnormal situations should be reported for the sake of caution. Although they didn't need to report it, the higher UPS might have already known about it. When they reported it, they didn't notice the large number of black fog figures floating towards Marijoa in the fog. Ah! What is this? Soon, someone discovered those strange figures, and the dense number at a glance scared the guards. Finally, these figures didn't look like humans, and they looked a little scary. Hee, we're finally here. I can't wait to do it. A figure dressed like a knight in steel armor walked over with many demons of different shapes. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A guard looked at the dark figures and shouted directly. At this time, the guards also began to panic and shock. They didn't expect that the Holy Land of Marijoa would actually usher in an invasion day, because looking at the dark posture, they knew that this invasion was not a minor one. The Holy Land was really attacked by someone, and some inhuman guys invaded. The inhuman guys they could think of were the most famous demons recently. They dared not even think about such things. In the past, the Holy Land was the safest place. Even the last incident of freeing slaves was actually more of a loophole. This time, the opponent's posture showed that it was the rhythm of war, and the opponent might be the mysterious demons. Suddenly, the guard who was shouting loudly stopped. His head fell off. Blood gushed out, and the blood sprayed directly on the face of the guard next to him, frightening his legs and feet. Really, can you stop shouting so loudly, be quiet, and slowly appreciate the art of killing? A figure carrying a bloody sickle suddenly appeared next to the beheaded guard. His glowing red eyes carried an astonishing pressure, making the other guards not far away feel like they were seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Then, it's time to kill. In the meeting room where the kings of the member states of Mary Gosa met, the 5 elders who had already entered and sat down were about to ask the chairman to announce the start of the meeting. But they all felt something was wrong. When they noticed something, 7 figures appeared in the corridor not far from the meeting room in this huge building. They were the 7 apostles of the demon god of the demon clan. Da-da-da. The empty passage was filled with the sound of their footsteps, and all the guards who witnessed them fell to the ground quietly. Until they walked to a wall. Domain expansion. Shi Wen's heavy voice sounded. The black power spread from Shi Wen's feet to the back of the apostles like water, forming a black pool with a diameter of 50 meters. The air exuded a heavy and solemn atmosphere. A grey stone column with a thickness of tens of meters and full of lines rose from the black pool. Boom boom boom. The grand building made a deafening sound. The sky shook and the earth shook, and the earth felt like an earthquake. The huge stone column was unstoppable, directly poking open the surrounding objects and the sky above. It directly emerged hundreds of meters high. The largest building in this holy land was directly poked open, revealing the scene above, the white sky covered by white fog. Crack! The lines of the stone column began to emerge with white light, and then its shell was neatly broken along the lines, and then it was attached to the boundary of 50 meters in diameter and suspended in the air around a white light column. It looked extremely sacred and spectacular. Shaking horizon. As the stone pattern spell was finished, the wall blocking them was directly flattened. Ahem! What's going on? Is there an earthquake? The leaders of the member states in the meeting were startled by the sudden vibration and deafening sound. But before they could figure out what was going on, the wall behind the chairman of the meeting exploded. The smoke and dust rushed over in large quantities. Many kings were choked by the dust, and their originally luxurious clothes were covered with a layer of dust, and their whole faces became a little dusty. But compared to this, as they gradually saw several figures coming out of the thick smoke, the faces that were originally complaining and dissatisfied were all filled with horror. In the vision of the 5 elders and the leaders of various countries, in front of the white light column that seemed to reach the sky and surrounded the stone wall, 7 figures of different shapes slowly appeared in the smoke and dust. The terrible aura enveloped the entire venue, causing cold sweat to fall on their foreheads. How is it possible? Apostles, they are demon apostles, aren't they demon apostles? What's going on, why are they here? Damn it, has the Holy Land of Marijoa been invaded by apostles? What should we do? Guard, no, it's the Admiral of the Navy, let the Admiral of the Navy come to rescue quickly. Seeing the 7 apostles appear, the heads of the kingdoms in the entire venue could not calm down. The 7 demon apostles, these inhuman guys are real monsters, even the 4 emperors of the pirates will be defeated when facing them one-on-one. Now they have all come to Marijoa. It's still the critical time for the heads of various countries to attend the World Conference. What are these apostles planning to do? Could it be that they want to hold them hostage? No one thinks that these demon apostles came to the Holy Land to make a big noise at this time just to say hello. They must be in big trouble. Now they were facing 7 apostles, so close to them. The terrible pressure made them feel like they didn't even have the strength to stand up and run away. Life and death were completely in the other party's mind. Few people would not panic in this situation. Da-da-da. The crisp footsteps sounded. Under the ugly faces of the 5 elders and the panicked expressions of many kings, the celestial dragon, who was dressed almost the same as the celestial dragons, walked out slowly. Kings of the member states and the 5 elders with the highest power, it's a first meeting, how polite. Chapter 361. They want to see what the 5 elders say, is he really loyal to you? In the meeting room of the World Conference in the Holy Land of Marijoa. In this room where one wall and even part of the ceiling were completely broken, and other places were also cracked. All the heads of member states who were qualified to come to the World Conference were sweating on their backs, looking at the 7 apostles of the devil who suddenly appeared. Especially the figure who came out from the apostles and greeted them. Is this the last of the 7 apostles of the demon god? There should be no mistake. He looks really scary. They thought. In the past, there were only 6 apostles. There is one that never showed up. This also made many people curious about what the last apostle looked like. Now I see him. Sure enough, he also looked inhuman. The dress was similar to that of ordinary celestial dragons, and there was an unknown liquid in the glass cover on his head, and the image of his exposed brain. Just looking at it made people feel scared. If this image suddenly appeared at the bedside late at night, it might scare people to death. This time they were able to witness the last such the image of an apostle. In the past, they might have been interested in discussing it. But now they would rather not have seen it, because the other party came directly to the scene. This is a life and death crisis. No matter how they read it in the newspaper, no matter how powerful the apostle is in the newspaper, they can still comment or even complain. But if the other party really appears in front of them, under the cover of that terrible aura, they didn't even dare to breathe, and they were so nervous that they didn't have the mood to make fun of anything. At this time, they only had one idea. Are the guards of the Holy Land Mary Joa just eating dry food? They actually let the demon apostle come directly to the scene at the critical moment of this world meeting. This idea is actually the idea of the 5 elders now. At this time, they have seen the outside world through the hole in the dome behind the apostles that leads directly to the sky, the white foggy sky. At the same time, they can already feel the chaos outside. In addition to these apostles, there are other people invading, and the number seems to be quite large. Are they all the mysterious demons? Apostles of the demons, you all came out in full force, what is the matter? At this time, the 5 elders all stood up under the great pressure from the surroundings and confronted these apostles. They have already listened to Tianlong's introduction of himself. Tianlong is the name of this apostle, and this name plus the dress that looks like a Tianlong person. The faces of the 5 elders are a little ugly. They feel that the existence of this apostle may have a blow to the image of Tianlong people. As an apostle of the demon god, he has terrible power, and this look is indeed very terrible. That's right. Once Tianlong, the apostle, appears in the public eye, he may become popular, and may be extremely popular. The reason is, there is a lot of room for his image and his name. Maybe the celestial dragons may be demonized by the newspapers into a similar image. Then the image of the celestial dragons in the minds of the public may be comparable to that of a monster. But now is not the time for the 5 elders to care about these things. Now that the apostles have appeared, they don't have so much energy to pay attention to these possible subsequent problems. After the apostles appeared, what worries them most is whether the demon behind them has also come to the Holy Land. If that terrifying guy also comes here, it will be bad. In the depths of this Pangu city, Lord Yumu is still there. That lord cannot be exposed so casually, especially in this increasingly dangerous era. Now the 5 elders regret the dispatch of the Navy Admiral King. This World Conference, in order to minimize the influence of King on this conference, they did not dare to let King go to the Holy Land. In order to reduce unnecessary thoughts of those kings who want to cut the gold in the sky. Unexpectedly, the apostles actually came to the door, and they came directly to Pangu City, the center of the Holy Land. This incident made the 5 elders feel that the guard of the Holy Land should be strengthened in the future. It was not long since the last slave liberation and the abduction of the celestial dragons. Now such a terrible situation has occurred. Now almost all the leaders of the member states attending the meeting are here, and they dare not act rashly. This group of kings were all killed in the Holy Land by accident. Then the sea will definitely go wild. Our purpose is very simple, that is, we hope that you, the 5 elders and the kings of the member states will surrender to the demon god on behalf of the world government and believe in our demon god together. This is a very simple thing for you. Just nod and leave a witness. Tianlong said and took out a black patterned den mushi from his collar. Of course, you also need to pay tribute regularly. At this time, Tianlong added a sentence, and the unknown person with bubbles on his head highlighted his playful mood at this time. After listening to Tianlong's words, the whole venue fell silent. The leaders of the member states looked at each other, feeling extremely dreamy. How could the world government agree to such a thing, let alone them? However, they had no intention of being the first to speak out. Now they wanted to see what the 5 elders would say. We refuse. How could such a ridiculous thing be possible? The 5 elders looked at each other and naturally rejected such a request. As long as you have reason, you know that this kind of thing is impossible. Besides, don't forget. Even if there is a demon behind you, our navy has the Admiral King who can defeat him. You dare to invade here now? Are you tired of living? At this time, the 5 elders with a mustache, Saint Wao Churi, directly brought out King. At this time, facing these daring apostles, they can only bring out the Admiral King to shock them. At the same time, they are also waiting for the arrival of support. The Holy Land of Mary Joa itself has a good foundation. in addition to the 5 elders' own strong strength. It also has here is the Knights of God, a CP0 that has the power to deal with the Celestial Dragon's guards and the Celestial Dragon's shield. In addition, there are also some powerful families of Celestial Dragons living in the Holy Land. After all, the Celestial Dragons themselves have elites, and the Knights of God are selected from those elites. However, not all Celestial Dragon elites will join the Knights of God. In this way, the strength of the Holy Land itself is actually very high. At least the Navy does not count King Ennis' death, and the world government is only stronger than the Navy. This is without the foundation of IM and the national treasure. However, strong is strong. Until it is absolutely necessary. The 5 elders are unwilling to do it themselves. Now they hope that the Navy can send top combat forces to support them as soon as possible. I believe that the Navy 0.7 should have received an abnormality. The huge light stone pillar that pierced Pangu City is very recognizable. It's a pity that they want to wait for support, but the situation seems to be beyond their control. Sun God King. Tianlong's empty voice sounded in the room. I remember that he seemed to have left you Celestial Dragons to die during the Death War. Tianlong's words made the faces of many member countries change, and also made the faces of the 5 elders gloomy. Is he really loyal to your world government, or loyal to you Celestial Dragons? Looking at the many suddenly changed faces, Tianlong still talked to himself. But now, regardless of this, you have no choice now. Even if you want to wait for his rescue, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but change their faces when they heard this. What does this mean? Could it be that? Gurgle. Some people swallowed their saliva in their throats. Could it be that the demon behind the apostles, Ryomen Sukuna, took action? Chapter 362 The 5 elders will not be beaten to death, will they? You may not be able to provide support. Did the demon behind you take action? While others were guessing, the 5 elders with a mustache, the 5 elders, asked the apostles directly. No matter how you guess, it is better to ask directly, maybe the other party will give you information directly. Who knows? Unfortunately, Tianlong did not do as the 5 elders wished, but directly became a riddler. Except for the Sun God, whether other support from this Holy Land can arrive is also unknown. Tianlong's words made the leaders of all the member countries a little frightened. Don't talk nonsense with them, you are the 5 elders. I feel that you have good strength. If you don't want to surrender like this, then it's simple, come and defeat us. But whether you can survive at that time depends on your ability. When the 5 elders were all gloomy, the yellow-clothed apostle among the 7 apostles stood up directly, and his devil face showed a charming smile. Some scary eyes looked up and down at the 5 elders, as if they were looking at the goods. Does anyone want to practice with me? I'm itching to practice. Seeing the yellow-clothed man in front of them, the 5 elders looked at each other and were afraid of the yellow-clothed man. Anyway, it was not up to them to decide whether to fight or not, and those guys were so useless that they didn't even come over now. 25. Demon Apostle Yellow Cloth, have you defeated Big Mom's monster? In that case, let me meet you. Satan, the curly-haired 5 elders, walked out with a cane. If possible, he really didn't want to fight this inhuman monster, but now they were the passive party. Of course, they also have Lord Im in their background. And this is also their base camp, not far from the Navy headquarters, even if the Navy's king was really restrained by that man. Then the other Navy should be able to move. What they have to do now is to delay time and wait for the arrival of support. He didn't believe that such a big holy land couldn't even get a decent support. Go outside. This place is not suitable for fighting. Okay. But do you want to call one more person? I'm afraid you're not enough for me to play with. The unscrupulous words of Huang Yi made Satan Saint take a deep breath. His words made the usually high-handed 5 elders feel angry. He naturally wanted to be beaten up, but he was not sure about dealing with this terrible guy. After all, this was a ruthless man who could defeat Big Mom. However, now their numbers are completely unequal. No need. Satan Saint refused in a stiff tone. Then he walked outside, and Huang Yi followed with interest, not afraid of traps or the like. Let's go. Are the 5 elders going to fight? Many leaders of member countries looked at Satan Saint's leaving figure in shock. Because the 5 elders have never made a move in the public eye, many heads of member states only think of the 5 elders as the 5 people with the highest power in the world. There is no need for the 5 elders, who are at the pinnacle of power, to make a move. Many people think that their strength is no different from that of ordinary people. The royal families of these member states are the best example. Many kings of member states are at the level of ordinary people, so naturally they also view the 5 elders in this way. Some kings of member states are more rational. It is not surprising that the 5 elders have strength. The celestial dragons cannot be in this position just for free. Especially in this era, over the past 6 months, the changes in the times have made people worship personal force more and more. Because you can really get everything you want with force, the king of terror who once dominated the new world, now the demon god, interprets this truth. Therefore, it is not surprising that the 5 elders who control the highest power of the world government have strength. People with great power have great strength, and people with great strength can have higher power. This logic has gradually occupied people's minds. This is also a headache for the member countries. Some civilians even want to riot after they have strength, which may be the reason for some changes in concepts. At this moment, the leaders of the member countries still admire the 5 elders very much. No matter how strong they are, they may not be able to face that kind of monster. Will the 5 elders really not be beaten to death? They all have pessimistic thoughts about this. Since the guy in yellow is going to play, I'll have some fun too. After Huang Yi and Satan Shang left, Zhu Rong also came out. Looking at Zhu Rong, who looked like he was eager to play, the 5 elders felt a little frustrated and had to let one more person out. When the 5 elders felt a little frustrated, Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, received a request for help from the Holy Land of Marijoa. Kong was also solemn when he received the information from the General Zhang Guo, who was now stationed in the Holy Land. Immediately convened an emergency meeting with the senior officials who stayed in the headquarters of the Navy. Soon, the meeting room gathered the Navy generals who had arrived quickly due to the emergency meeting. After they sat down at this time, Kong's first sentence at the beginning of the meeting made their faces change wildly. The Holy Land of Marijoa has been invaded. How is it possible? Hearing this, the Navy generals were in an uproar and began to discuss. Seeing that many generals looked incredulous, Kong nodded and then waved his hand to signal everyone to stop discussing. The situation is urgent now. According to the information obtained by Zhang Guo, who is now stationed in the Holy Land, the invaders this time are the legendary mysterious demons. Not only the demons, but also the demon apostles have taken action, and even appeared in Pangu City to take action. Hearing Kong's description of the situation, everyone still felt like they were dreaming. The Holy Land was invaded, and it was invaded by the mysterious race of the demons, and even the apostles in Pangu City took action. Is this the rhythm of starting a war? Marshal Kong, how many demons are invading the Holy Land now? One of the lieutenant generals quickly asked a question that everyone was concerned about after being shocked. Nowadays, the demons are still a very mysterious race to the world. People's understanding of the demons lies in the apostles, and through the apostles, you can imagine how powerful this race is. Not sure. Not sure. Hearing Kong's answer, everyone frowned. Kong placed the images of several photos on the projection cloth in the conference room through the Den Mushi. It was a white mist, a human-shaped black mist, and other figures of various shapes, as well as a photo of a stone light column extending from Pangu City. Now the Holy Land is shrouded in a white mist, visibility is relatively low, and it is impossible to observe the current situation clearly. But for now, the mystery of the demons can be slightly unveiled. 230 motioned everyone to look at the projected image, and Kong talked about some of the problems that Zhang Guo found on the scene. This gave the Navy a deeper understanding of the demons. However, Kong did not say too much. The most urgent task was to support the Holy Land. He did not expect that the demon apostles and the demons would be so crazy that they dared to invade the Holy Land directly. The Holy Land is very close to the Navy headquarters. Aren't they worried about King's deployment? Or do they think that by holding the kings and the 5 elders of the member countries hostage, they can make them all afraid to act rashly? Or, the demons are also supporting them from behind? Kong had a headache when he thought of the former possibility. Now is the time when the kings of the member states are gathered together. These kings are really a big weakness now, if the other party is really shameless to threaten. The latter possibility is even more dangerous. If the other party attacks again, it means that the demon god has the confidence to defeat King. This is a very serious problem. Sora didn't think too much. Now the situation is unclear, there is no need to scare himself. Now I will arrange the support candidates, King, Esteth, Borsellino. Suddenly, Sora's voice stopped and looked at a wall. The eyes of many generals also followed his gaze. Just under their gaze, a ghost-like figure emerged from the wall, or came through the wall. He looked at the curious eyes of everyone in the conference room looking at him, and he was not afraid of the stage. He said something that made everyone's face change slightly. Human Navy, you may not be able to support the world government. Chapter 363 The 9 Demons of the Demon Clan, The Surging Sea Kings. Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. The meeting room was filled with solemnity, and the Navy generals present stared fiercely at the unexpected guest. Combined with his words and the demons that were now wreaking havoc in the Holy Land, the other party's identity was self-evident. You should also be a demon, right? Seeing the ghost-like black shadow coming, Kong directly he started by probing. What? Invading the Holy Land is not enough. Could it be that your apostles dare to invade the Navy headquarters, or that you are an apostle? Now Kong is very wary of the demons. During the invasion of the Holy Land, the demons showed a very strong foundation. Because the warring states at the scene just found groups of demons of different shapes. The number of the teams was not large, but they all felt elite. There were more than 100 who felt similar to or exceeded the strength of ordinary vice admirals. Such a foundation was really a bit scary. You have to know that in their navy, even if the strong men who were recruited were counted, there were only dozens of people with the strength of vice admirals in the navy. If the demons with such a number of strong men were very rare, then they could be regarded as a gifted tribe. He. Hearing Kong's probing, the demon who came here laughed in a low voice, and the laughter felt a bit illusory and ethereal. I am Dark Knight, one of the 9 demons of the demon clan. I am not here to start a war, but to deliver a message under the order of the apostle. Looking at the many navy generals with puzzled expressions on their faces, Dark Knight said slowly. I hope that the navy, especially His Excellency the Sun God, can stay on this island temporarily and wait for our demon clan to finish their business in the Holy Land. Dark Knight's words made some navy generals frown, while others spoke quickly. 9 demons of the demon clan, since you obey the orders of those apostles, your strength should be lower than theirs. You are so arrogant, what do you rely on? Are there other demons? If so, call them out. A Navy Vice Admiral said with his eyes wide open. The demon clan openly invaded the Holy Land of Marigosa, the headquarters of the world government. After the invasion, they even came to the Navy headquarters to provoke. Do they really think that the demon clan is invincible? The top combat power of the Navy is almost gathered in the current conference room. Even if the demon clan really comes, they are not afraid, after all, King is also here. I am the only demon sent here this time, so you don't need to look for me. Feeling the Navy generals on the opposite side using a special power to scan the room, and yet also knew that it should be the human observation haki. However, even if they scanned all the rooms around here, they would not find anything unusual. Because he was the only demon who came here, and he really came here to deliver a message, even if he took action, it would not be his turn. These demons are really bold and presumptuous. They dared to come alone and speak nonsense. Could it be that they came here to delay the support time? After hearing Anyi's words, many generals stopped the exploration of observation haki and thought so. They could only think so, otherwise the other party really thought that they could stop the rescue of the Navy with just a mouth. Let's not talk about the group of celestial dragons, but the world government and the kings of the member countries cannot have too many mistakes, otherwise there will be great shock and chaos in the sea. In fact, the invasion of the Holy Land of Marigosa by the demons is enough to stir up huge waves in the sea. How arrogant! You are the only one, so are you planning to hold us back? A vice admiral sneered, with armed color domineering wrapped around his hand, and then cast his eyes on Marshal Kong. Obviously, he planned to wait for the order of the Navy Marshal to take down this arrogant guy directly. Now there is only one opponent, and the senior Navy officials are all here. If he doesn't show it now, when will he show it? At this time, Kong didn't show his face and went straight to the point. If you have any confidence, show it directly. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to delay time next time. He. Sun God King, I hope you can't act rashly, otherwise your human navy headquarters may not be able to be saved. If you don't believe it, you can go to the takeaway and look around. The illusory and ethereal voice sounded in this conference room, and it was mainly said to King. After all, no one can question his power. Now holding him back is the most important part of the apostles' operation, and success is the best. Dark Knight's figure began to pass through the wall directly backwards and quickly floated outside the building. Since Dark Night appeared, Kong's observation haki has been locked on this strange demon. That strange feeling is very recognizable. According to the observation of the Holy Land civil war on the invading demons in the Holy Land, most of those demons have one thing in common, that is, that strange breath. A strange breath that is ethereal and carries the original sin. Let's go outside and take a look. Kong watched Dark Night leave quickly. He took the lead and planned to see what this demon was thinking. It's not like he really came here to play tricks on them. The sea area around the Navy headquarters. In the dark seabed, there are huge monsters swimming faintly, and small bubbles occasionally appear, floating to the surface and breaking into crystal water foam. After Dark Night left the meeting at the Navy headquarters, the sea area around the Navy headquarters began to riot, and the sea surface was boiling like boiling water. This abnormal situation also attracted the Navy patrolling and stationed at the edge of the Navy headquarters and the port. They looked at the sea surface with some astonishment. Huge black shadows were everywhere in the entire Navy headquarters. What is this? No way. Experienced Navy officers looked at those black shadows and their faces turned pale and they broke out in cold sweat. Especially some Navy officers who had participated in extremely vicious wars were even more terrified. Such huge black shadows, aren't they sea kings? So many. How is it possible? They felt that similar black shadows were everywhere around Marineford. They just felt a chill in their hearts. This is the Navy headquarters, not the doldrums. How could these big guys appear? Whirl. When they were a little scared and doubted their lives, the sea surface around Marineford exploded with a clatter. One after another, huge monsters emerged directly from the sea, like mountains, surrounding the entire Marineford. At a rough glance, there were more than 100. And there were more black shadows lurking in the seabed farther away. To be honest, if the Navy headquarters was not connected to a giant ocean current, the depth of the surrounding sea water was much deeper than other ordinary islands, and it would be difficult for these sea kings to swim so close. There are still places around here where only sea kings can swim past hundreds of meters. Are you kidding me? How can giant sea kings and super giant sea kings appear here, and there are so many of them? Many Navy officers were frightened when they saw the huge monsters that looked like towering peaks suddenly emerging from the sea. The impact of this scene was too great, and the timid ones might even be frightened to incontinence. Sea kings, they are actually sea kings, and they are so huge, and there are so many of them. At this time, Sora and a group of Navy generals have come outside. The sea kings that suddenly emerged were as big as mountains, and even they looked very delicate. After all, strictly speaking, the island of Marineford is not a big island. The sea kings that looked like mountains surrounded the island, which really made the island feel weak and helpless. Looking at those huge monsters, Kong's face was very solemn, and he thought quickly in his heart. Why did these sea kings come here? Could it be that the demons can control the sea kings, or they got the legendary ancient weapon Sea King? Thinking of this possibility, Kong couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chapter 364 The white fog dissipated, Kaido and Big Mom arrived. Navy headquarters. Almost all the Navy in Marineford were attracted by the huge movement around the island, whether outside or inside the building. Almost all the Navy looked at the huge monsters surrounding the island in shock. Being surrounded by such huge and terrifying sea kings, their sense of security was reduced to the extreme. Although they had a large number of cannons and warships installed in the fortress of the Navy headquarters. But in front of the terrifying number of behemoths around, they had no sense of security at all. No one dared to fire at will, for fear of arousing the anger of these big guys and destroying the island. Is this what you demons rely on? Have you found the ancient weapon Sea King? Sora looked at Dark Night floating quietly beside him and asked directly in a deep voice. Ancient weapon Sea King? Of course not, these Sea Kings are under the command of Lord Whale, and Lord Whale is an apostle who can lead the Sea Kings. And Dark Night said afterwards. This is not a secret that needs to be hidden. This time, the demons took action to shock the world and save the face of the previous defeat to the evil King Hisoka. And the power of the Sea King is extremely powerful. There are a large number of Sea Kings hidden in the Calm Belt. If they can be driven, it will be a great deterrent to the whole world. Even the Navy and the world government are no exception. This power is too huge. If the Sea Kings in the entire Calm Belt can attack all islands inhabited by humans, this is a world-destroying disaster for humans. Of course, the whale cannot really command all the Sea Kings now. Only the Sea Kings who have received its sincere teachings are willing to submit to it. For the whale, it is enough to have enough Sea Kings. It does not have so much energy to conquer the Sea Kings along the doldrums. Sora is naturally not clear about this situation. He just saw that the Sea Kings around the Navy headquarters stared at the island after they appeared and did not make any other unusual movements. This situation made him sure that it was not a coincidence that these Sea Kings came here. The demons really have a way to control the Sea Kings. This is bad. Apostle Whale? The apostle who looks like a whale actually has such power? Sora did not fully believe what Dark Knight said, but it is also true that the other party can control the Sea Kings now. In the future, the apostles of the demons will become extremely troublesome because the other party has the ability to overturn the table. Now the other party uses the Navy headquarters to threaten, can it use the safety of all mankind to threaten in the future? If you want to deal with the apostles, then the apostle whale is the primary target. I wonder how many Sea Kings this apostle can control? It's really scary. In this case, can we not go to support them? Kizaru, one of the generals, looked at the Sea Kings around the island and spoke slowly. Seeing that many generals were looking at him, Sora also felt a lot of pressure. Whether King could protect Marineford steadily under so many Sea Kings touched his blind spot in knowledge. However, to be on the safe side, he planned to go through the Holy Land first. The world government should not be vulnerable to a single blow. At the same time, we should discuss whether we can solve this situation. Now the other party wants to use the Sea Kings to delay the support of the Navy. It depends on whether the Navy can deal with these Sea Kings. He set his sights on Esteth and Kuzan. Holy Land Mary Gosa. In a certain location, Sengoku led the Navy to stop some demons from wreaking havoc, and next to him was Akainu Sakazuki. This World Conference. The 5 elders originally wanted to let Sengoku and White Phoenix Esteth of the Navy guard the Holy Land. But Esteth could not be transferred at all. In her words, she was completely uninterested. The 5 elders really couldn't do anything about this, because now they needed to win over this powerful force. And there was also the existence of Yachiryu behind Esteth. It wasn't too much, and the 5 elders didn't want to offend this overbearing woman. This fog is very difficult to deal with. It's hard to let go, and those demons are also very troublesome. At this time, Zhangguo commanded the Navy to grope and fight in the white fog. This fog directly blocked the vision, which greatly restricted all the personnel guarding the Holy Land. After all, not everyone has the observation haki, and the opponent is still those weird demons. For the strong, the restrictions are also very large. When fighting, I felt directly tied up, worried about affecting my own people. Dispersed. Suddenly, Zhangguo saw the white fog dissipating. The scene of the entire Holy Land Mary Gosa reappeared in front of everyone. Soon, the guards and navy of Mary Gosa saw many of their own people lying on the ground and others who were still fighting. The most important thing is, they finally saw the full picture of the enemy. There were nearly tens of thousands of those weird demons who could ignore guns and ordinary swords. This made many guards fighting against the demons mentally explode. Are there so many? Warring states looked at the demons and felt a little frightened. Because the demons have a common characteristic, they can ignore guns and ordinary swords. Such a fight is simply a nightmare for ordinary guards who don't know how to be domineering. Oh, I'm here. This is a grand war. A huge laugh that shook the sky resounded through the sky. This familiar laugh made Warring State's face change color. He raised his head suddenly and saw a giant dragon flying in the sky. How could he not know about that dragon? Kaido, the beast, that guy actually participated in this big event. Is he because of the apostle? Then, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Warring States couldn't help but recall the Big Mom ship that happened to go to Fishman Island to collect cakes. Mama, I didn't expect the demons to really invade the Holy Land of Marijoa. It's really interesting. While Warring States was thinking, Big Mom's figure really appeared. She was seen standing on a cloud, holding a machete in her hand, and a small sun beside her, and flew directly to not far from Kaido. Zhangguo looked at the two of them coming, and felt speechless. 2 of the 4 emperors actually came in a group. Did they really obey the orders of the demons? Or did they come here to fish in troubled waters? Dragon breath. Oops. Seeing that Kaido, the beast, was coming, he didn't care about martial arts and jumped and dragged the dragon to the entire battlefield. Wangguo, who witnessed this scene, immediately shot over and didn't forget to call Akainu. Boom. Dazzling flames shone in the sky above Mary Gyoase, when Kaido's dragon breath sprayed out. Zhang Guo directly caught up with the domineering aura entangled with the thick fire column breath, and after a stalemate, he strongly defeated the huge fire column, and countless sparks flew and collapsed, and this disaster like a natural disaster did not break out. When Sengoku defeated the pillar of fire, Akainu attacked Big Mom with a big fire. Don't underestimate me. Magma boy. Facing the huge magma fist coming from Akainu, Big Mom waved Napoleon's domineering aura and collided with Akainu's big fire. A huge shock wave swept down directly. The trees and boulders planted on the street below them were broken, and even some buildings not far away were cracked and collapsed. The confrontation between the two ended with Big Mom's attack being better. The disintegrating magma was like raindrops falling, directly dripping some guards and even Navy soldiers to the point of crying for their parents. This scene made Sengoku feel helpless. He originally wanted Satsuki to guard against Big Mom's sneak attack, but he didn't expect that he would directly attack. But now is not the time to blame him. At this time, Sengoku and Akainu stood side by side. Kaido also fell directly from the sky and turned into a human form, and Big Mom also jumped off the cloud and fell next to Kaido. The two sides stood opposite each other and confronted each other directly. Chapter 365 I Go Wherever I Want, Endless War Zone. Kaido, Big Mom, why are you two here? At this time, Sengoku looked at the two pirates standing side by side and asked in a deep voice. Oh, the Navy Admiral Sengoku, I can go wherever I want, but are you Navy really working like slaves for the Celestial Dragons? Kaido carried a mace on his shoulder, and his thunderous laughter resounded through the sky, causing fear among the guards of the Holy Land again. The appearance of Kaido and Big Mom just now was clearly seen by many guards of the Holy Land. In addition to the demons, even Kaido and Big Mom of the four emperors participated in this invasion. This obvious fact undoubtedly hit their determination to guard the Holy Land. As guards stationed in the Holy Land all year round, in this comfortable place, the guards here cannot compare with the Navy in terms of risk resistance to emergencies. Humph! Don't confuse the public with lies. No matter what you want to do, you have to get through us first. When it comes to the Celestial Dragons, Sengoku can't be too clear. Anyway, they can't let Kaido and Big Mom wander around in the Holy Land. These remnants of the former Rocks pirates have now become the four emperors. They are ambitious. If they are really left alone, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause. Mama, Sengoku? Come and try if you can do it. Big Mom next to Kaido also laughed and looked at Kaido at the same time. I didn't expect that we could still fight side by side. I really miss it. Kaido. Hearing the sudden words of Big Mom next to him, Kaido was slightly startled, and then hit him mercilessly. Don't come to hold me back. Dead old woman. After he finished speaking, he swung his mace excitedly and leaped towards the warring states. This is the battlefield he has always dreamed of. Not long ago, Kaido received a letter from the demons. The letter and the messenger who delivered the message to his territory only had one thing. That is, the demons will invade the Holy Land of Marijoa, and if he is interested, he can go there in secret. Of course, Kaido is very interested in this, not only for the strength of the demons, but also the most important thing is the battlefield. The Holy Land of Marijoa is the territory of the world's largest nobles, the Celestial Dragons. If this place could be plunged into war, Kaido would naturally be happy to come and participate. However, he did not expect to meet Big Mom. Although they are still in an alliance, Kaido has no good face for Big Mom. Kaido, you guy. Seeing Kaido pick up the mace and run away, Big Mom swallowed her words. She focused her eyes on Akainu who was silent not far away. Stared at by Big Mom's tiger eyes, Akainu did not say anything nonsense. His right hand was smoking and red and hot magma kept pouring out. Go to hell. Big Mom. Big fire. People are ruthless and don't talk much. Akainu showed a fierceness that he wanted to kill Big Mom as soon as he made a move. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He didn't think there was anything to say to the pirate Akainu. He just beat him to death. Mama, what an arrogant boy. Faced with the huge magma fist that erupted, the air around the ant became dry and the temperature rose again. But she was not afraid at all, and she just held Napoleon and exploded. Elbaf's spear Waiguo. As the two attacks collided, a huge shock wave spread from the place of confrontation to the surroundings. The typhoon-like wind spread, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Those guys really don't know how to deal with it. This is a holy land. In front of a gorgeous building in the holy land of Marijoa, a group of mysterious figures wearing luxurious clothes and carrying weapons looked at the battle between Akainu and Big Mom in the distance. Watching their battle causing great damage to Marijoa, one of the figures couldn't help but speak. The leading figure held the hilt of the sword at his waist with one hand, looking at the chaotic scene around him. The alarm, the rampaging demons, the fleeing crowd, the counter-attacking guards, and the stone light column that stabbed out of Pangu City not far away, as well as several figures blocking their way. His palms couldn't help but clench slightly. They are the Knights of God, the knights who protect the celestial dragons, and they also have the power to judge and sentence the celestial dragons. The leader is the supreme commander of the Knights of God, Ancient Saint Figolando Green. After the invasion of the demons, the Knights of God quickly arranged for the celestial dragons in the Holy Land to take refuge. Then they prepared to go to the scene to support the 5 elders. However, they were stopped by the demons. The several figures in front of them, led by the demon wrapped in steel armor, all had an aura that should not be underestimated. That's right. The Knights of God led by Green Ancient Saint did not rush to Pangu City for support in the first time. You humans look pretty good, it's really tempting to harvest you. Among the demons blocking the front of the Knights of God, a demon carrying a huge blood-red sickle kept looking up and down at the Knights of God. The red eyes especially stayed on the leader, the Ancient Saint Green. He could feel that this man was the strongest, and he couldn't wait to see him being cut open one by one. Yang Lu, the name of this demon, was born out of people's fear of killing. The demon tribe formed. Leave this human to me. You can choose the others. When Yang Lu set his eyes on the Green Ancient Saint, the leading demon tribe had already made a decision, and said directly to the Green Ancient Saint opposite. Ha ha ha, War King, let me take this human. I like to kill this kind of strong man the most. At this time, Yang Luo looked at the Green Ancient Saint and laughed. No, you don't even have a domain, it's almost impossible to win, so you should honestly choose someone else. And I also want to find a strong man to fight. The War King in armor rejected Yang Luo without hesitation. Then he directly invited the Green Ancient Saint. The strong man of the human. Then come with me. If you don't want to affect others. The Green Ancient Saint looked at his team and the opponent's team, and after making some arrangements, he finally followed. He planned to defeat this demon tribe as quickly as possible, and then come back to support others. These demons are very strange and powerful. If they gather together, it will be very difficult for him to defeat them. The demons dared to invade Mary Gosa openly. This matter must not be let go. As a celestial dragon, Ancient Saint Green attaches great importance to the reputation of celestial dragons. The invasion of the demons makes him very dissatisfied. Of course, his most important task now is to defeat the demons in full steel armor in front of him. As a king who was once active in the Canyon of Gods, Ancient Saint Green has such confidence. It seems that you are very calm. Human. After the War King took Ancient Saint Green out of a short distance, he turned around and faced Ancient Saint Green, and the War King's voice was sharp with a metallic sound. Let me introduce myself, War King, one of the 9 demons. A strong man like you is very suitable to be my touchstone. Let me test my limits. The 9 demons is the collective name of the 9 strongest demons among the top demons. At the beginning, it was composed of 9 top demons who were born one after another, and then this title was fixed. It has directly become a title for the competition mode of the demons. Currently, there are 13 top demons in the demon clan, so the competition is not so fierce. It may be hard to say in the future. The demons can grow, and their upper limit depends on the corresponding ability when they are born. The top demons will gradually increase in the future. Looking at the chaotic battlefield around him, the War King finished his words and had no intention of waiting for the Ancient Saint Green to speak. He opened the domain directly at the beginning. Domain expansion. The Ancient Saint Green saw the demon in front of him make a gesture with one hand. The surrounding scene changed accordingly. The endless yellow sand, the raging wind, the ground was full of weapons, broken flags and corpses. Endless battlefield river. Chapter 366 Joining the Carnival of War, Yim's Waiting. As the War King recited the last spell. Ho ho ho. Feeling the touch of the wind and sand, the Ancient Saint Green's face changed slightly. What is this? He valued the greatly changed environment around him, and his heart was shocked. Is this the domain of the demons? This is an amazing power. The apostles also used it in several battles between the apostles and the four emperors. So, ancient Saint Green also knew about it. Only after experiencing it personally, you will feel the amazing power that seems to change the world. Welcome to my domain. Next, you will experience my power and join the carnival of war. The War King, who was born from people's fear of war, has the ability to defeat the enemy with the majority in this domain. Ancient Saint Green looked back at the surrounding scene at this time. Not only him, but also some guards who were also swept in because of the close distance were looking at the surrounding environment in panic. Of course, some demons were also swept in. Some of these demons were middle or upper demons. Starting from the middle demons, they already had wisdom that was almost not inferior to humans. At this time, after seeing the War King, they looked at him with admiration and looked around curiously. This is a domain that only very few demons can use. Among the 9 demons of their demon clan, only the top 5 can use the domain. As one of them, the War King is naturally worshipped by other demons. After the War King directly ignored the humans and demons involved, he spoke to the ancient Saint Green. All the corpses lying on the ground in the domain stood up tremblingly, carrying their sharp weapons and shields, and some held high their muskets and artillery fire. Then the face of the ancient Saint Green changed drastically. All the corpses that crawled up began to attack the ancient Saint Green as if they were starting a war. The reason why the ancient Saint Green's face changed drastically was that he found that these puppet-like warriors attacked him as if they could teleport. This attack method directly surprised the ancient Saint Green. Fortunately, the ancient Saint Green was once able to become the king active in the Canyon of God, so he naturally had strength. He directly opened the armed color domineering on his body and resisted all attacks firmly. Seeing that the ancient Saint Green was not injured, the War King applauded him. Dang dang dang. The steel armor between the hands collided, and a crisp and rhythmic sound was heard. Human! Let me see how long you can hold on. Demons? How arrogant! Next, I will crush your arrogance. Grim drew the sword from his waist. No matter what ability the opponent has, as the supreme commander of the Knights of God officer, he is not so incapable of defeating even one demon. Deep in the Pangu city of Mary Gosa, among the flowers, a figure is inside, watching the butterflies flying around in panic, feeling the ground shaking due to the battle outside, and is silent. I'm the master of the Void Throne. At this time, I'm quietly feels the chaos outside. I'm has no intention of taking action yet, whether it is because he does not want to be exposed or because of the threat of the demon god, or both, it is unknown. Just waiting quietly. Pangu City, meeting room. Here. There are only 2 of the 5 elders left, the mustache 5 elders Saint Wao Churi and the long-bearded 5 elders Saint Maz, and the others have gone out to fight. Fortunately, the remaining apostles do not have much desire to fight, otherwise all of them would have gone out to fight. Leaving only the apostles and the kings of the allied countries here, who knows what will happen. But even so, the faces of the 2 5 elders are dark. The other kings were even more terrified. Because the laughter that resounded through the sky just now was heard here. The arrival of the 4 emperors Kaido means that the situation has escalated. Does his arrival mean that the other 4 emperors have also arrived? This is a very serious situation. Even now, they still haven't waited for even one person to come to report the situation or come to support. In fact, the periphery of Pangu City has been blocked. If you go outside, you can find a white mist like a white curtain barrier, surrounding the entire Pangu City. Ordinary guards can't get in at all, and will be lost in the white mist unconsciously, wandering around or even dazed as if they were in an illusion. Only the 5 elders who came outside to fight were helpless after discovering the white mist. They all have to fight with the apostles, and they don't have the energy to care about this. Don't struggle, you won't get support. Now, several apostles directly occupied the positions of the 5 elders on the round table. Among the remaining 4 apostles, there were Tianlong, Hongliu, Shiwen and Jing. Jing was too big, so he floated directly, and the other 3 sat down. The 2 5 elders looked pale when they saw these apostles sitting on their chairs so arrogantly. But they continued to stand and had no intention of sitting down. They had to avoid getting too close to the apostles, otherwise it would be bad if they were plotted against accidentally. The kings of the allied countries sat on the chairs and looked at the apostles. They just felt like they were in a meeting. The other party asked them to think about their purpose just now, and left the 5 elders aside. How much combat power do you have? The 8 bearded 5 elders asked gloomily. Looking at the other party's confident look, he felt a little impatient. No one has come to support them yet. You should know that the Navy has also sent Admiral Sengoku and the monster Vice Admiral Akainu. At the same time, Mary Gosa also has its own combat power, among which the Knights of God are the trump card. But now everything has failed. The 7 apostles are all here, what the hell are those guys doing? They can't even report a message? Could it be that the 4 emperors are really here? Since you are so curious, let me tell you something. The truth can often make people powerless. This time the demons are here to show the world how powerful they are. This war will make the world recognize the existence of the demons again. Looking at the fearful eyes of the kings of the surrounding member states, Tianlong's unknown liquid in the glass cover floated with bubbles. You don't have to think that the Navy headquarters can come to support you. There, it is surrounded by the Sea Kings. Even if it is the Sun God King, if he wants to keep the Navy headquarters, he can't come. Hearing Tianlong's words, many leaders of member states showed shocked expressions. The faces of the 5 elders changed drastically. At this time, the 5 elders felt incredible. The Sea Kings surrounded the Navy headquarters? Isn't this the power of the ancient weapon Sea King? Did the demons get the Sea King? No, the Sea King should not have appeared yet. The faces of the 5 elders kept changing. Chapter 367 The 5 Elders' Frustration, the Sea Frozen. When the 5 elders looked ugly, Tianlong continued. As for the other support of this holy land, you don't have to be lucky. He looked at the leaders of the member countries who were still incredulous about the Sea Kings surrounding the Navy headquarters. This time, our demons came with nearly 10,000 people, and we also arranged Kaido and Big Mom to come. It's not so easy for the guards and Navy of the Holy Land to come. We still have plenty of time next, so what's your answer? The strong pressure was on each of the leaders of the member countries. They looked at each other and sweated. Even some arrogant kings did not dare to speak at this time. Because they were facing a madman who dared to invade the Holy Land of Mary Gosa. The key point was that the opponent was very powerful. 10,000 demons, how powerful was this? Powerful, they don't know. But the arrival of Kaido and Big Mom made them feel disappointed. No wonder the Navy that came to escort them didn't come. They probably can't take care of themselves. Now the leaders of the member countries finally set their sights on the 5 elders. If the sky falls, the tall ones will bear it first. No one is willing to be the first to speak out when it comes to such a sensitive topic. Let's see what the world government does first. As the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years, they should have a solid foundation. It is impossible for them to be destroyed by the demons. If so, how did they survive the past 800 years? Seeing that everyone's eyes were on them, the 5 elders also felt a lot of pressure. If the Navy headquarters really couldn't support them, then they would be in trouble. According to common sense, the power of their holy land is really strong, but the demons on the opposite side are even more outrageous. The 7 apostles, each apostle's aura is very terrifying, and there are also those demons. 10,000 demons, how powerful are the demons? The 5 elders don't know how strong they are. But it can be seen from the fact that the Knights of God and other support have not arrived. Now they still have a trump card. That is Lord Yumu and the national treasure deep in Pangu City. But Lord Yumu himself must have some considerations if he doesn't show up, but the situation has made them in a dilemma. Being forced to this point by the demons is really uncomfortable for the 5 elders. What do you apostles want to do? If it's still the previous statement, it's impossible. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the mustache 5 elders Wakuli Saint said so. His words mean that the 5 elders have compromised a little. Facing the demons that directly attack the Holy Land, they actually compromised. This kind of thing is really a fantasy. At the same time, it also made the eyes of some leaders of the member countries flicker. Is this the benefit of having power? Even the 5 elders with the highest power in the world will compromise because of this. Then, what about the decision they hope to pass at the World Conference? Hehe. Hearing the compromise of the 5 elders, Tianlong laughed deeply. He also knew that it was still unrealistic to make the world government surrender with this power. As a huge force that can rule the world for 800 years, they must have a trump card. They are not overwhelmingly powerful against the world government, although Tianlong has asked the demon god for instructions on this action. But Tianlong dare not speculate on the rules of the demon god. Therefore, he can only calculate the strength of their demon clan. As long as the strength of the demon clan continues to grow, it is not impossible to make the world government surrender in the future. However, they still need to be wary of the attitude of that man, the Sun God King. For the human world government to surrender to the demon clan, Tianlong does not believe that the man will not resist. Under such circumstances, Tianlong can only take it slowly. You still have a reward for our demon god. Don't you think it's ridiculous for a man to reward a god? Hearing Tianlong say this, the 5 elders were stunned. These guys will not invade their holy land just for this. The 5 elders just felt a sense of frustration. When the 5 elders felt frustrated. On the other side, the Navy headquarters. Sora had already received more accurate information about the Holy Land, and Kaido and Big Mom were also in the Holy Land. Just now, he had called the Den Mushi of the 5 elders, but the call was completely blocked. It seems that the world government still needs support. The kings of the member countries must not get into trouble, otherwise the sea will be in chaos. He looked at the sea area with dark shadows around Marineford. Then he set his sights on Admiral White Phoenix's death and Aokiji. Asteth, Kuzan, can you freeze all the sea kings around you? Aokiji touched his head and looked at the slowly swimming black shadows around him, and he also felt a little difficult. The power of those sea kings is very strong, and the deeper he freezes the sea, the more physical strength he consumes. He is not very sure that he can freeze them all and make them unable to break free. Let me do it. Asteth looked at Aokiji, who was still thinking, and stood up directly. The invasion of the demons was also something she was interested in. However, the reason why she took action this time was for her reputation. As long as the surrounding sea kings were frozen, she would take another leave. Without waiting for everyone to continue to react, Asteth took action directly. The huge ice column directly extended to the ocean. The eyes of all the panicked Navy officers in the Navy headquarters lit up. The sea quickly froze and spread. In just a moment, the field of vision was all white. Great! It was Admiral Asteth who took action. Those sea kings should not be able to threaten here anymore. After Asteth took action, 203. The dark night that disappeared in front of them as soon as he sent a message to the Navy headquarters appeared at a hidden edge of Marineford. There was a figure beside him, which was his partner Winter. This time, the messenger was Dark Knight, while Winter was responsible for conveying orders to those demonized monsters, the Sea Kings. How about it, Winter, can you remove it? Anyi's illusory voice sounded. This time, Winter not only led these Sea Kings, but also had the task of dealing with the Navy's action of freezing the sea. Because Winter's ability includes not only freezing but also unfreezing. No, that human's freezing degree is much higher than mine. I can unfreeze it a little, but it is impossible to unfreeze it on such a large scale. Winter put his hand on the frozen sea and felt it for a while, then shook his head. He could feel that the sea was not only frozen but also blessed by a strange power. With his current ability, he was afraid that he would not be able to do it. Is that so? It seems that the battle plan to trap the Sun God King has failed. Anya quickly accepted this situation. Sure enough. It is still easy to overturn with such a trick. Fortunately, this action does not necessarily have to trap him. Even if the Sun God King really went over, they still have the Demon King behind them. Now that the sea is frozen, if these navies still go over slowly, then it may be too late to get there. Chapter 368 King, who is like a god of power, crosses the void. Did it succeed? Next to a building in Marineford. Many generals looked at the silent and empty white world in the distance. Under the thick ice, there are terrible and huge sea kings, and those sea kings are so huge. Even if they are frozen, they may break through the ice. At that time, they can cause amazing destructive power by jumping around in the Navy headquarters. So they can't be careless. Time passed slowly, and after a long time, there was still no other movement on the sea surface, and the Navy generals showed their joyful expressions. As expected of the Admiral of the Navy, Admiral Asteth is so reliable. Even so, many sea kings can't do whatever they want here in the Navy headquarters. This is the power of White Phoenix Asteth. They all praised him. Faced with everyone's praise, Asteth was not interested at all. Borsellino, go to Marijoa first to provide support. After seeing that the sea kings here were probably fine, Sora arranged for Kizaru to go to provide support. It's such a headache. There are so many demons over there, and there are dangerous apostles. I can't handle such a dangerous battlefield alone, Marshal Sora. And I'm still suspended now. Hearing Sora's arrangement, Kizaru complained casually. Kizaru's complaint made Sora shake his head, and then he said. You go first, and I'll arrange for you to resume your duties later. This time Kizaru went to provide support, so it was relatively easy to get him to resume his duties. After all, this demon invasion had a great impact on the Holy Land. Okay. Then I'll trouble Marshal Sora. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, walked away slowly, and then turned into light and flew away in an instant. As Kizaru left, Sora set his sights on Asteth. Asteth, can you give King a ride in your vehicle? I refuse. I love but I don't take other men. Asteth saw that Kong was paying attention to her car and refused directly. There was only one man that her car could carry. Besides, she would ignore even the same kind of person as King. After Asteth refused, she turned around and left. Next, she also wanted to go to the Holy Land to take a look. She was also very interested in the development of the Holy Land. Demon, she remembered the silver-haired girl who always stuck to Mel. She was a demon. She saw that demon just now, and the apostles in the newspaper. They all looked weird. Mel made such a beautiful girl, which was too much. Now, this light bulb follows her everywhere when she goes on a date. Asteth thought with some jealousy. Watching Asteth leave in a swift and decisive manner after rejecting him, Kong felt awkward with the strange looks of all the surrounding Navy commanders. Ahem. Kong stretched out one hand and coughed a few times to ease the embarrassment, then turned his eyes to Yushin. Yushin, can you take King there? For those here, Yushin's heavy fruit can levitate stones and carry people to fly. With his physical strength, it is definitely easy to fly to the Holy Land of Mary Gosa. And Yushin also needs to go to the Holy Land for support, otherwise, after this incident is over, it is hard to say what will happen to Yushin. Although the demon invasion has happened now, it does not mean that what Yushin did before has never happened. Kong can only say that he will try his best to deal with it. This time, after the demon invasion of the Holy Land, Kong himself also wanted to test the trump card of the Holy Land. But he can't do it too obviously. Before the demon left, they said that they would not randomly slaughter the kings of humans, so there was no need to worry too much. This should be a statement made to appease King. After all, it is well known that King does not care much about the celestial dragons. If the kings do not die, the situation will not be too critical. Then, whether King will try his best to rescue is another matter. This is the demon's attitude towards King and the world government. A kind of alienation between the celestial dragons. Sora judged this way. No need, I'll go directly. Seeing that the taciturn King spoke for the first time, everyone's eyes were on him. Did General King take the initiative? Is there any movement from the demon god of the demon clan? After King spoke, everyone couldn't help but think about the possibility. And Yushin will look at King, his eyes slightly open, revealing the white of his eyes. Is this man taking action for that decision? Yushin thought to himself. Before the World Conference began, the generals sent to guard the Holy Land did not include King. White Phoenix's death refused, but King did not. Obviously, the world government was worried that King's arrival at the Holy Land would affect that decision. Now, is King's move to show his strength to make the five elders compromise? Everyone's thinking did not affect King. This time he took the initiative to stand up. I didn't think so much. The main thing was the reduction of the heavenly gold in the World Conference, which had a little impact on King. So he wanted to go over and help and say a few words at the same time. If saying a few words could help those hungry people, King would not be stingy with a few words. He knew his own influence, but King himself was not very clear about how much influence it had. He could only say that he would try his best to help him. Bang, bang, bang. The engine in the void sounded, and everyone felt a throbbing in their hearts. But they did not find anything abnormal. Only Yushin, who had been using the observation haki as eyes and always watching King, discovered the strange feeling. His cold sweat could not help but flow down from his forehead, and his hair stood up. This kind of power? How is it possible? Yushin only felt that he was standing on the crater, or even more terrifying. The endless power was as calm as the sea, ready to blow himself to pieces at any time. That feeling was only a flash, but he was confident that he would not be wrong. Indescribable, what a terrifying power! He had never seen such a powerful force, like a god of power. While King was extremely shocked in his heart, he was also sighing at his own power. After the Emperor engine entered the SS level, the sound of the Emperor engine turning on was basically inaudible in reality. Now it was the first time that King used this power after the Emperor engine was upgraded. The infinite power directly penetrated the void. This experience made him feel like a god, or he was not much different from a god in the eyes of others. That location. King looked in a direction without thinking too much. Silently. His figure disappeared directly in front of the eyes of the navy. Good. In the void, King's body directly turned into some kind of particles that carried power, and the whole body was shining. At this moment, he realized the ability to cross the void in a sense. The terrible power seemed to form a channel in the void, running through 2 points. Boom! Holy Land Marijoa. Above Pangu City. The tyrannical and unreasonable force pierced the void, and a huge hole was directly broken at this location. This is an unprecedented disaster. The white fog, buildings, and Pangu City itself around Pangu City were swept up by the terrible attraction. The disaster suddenly broke out. The sky next to the meeting room in Pangu City was pierced by the stone light column. At this moment, the terrible suction spread directly with the hole as the center. The kings and the 5 elders in the meeting room looked at the sky in amazement, because the entire sky had been opened. If Tianlong hadn't been quick-witted and used the power of domination to directly resist this violent attraction, the kings here would have gone directly to the sky. What is that? Chapter 369 The demon god Ryomen Sukuna who cannot be looked at directly, the world of white and black. At this time, the kings looked at the dark hole in the sky that seemed to swallow everything. They couldn't help but screamed loudly. Everything around was flying up quickly, being torn, squeezed, and then roughly stuffed into the dark hole. It was hard to imagine what the scene would be like inside. In the meeting room or in the ruins, the apostles also looked solemnly at the broken hole. They could feel a strong threat, and if they were caught in it, it would be a fatal threat to them. What was that? Was the space broken? While the apostles were guessing in their hearts. Soon, they opened their eyes like those humans. Well, those without eyes also had bubbles coming out. I saw a figure emerging from the broken hole. Who was it? King. King, the sun god. In the air above Pangu City. The attraction of the black hole in the air had stopped because it was blocked by a brutal force. After a while, the space was repaired by itself, and the black hole in the air was the sky disappeared, and only the mess on the ground proved that the previous disaster was not an illusion. Bang, bang, bang. Ruins rained down from the sky, bringing with them some human figures. Some guards in Pangu City and some weaker people around Pangu City did not escape the disaster just now and were swept up. It was also fortunate that a force spread from the black hole to stop the 003 people, otherwise they would have to go into the void to see the scenery. King stood in the air, looking at the falling ruins and the mess on the ground. The index finger of his right hand hooked his side face, and he seemed to have messed up. It was the first time he did this kind of thing, and he was not skilled. As a result, the surroundings seemed to be hit by a terrifying typhoon, which made King feel a little guilty. It's Lord King, Lord God. What happened just now? How did Lord King come out of that black hole? Don't worry, at least we are saved now. After seeing the figure in the air clearly, the people below began to rejoice. The same was true for the heads of the kingdoms. These apostles were too dangerous. But they felt safe when King came. After all, the apostles were defeated by Hisoka, the pirate twins, not to mention King, the sun god, one of the twin gods. While the kings were delighted, the 5 elders felt extremely daunted. The scene of the terrifying black hole and King coming out of it occupied their minds. What ability is that? King has never used such an ability in the past. That should be a spatial ability. The 5 elders were daunted and guessed. Although it was a good thing that King came to support, King's strength made them feel extremely uneasy. But the most urgent task was to clean up these apostles. When the 5 elders were about to speak, the apostles who had stood up due to the disaster not far away suddenly knelt on one knee. This scene made the 5 elders look confused. Wouldn't these guys kneel down when they saw King coming? Don't apostles have faces? After the 5 elders had just a flash of such a thought, they soon discovered that other changes had occurred in the sky. The sky opposite King suddenly changed. Strands of darkness gathered and intertwined in the air like chains. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, a figure appeared, the demon god Ryomen Sukuna, the man who had been rumored to be resurrected but had never shown his face appeared. The terrible power radiated over the entire Marijoa. At this moment, all the struggles in the Holy Land ended. Everyone looked at the figure that made people unable to take their eyes off it. They seemed to fall into an incomparable purgatory, and their whole bodies were twisted. Ah! Some guards or navy officers only felt that their whole bodies were floating, and then they exploded directly at a certain time. A true explosion, leaving only the last scream and then dying without a complete body. Some people were startled by these screams and immediately found something wrong, and began to get rid of that distorted feeling, not daring to look. Don't look! Don't look at him! Some strong men began to shout. But it had little effect on the navy and guards who were too ordinary. Only those with good strength got rid of that feeling and lowered their heads in a hurry, and at the same time, a thought was circling in their hearts. That man, the demon god Ryomen Sukuna, is he really a god? In the air. King also felt the impact of the sudden appearance of Ryomen Sukuna on ordinary people. His power swept across the entire Holy Land like a hurricane, making everyone wake up. Many people woke up and lowered their heads in panic, fear filled their eyes. Just now, what was that? Some people who were far away couldn't see the figure clearly, and just looked over and simply fell into that terrible nightmare. For them, this situation is an unprovoked disaster. So scary, so strong. How could he be so strong? Sengoku in the Holy Land shifted his gaze away from Ryomen Sukuna. The man appeared again, and with a more terrifying power than before. If they did not feel the power of King so clearly, then they felt the power of Ryomen Sukuna very deeply. Just looking at the man, that terrifying feeling permeated them. The longer you look, the deeper the feeling of pulling will sink. Even Sengoku felt that if he looked for a long time, he would be lost. Has that guy really become a god? What is this feeling of being unable to look directly at it? Can King still defeat this man? Sengoku thought worriedly. Kaido, who was opposite Sengoku, was also staring at King in the distance. As for Ryomen Sukuna, Kaido did not dare to look at him for long. The demon god Ryomen Sukuna, this man, is truly a demon god. Kaido's heart was also heavy for the power of Ryomen Sukuna. Why did such a power appear in this world? Can he also obtain such a power? If he continues like this, he will not be able to move forward. Kaido shook his head, no matter what. The arrival of Sun God King and Demon God Ryomen Sukuna means the climax of this war. Where will this war go next? Kaido is looking forward to it. Are the two gods of the era of the two gods going to fight? After escaping from the feeling of falling into hell just now, people eased their panic and became extremely heavy again. Sun God King, Demon God Ryomen Sukuna. Will their battle destroy this place? After the scene just now, no one would think it was a joke. Maybe they will die helplessly today in the aftermath of the battle between the two gods. Above Pangu City, King looked at Ryomen Sukuna, who appeared on the opposite side, feeling the other party's hidden fighting spirit. He also showed a solemn expression on his face. Like him, Ryomen Sukuna has become stronger. It seems that they still have to fight this time, but they can't fight here. If they fight here, he can't guarantee that this place will be safe. Ryomen Sukuna, come with me if you want to fight. King's figure disappeared. The next moment, above the extremely high sky of the Holy Land Marigyoase, a black hole was directly broken on the surface of the planet, and a figure emerged from it. It was King. Soon, Ryomen Sukuna's figure followed closely and gathered again on the opposite side of King. Through the negative particles of the planet, Ryomen Sukuna can directly achieve space jump. Boom! After both of them appeared, the two of them burst out with terrifying auras at the same time. The engine in the void was playing, and the dark abyss was whispering. Endless white light, accompanied by the brilliance of power and the surging black light, carrying endless sins, collided and expanded. The surface of the planet facing them was affected by them, and the clouds below them collapsed directly, forming a huge hole. At this moment, countless people on the surface looked up at the sky. With the Holy Land of Marijoa as the center, the entire sky was divided by white light and black light, forming a world of white and black. The sky has changed. Chapter 370 Is there any justice? This is the War of Gods. It's so beautiful. Is that the legendary aurora? Why is the sky dark? What happened? Why did the sky become like that? Is it a natural phenomenon? People all over the world looked at the sky, where a shocking scene occurred. The color of the sky changed. Some saw all the floating clouds in the sky dissipate, and there was only a white picture like the aurora in their eyes, and even the scorching sun disappeared. In some places, the sky changed from day to dark night, everything fell into a dead silence, and everything was nothingness. And some saw the sky divided into two halves, one half black and the other half white. People all over the world saw different scenes depending on their location and vision. But there is no doubt. This sudden change in the sky shocked everyone. People stared at the sky blankly, not understanding what happened. Is this a natural phenomenon? Some people thought so. Because the scorching sun hanging high in the sky used by King in the Battle of Death Island was still vivid in people's minds. Many people reflexively wondered whether it was a man-made scene after encountering this abnormal scene. But then they denied it themselves, because the abnormal scene in the sky had never happened before. Since it was not King, it should be a natural scene. After being so sure, let alone the people on the dark side, the people on the Aurora side began to take pictures to commemorate. This is a rare scene in the ages. When should we take pictures at this time? New World, 10,000 meters above the sky. There is a floating island group here. This is the island group led by the 4 emperors of pirates, Golden Lion. On one of the islands with gorgeous buildings. At this moment, Orochimaru stood on the edge of the island and quietly looked at the clear black and white scene in the sky, with a smile on his face. What a terrifying power, their power has become stronger. Golden Lion was also shocked when he heard Orochimaru's words. What the hell? Is that a man-made scene? Orochimaru, are you saying that it was caused by a man-made battle? How is that possible? Hearing Golden Lion's doubt, Orochimaru glanced at him indifferently. Mr. Shiki, nothing is impossible. Wasn't the last battle on the Death Island impossible for you at that time? Shiki, who was holding a big cigarette, was speechless after being refuted by Orochimaru. The past was the past, and now he can naturally accept it after experiencing it. But now he can't even see a ghost, how can he judge if he can't see it, and the scene doesn't look like King's style? Orochimaru, is it the demon god and the sun god? Finally, Shiki couldn't help his curiosity. If this is really man-made, the most likely people in this world are the sun god King and the demon god Ryomen Sukuna, who has never appeared again. Orochimaru nodded affirmatively to Golden Lion's doubts. His affirmation shocked Shiki. How is it possible? It's not like he hadn't seen the battle between the sun god and the demon god on Death Island before. In the end, even the demon gods were beaten to the point of life or death, and the scene in front of him never appeared. Unless their power becomes stronger, just as Orochimaru said just now. But how is this possible? They are already as strong as gods. Why can they become stronger? Is there any justice? Has this world become so magical? Golden Lion only felt his heart wailing. How could he dominate the world if he continued like this? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, they are over there, right? How can this battle be without spectators? I really have to go over there to see it. He looked at the intersection of black and white in the sky, where the two gods should fight. He was still unwilling to see it with his own eyes, and he was also very curious why the two gods suddenly fought again. So, Golden Lion prepared to drive the floating island over there to join in the fun. No need to go, you won't be able to see it even if you go. Looking at Golden Lion preparing to drive the floating island over there, Orochimaru kindly reminded him. Obviously, Golden Lion still thinks that the battle between the two gods is a battle on the ground, or in other words, ordinary people would not think that someone would go to the surface of a planet to fight. In the eyes of Golden Lion, the scene in the sky should be a change in the sky caused by the collision of the conqueror's haki. Even if the two gods really fight in the air, he is more than 10,000 meters high. Why? Golden Lion is a little strange. They are right there. Orochimaru pointed slightly at the distant sky. New World, Death Island. At this location, what can be seen in the sky is the black sky and a layer of floating white aurora at the edge of the sky. That is the only light source that shines on the earth. In a palace on Death Island, Hisoka of the extremely evil fleet sat on a throne. He crossed his legs, looking at the floating white in the distance outside the building as if his sight was unobstructed, with a teasing look on his face. What an amazing power! King, Ryomen Sukuna. Hiso's voice murmured, and the sound slowly flowed in the empty and gloomy palace. Oh no, Lord Hisoka, the sky suddenly turned dark, what happened? While Hisoka was quietly admiring the war that was about to break out, a birdman ran in rashly. It was Morgans, the president of the World Economic newspaper. Morgans was excited at this time, because he determined that the strange phenomenon outside was not a natural phenomenon. The reason is very simple. Ordinary people will feel depressed and dull when looking at the dark night sky, and even have faint hallucinations. This kind of thing is unusual at first glance. So, it must be a big news that he didn't know about. Therefore, he hurried over to consult Hisoka. Seeing the impatient Morgans coming over, Hisoka glanced at him lightly, smiling. Morgans was suddenly frightened and sweating. After a while, when Morgans felt that he was living a year, Hisoka's voice just sounded. It's King and Ryomen Sukuna fighting. Hearing Hisoka's words, Morgan's eyes widened, and then he suppressed his emotions and left. After leaving the palace, Morgans flew in a mid-air spin, his voice full of passion. Goo ha ha ha. Is it the sun god and the demon god fighting? Sure enough, there must be big news in this world that I don't know about. I have to ask someone to check it out quickly. Such a macro change in the celestial phenomena. This is the war of gods. Holy Land Marijoa. Everyone stared blankly at the black and white scene in the sky. If it is unclear what happened in other places, then, Holy Land Marijoa is the first scene. People here are almost certain that it was the scene of the two men, or the two gods fighting. After all, General King and the demon god Ryomen Sukuna had just left not long ago, and such a strange and macroscopic scene happened in the sky. It is impossible to be a coincidence. But, it is precisely because of this that made them particularly shocked. Is that the power of the sun god and the demon god? How powerful, how majestic! This world actually has such power. Their battle will not destroy the world. Looking at the terrible scene in the sky, people couldn't help but think so. The 5 elders standing in the ruins of the Pangu city meeting room looked at the scene in the sky, and trembled in their hearts. The power of those two men is a power that should not exist at all. Maru. Chapter 371. The scene of doomsday. The sky is falling. The surface of the planet. At the edge of the dark universe that can be seen at a glance, 2 figures shining with infinite power collided with each other. The interweaving of black and white, the power kept venting. At a certain moment, the black light and white light burst out, the entire surface of the planet became clear, and the sun's light shone on the earth again, but the temperature was higher than before. The 2 figures originally in the black and white light, King and Ryomen Sukuna, moved. They turned into 2 stream of light leaped towards the other side. The shining power of King and the endless malice of the 2 Sukuna suddenly collided. Boom! The extremely violent fluctuations turned into a wave that flashed and spread around. Before the people on the ground below were happy that the sky had recovered, they heard a huge sound like thunder from the sky. The transmission speed of the wave was much faster than the sound, and after the rapid transmission, it caused the atmosphere to vibrate and make a huge sound. Deafening. People only felt that their eardrums were shattered. The sound touched people's heartstrings, making people feel extremely heavy in their hearts. This was not what they were most afraid of. The atmosphere trembled and became disordered, forming a terrible air vortex. Typhoons, tornadoes, sandstorms, and storms showed their fangs differently on the ground. The sea was pulled by the terrible waves, as if it was attracted by the gravity of the moon, and began to rise, forming a terrible tide that swept towards the island. The crustal plates thus released the terrible energy that had been accumulated for a long time. Earthquakes of varying strengths began to form all over the world. At the same time, they were accompanied by the characteristics of each place: volcanic eruptions, snow mountain avalanches, landslides, and cracks in the earth. The balance was broken, and the whole world seemed to be in the prelude to a world-destroying disaster. People could not witness the whole picture, but they could see the disasters evolving around them with expressions of disbelief and horror. The disaster survival mode began. As for why this happened, they had no time to care. What's going on? Is the world going to end? Really? Unbelievable. Is this their power? Is this the power of the 2 gods? Navy headquarters. The Navy generals felt the shaking of the entire earth and the violent wind. Whoosh! The cool breeze swept over the ice surface of the sea from the riot in the sky. It made them not only cold in body, but also cold in heart. Not long after King left, a strange weather phenomenon appeared in the sky. Thinking of the departed king, they soon thought that King and the demon Ryomen Sukuna were fighting. This was soon confirmed by Den Den Mushi and the navy of Sengoku. But now, this doomsday-like scene shocked and worried them. How wide would their battle affect? It wouldn't affect the whole world. How could there be such a powerful force? An island in the calm belt. Silently, An unimaginable force began to sweep out and quickly spread to the entire surface of the planet. The turbulent earth and ocean tides gradually stopped, and the strong wind was still blowing, but the wind speed was not as violent as before. People were a little confused about the natural disaster that happened suddenly and ended suddenly. But they still looked at the sky in horror. Because circles of black and white ripples were spreading on the curtain of the sky. The heart-shaking vibration sound is still playing. What on earth is that? Only after escaping the disaster did they have the mood to be afraid. On the surface of the planet, King and Ryomen Sukuna are still fighting. The power of the two interweaves and collides and spreads, forming the ripples seen on the ground. At this time, King was fighting and feeling lucky. He didn't expect the aftermath of his battle with Ryomen Sukuna to be so terrifying. Even though they were already so far away from the ground, the fluctuations of the battle still directly triggered the disaster on the surface of the planet. Fortunately, the boss is there to back him up, otherwise many people would die because of his battle. King himself would also feel guilty and troubled. Hehe, you still have the mood to think about things during the battle. It seems that the pressure I put on you is not enough. When King's mind drifted elsewhere, Ryomen Sukuna sneered directly. For Ryomen Sukuna, the problems that King was concerned about were not problems for him. It was good enough that he did not take the initiative to kill people, and those weak people who were killed by the aftermath were not within his consideration. Now, he just wanted to avenge his previous shame with King. Boom. Crack. Crack. The space was broken like a mirror. King's power that spanned the void directly broke a hole in the space. The violent suction wanted to crush and swallow everything around. But there was nothing else around except King and Ryomen Sukuna. This hole of this size could not suck things too far away, and could only quickly swallow a part of Ryomen Sukuna's power and then repair itself. Compared with Ryomen Sukuna, King's power was more direct and violent. Ryomen Sukuna's power was biased towards ability, and was not as violent as King. This was also caused by the characteristics of their two abilities. Try this trick. Endless malice rose and fell in Ryomen Sukuna's hands. At this point, it has not yet upgraded its domain and can no longer keep up with Ryomen Sukuna. After reaching SS level, Cursed Sucker has shown its true nature. For Ryomen Sukuna, the original domain can only be used as a reference. Perhaps the domains and fields may be more useful to him after being upgraded again. Standing in the void, King did not take it lightly when he saw Ryomen Sukuna was about to use a big move. He used a new move directly. A big move based on the domineering color domineering. Unlike Ryomen Sukuna, his Emperor engine also has the effect of amplifying other abilities. This makes his ability not monotonous. Of course, the amplification is useless now. In the end, he still has to rely on his endless power to support him to exert his terrible power. The surging malice is whispering, and the domineering will penetrates the void. Ryomen Sukuna raised the evil strike that would sink the world into purgatory, while King wielded the domineering fist that dominated the world and suppressed the world. Fallen purgatory. Heavenly light wheel. Boom. The whole sky shook, and the sky seemed to be collapsing. How is it possible? The sky is falling. The people on the ground looked at the sky in disbelief. It is hard to imagine what a 5.5 scene would look like. It was just an instinctive feeling. If I had to describe it, the word "the sky is falling" would be the most appropriate. The space was squeezed layer by layer, above the ground. Through the refraction of light, it felt like the sky was pressing the ground and falling down. It is often said that there are tall people to support the sky when it falls. The fact is that tall people are useless, and they will die if they are supposed to. Holy Land Mary Joa. Everyone looked at the sky blankly. They were numb. After all, the sky had fallen and they felt that they were going to die. There was no escape right under the falling sky. Death. No hope. Destruction. Only those strong people with more acute perceptions were calmer. Sure enough, the scene that seemed like the sky was falling soon stopped. It was a visual illusion. Although so, the people on the ground still felt a lot of pressure. What kind of collision would cause such a terrifying scene? Chapter 372, King feels that the opponent is cheating, and the five elders have to hide. Above the distant sky, King and Ryomen Sukuna stood opposite each other again after the collision. Not far from them, a huge black hole of hundreds of meters was swallowing everything. The black hole, which seemed to be sucked and swallowed by all the light, formed a black star in the sky. However, the hole was quickly repaired and disappeared. The panicked people on the ground hardly noticed the short-lived black star in the sky. Only those strong men who were staring at the sky noticed it. It's really difficult. King looked at Ryomen Sukuna, who was calm on the opposite side, and felt a little headache. Last time, he could easily suppress the guy in front of him, but now he can't do that anymore. In the fight, he can only be said to have a slight advantage. His power has obviously increased to this point. Why is it still like this? Is the opponent cheating? In fact, King's suspicion is based on his own cognition. His abilities, Emperor Engine and Curse Drain, are two different types of abilities. In the early stage, Emperor Engine is a one-time burst type, while Curse Drain is a continuous ability. So it is normal that King with Emperor Engine can beat Sukuna Ryomen in the early stage. Curse Drain has a huge increase of 29 in immortality in the early stage. In fact, if Sukuna Ryomen had not been stubborn and insisted on fighting King head-on last time, he would not have died on the spot. Now, his strength has been terribly improved. The problem of Emperor Engine's endurance has been solved, and it can be used at any time. In addition, King himself will not have any weaknesses even if he does not use Emperor Engine. In short, even if King does not use Emperor Engine, his body is no longer a weakness. The key to his life has become the power core that is running at all times. The body is no longer important to a certain extent. It has become a kind of appearance that can be reshaped at will. It can be said that he is now just a human skin, which is not much different from not being a human to a certain extent. The durability, weaknesses, and limitations of his Emperor Engine itself have almost been solved. And the curse of Sukuna Ryomen has also been supplemented in its shortcomings. This ability has obtained the blessing of negative particles spreading throughout the planet. The power that can be erupted is very terrifying. And after the ability of Sukuna Ryomen was upgraded, he spent all his time studying the use of his ability. On the other hand, King, apart from eating, was teasing Xiaohu, and recently he got a set of game consoles to play games with others. In this case, King can still have a slight advantage. This is the result of his ability being more inclined to the combat end. When it came to the battle, with the blessing of luck, he had a flash of inspiration in his mind and a new move came out directly. If we talk about cheating, maybe King himself is the one who counts. However, King, who is cheating without knowing it, feels like he is facing a cheater. He has some troubles, but they can only bite the bullet and continue to fight with the increasingly fanatical two-sided Sukuna. Bang, bang, bang. The intensity of the battle increased again. The two people's ultimate moves were released from time to time. Black holes were opened on the surface of the planet. The terrible waves burst out in waves, sweeping across the planet's crust and even deep into the mantle. If there was no terrible power that was transmitted to the entire planet like ripples and offset the waves, the entire surface of the planet might have been caught in a major earthquake and tsunami. Holy Land Marijoa. People watched the black and white ripples that began to play again in the sky. Occasionally, scattered black stars would appear, and they would disappear quickly after they appeared. The deafening sound continued to sound. The sky appeared like the sky was falling again, and the world seemed to be turned upside down. The strong wind was also blowing constantly, setting off the terrible scene. The guards and navy of the Holy Land were all trembling, and they had no time to guard the Holy Land. In this situation, the demons suddenly attacked again under the order of the Apostle. In the ruins of Pangu City, the two five elders looked at Tianlong opposite with sullen faces. Because the voice of the Apostle just now spread to every corner of the Holy Land, the demons attacked again. Apostle Tianlong, what are you going to do? The mustache five elders, Saint Wao Churi, forced himself not to pay attention to the terrifying light and shadow in the sky, and instead focused on Tianlong in front of him. They looked gloomy and puzzled. Although the five elders felt very powerless. But the fact now is that the focus of the invasion of the Holy Land Marijoa has shifted to the battle of the two gods. The victory or defeat between the two gods will determine the direction of this war. Fighting now will only increase casualties. Of course, the most important thing is for the five elders. This is the Holy Land. The damage caused by fighting here will directly lead to countless losses. They naturally don't want to fight here. Now, they are completely unwilling to expose Lord Im and the national treasure. The power of the two gods is too outrageous. The trump card of the world government can't make any waves at all. However, because of this, they have to keep a trump card. Because this era is also outrageous, they have to keep a hand. If all the cards are exposed, they may be finished in this dangerous era. In this chaotic era, as the rulers of the world, they are the first to bear the brunt. The powerful demon apostles are suspected to be able to control the sea kings, and they are also the subordinates of the demons. The evil king of the pirates, Hisoka, and his extremely evil fleet. One of the two pirate kings, the snake king Orochimaru, and his 4 emperors Golden Lion, who is called an ally but may actually be a subsidiary. Altoria, the miracle king of the kingdom of Korti in the Miracle Land, and her powerful men who suddenly gathered the 9 holy knights. The Dark Curtain organization, which is no longer satisfied with the South China Sea and has begun to covet other seas, and their boss Dio. There are so many unstable factors. If all the cards are exposed, others can see clearly. The 5 elders feel that they don't need to play anymore. It is still uncertain what the future will be like. After all, those changes happened in less than a year, and the whole world has changed drastically. There are 2 big 957 mountains, the sun god and the demon god on their heads. This is also a dream-level experience for the 5 elders. If they don't take it easy in this situation, their status as the world hegemon may not be guaranteed. The only comfort for the 5 elders is that the sun god, one of the 2 gods, is at least on their side. Hee. Tianlong laughed in a low voice when he heard the questioning of the 5 elders. The laughter of spiritual transmission made the 5 elders feel a little cold. Tianlong's big head exposed to the eyes of others was indeed a little curious. I'm just doing what I should do. For Tianlong, the Demon King was fighting up there, so how could they, as subordinate creatures, just watch from here? They definitely had to contribute. Compared to this question, gains and losses were not that important. Come on. It just so happens that I haven't fought with a human warrior yet, so one of you 2 can come out, or you can come together. Tianlong said this to the 5 elders. Then he walked out of the ruins leisurely, not worrying that the 5 elders would not follow. The 5 elders with mustaches, Saint Wao Churi, and the 5 elders with long beards, Saint Maz, looked at each other. Finally, the 5 elders with long beards, Saint Maz, walked out and followed. He had to do so. I hope the Navy can come to support as soon as possible. In the eyes of the 5 elders, since King has come, it means that the problem at the Navy headquarters has been solved. Then, support is a matter of time, and they can only hope that those guys will come quickly. Don't allocate so much military funds at ordinary times, but disappear when working. Chapter 373 They are also living beings. So they have to pay extra. Holy Land Mary Joa. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. The wind is howling, making people's faces hurt, and the earth is shaking, making people more panicked. In this once prosperous and luxurious Holy Land, shock waves swept in, and sand and gravel flew everywhere. Buildings were cracked or collapsed, and beautiful green plants were bent or even broken and flew up. At the same time, there was thick smoke everywhere, that was a direct fire in some places. As the demons blew the horn of attack again, various places in the Holy Land began to fight again. The whole Mary Gosa was in chaos. Damn it, those guards, come and save people quickly. Damn it, why do I encounter such a thing in this Holy Land? The mansions of some nobles and officials of the world government collapsed or even caught fire in the Holy Land. They looked around and felt that there was war everywhere. The strange human-shaped black fog was raging, sometimes passing over the guarding navy, making them half kneel on the ground. Then they stretched out their black fog-like hands and reached into the other party's body, and after a while, the person died. They were terrified. So even though they were in a very bad mood, they still cheered up and panicked to avoid the wandering human-shaped black fog. And to avoid the aftermath of the waves of attacks from the strong. The guards were either protecting the celestial dragons or taking care of themselves, and had no time to deal with them. As nobles and officials living in the Holy Land, they never thought that one day they would face life threats in the Holy Land. Who can come to save them? Swoosh! Boom! A bright golden laser shot past, followed by a deafening explosion. The explosion directly swallowed up a wandering human-shaped black fog. This abnormal movement directly attracted the noble officials who were hiding in nearby buildings and some ruins. Vice Admiral Kizaru, the monster of the Navy, is great. He can be saved. In their sight, the figure of Kizaru walking slowly with his hands in his pockets was like an angel to them. They didn't want to stay in this damn battlefield for a moment. How could these noble people die here? The demons are really monsters. Kizaru didn't look at the ecstatic people nearby. His attention was on the demons that he had just blown to pieces. The broken bodies of the demons were slowly gathering together. It was just a moment. The bodies that were originally broken into several pieces were directly restored. Although it looked very unreal, for Kizaru. These were obviously the minions at the bottom of the demons, but they survived under his ability, which made him surprised. If the entire demons have such characteristics, then it is not wrong to say that this race is a monster. Although domineering can hurt demons. However, how many people can be domineering? In the New World, there is a saying that minions can also be domineering. However, minions are relative. For the vice admirals and generals, they are naturally minions, but for the bottom people, they are masters. Many of the guards of the Holy Land will not be domineering. This place is very close to the headquarters of the Navy and backed by the G1 branch of the Navy. In this natural and comfortable place with a full safety factor, it is unrealistic to expect ordinary guards to be strong. If you want to kill the demons without relying on domineering, then for these ordinary people, they can only grind them hard, or use their lives to resist. The demons in this world are based on the negative power of the intelligent life in this world. And this world may be the influence of people's domineering potential, and the demons generally like close combat. The same is true for lower level demons. These demons themselves have no other characteristics, because their cores are still in an uncertain state, so they only have the most common racial abilities of demons. Their IQ is still at the level of beasts, and they have a very simple combat mode. One is close combat, just like what they did. The body full of negative energy directly passes through the body of ordinary people. This method will directly allow the negative energy of the demons to automatically attach to the opponent's physical and mental dual levels. The body will feel weak and cold, and the spirit will feel weak and uncomfortable and other negative effects. Finally, facing the enemy who is half kneeling on the ground. Then use the palm of the negative energy to input enough negative energy into the opponent's heart, which is enough to make the heart weak and suffocate, leading to human death. The other is an attack that can be close or far. Use negative energy to directly impact the opponent's spirit. This skill is called magic piercing by the middle and upper demons. This method consumes a lot of energy for the lower demons, especially when killing the opponent with this skill. As a spiritual life, it is better to avoid using this skill when it is weak. For the lower demons who do not have a core, magic is their life. If the magic is too weak, it will automatically flow to ordinary people when ordinary people use their bodies to penetrate it, which is also life-threatening to the lower demons. And this is the simplest way for ordinary people to defeat these demons when they have no domineering. Navy Kizaru, take us to the shelter quickly, our precious lives cannot fall here. While Kizaru was observing the situation of the demons, many noble officials and others gathered around Kizaru spontaneously. They have also heard of the strength of Navy Kizaru. In this chaotic time, Kizaru is their lifeline. Sorry. I have to go support the 5 elders in Pangu City. But you don't have to worry, the naval support of the G1 branch has arrived, and we will send you to a safe place soon. Looking at the hopeful faces of the nobles next to him who were full of greasy food, they suddenly looked broken. Kizaru touched his chin with one hand, and looked down at the people around him who were uneasy again with some amusement. The G1 branch is just below the New World side of the Red Earth continent, very close to the Holy Land. Now the navy over there has already come to rescue in batches. As the largest naval base in the New World, the G1 branch also has the responsibility of defending the Holy Land of Marijoa. After the great recruitment, the permanent force there has reached more than 20,000, most of which are elite. This for Kizaru's statement that he was going to support the 5 elders. When this was said, the nobles who felt rescued had a gloomy face. One of the nobles, who was dressed in purple and black luxurious clothes, waved several gem rings in his hand and gritted his teeth and said, "Vice Admiral Kizaru, look, can you send us first? As long as you send us away, I can give you money, 100 million baileys, no, 200 million baileys." If possible, this noble really didn't want to get involved in this matter related to the 5 elders. But now, he suspected that he would not be able to hold on for long after Kizaru left. At this time, who cares about the 5 elders and the 6 elders? Of course, his own life is the most important. Hearing the offer from this noble, other noble officials were stunned and followed suit. For these noble officials who can settle in the Holy Land, hundreds of millions of baileys are not a small amount for them, but they can still take it out after gritting their teeth. In order to save their lives, they have to pay even if they are stingy and painful. Bribery is something they are very familiar with. Money can be earned if it is lost, but everything is lost if life is lost. This place is basically purgatory. It is uncomfortable to stay on the tightrope for one more second. This is really difficult. Kizuru looked down at the noble officials who were already around a dozen people. The eyes under the sunglasses showed a move. These guys with greasy faces now looked cute in Kizuru's eyes. It doesn't matter who he saved. These fat pig ears, no, they are cute little piglets, they are also living lives. I think the 5 elders can also understand. They should be able to hold on for a while. So it's okay for him to make some extra money. Looking down at the nobles and officials who were nervous in front of him, Kizuru's mouth corners slightly raised. It's not impossible. Hearing Kizuru's words, everyone was ecstatic. But the nobles were full of doubts. Under their uneasy eyes, Kizuru showed a fatherly smile. I delayed the support for the 5 elders for you. So, you know. You have to pay more. Chapter 374 You are such a disgrace to the navy. I want 50%. Holy Land Mary Gosa. Da-da-da. A sound of footsteps was heard, and a group of people were moving in a certain direction on the battlefield full of dangers. Swish. Boom. The leader casually raised his finger, and the laser burst instantly, sweeping away all the demons blocking in front of him. A violent explosion sounded. The demons were swept by the explosion, directly torn into pieces, and fell into a state of slow repair. Then Kizuru swaggered and led the people behind him to the direction of the navy's support. The nobles behind him also followed closely. After, he was afraid of being left behind. Obviously. Kizuru had already reached an agreement with the nobles behind him. Not only that, on the way out, the team was a little bigger. As a navy, saving lives is naturally his duty, so he is ready to save these rich nobles. He is too kind after all. At this time, Kizuru was walking slowly while thinking. Boom boom. On a battlefield. Zhang Guo raised his domineering aura that could crush mountains, and violently collided with Kaido's thunder-wrapped mace. The two attacks did not directly touch each other, but the terrible fluctuations were transmitted. The surrounding atmosphere was trembling. Lightning flashed outward at the intersection, and the light like flowing water wandered in the void. As their collision became more and more intense, the fist and the mace were getting closer. Swoosh! A loud sound of power colliding to the limit sounded. The ground under their feet rolled directly. Boom! 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 The earth was shaking mercilessly, and the streets, boulders, and buildings around the two people were cracked and collapsed. The huge shock waves squeezed each other and exploded straight into the sky. The collision between the two caused the celestial phenomena to change, but the sky was originally a terrifying scene of the collapse of the sky. So it was not too eye-catching. Bang! Finally, Sengoku swung his ruthless iron fist and knocked Kaido out. Although Kaido has grown up now, he is still a little worse than Sengoku. However, Kaido is growing very fast, and this gap will probably be eliminated soon in the future. This era is too fierce, forcing Kaido to accelerate his growth. At this time, after Sengoku smashed Kaido away, he looked in another direction. There, he could see Kizuru rushing back with 20 guys in luxurious clothes. What on earth was Borsellino doing? Sengoku frowned. Kizuru was just not far from him after arriving at the Holy Land. He arranged for Borsellino to support the 5 elders when he was fighting Kaido. And Borsellino agreed. But now, it hasn't been long, and this guy is back. He is still with those guys with big brains. What is he doing? Boom! Sengoku jumped up and soon came not far from Kizuru. Kizuru looked at General Sengoku, who suddenly fell from the sky and felt a little headache. He had gone further, but General Sengoku still found him. Really, why didn't he fight well and concentrate on it? Borsellino, what are you doing now? Ah! It's General Sengoku. Looking at Sengoku's sharp eyes, Kizuru looked as if he had just discovered Sengoku's exaggeration. I'm saving lives now. As a navy, I hold every life in my heart. Hearing Kizuru's righteous words, Sengoku looked suspicious and said immediately. Supporting the 5 elders and the kings of the allied countries is now the first task. Don't be confused about the priorities of the tasks. Of course, it's almost time now. I'll go to support them as soon as I rescue these people. While Kizuru was talking to Sengoku, the nobles next to them were terrified. General Sengoku, you've come back, why did you bring that monster with you? Oh! General Sengoku, your attack is really weak, try harder. A deafening laugh resounded through the sky. Kaido swung his mace with a laugh and sent a blow that exploded the air towards Sengoku and Kizaru. Boom! Sengoku and Kaido collided again. The raging shock wave swept again. Yashikani no Megatama. When Sengoku and Kaido collided, while the shock wave was not big enough, Kizaru hurriedly used his ultimate move, and countless light bullets exploded directly on Kaido's body. As if holding Kaido's huge body like a gaberlin, the unprecedented huge firepower directly blew Kaido away and flew far away. Hey! At this time, Kizaru looked at Kaido, who was blown away. He looked at the nobles who were lying on the ground behind him and had not died yet, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. General Sengoku was really a difficult problem that he suddenly gave him. If these people were affected and killed, wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? Borsellino, you! Looking at Kaido, who was blown away to an unknown distance, Sengoku's face was dark. In the previous two wars, whether it was the War of the Evil or the War of the Dead, Kizaru had never seen such fierce firepower at the beginning. This guy is suddenly so fierce now, he must have been bribed. He is not serious at ordinary times, but he is serious at this time. This guy is really a shame for the Navy. Borsellino. Sengoku's voice was a little dry. Kizaru looked at Sengoku's expression and eyes, and felt that it was not good. Sure enough, Sengoku's next words made him feel cold. I want 50%. Ahaha, General Sengoku, what are you talking about? Why do I feel like I don't understand? He laughed dryly twice, and then tried to get away with it. I want 50%. Looking at Sengoku still repeating this somewhat funny sentence with a serious face. Yellow Monkey's somewhat playful face couldn't help but lose the battle. He didn't speak in secret. It seemed that he couldn't fool around. 20%. 50%. 30%. 50%. 40%. General Sengoku, don't go too far. Yizuru felt his heart bleeding. Sengoku felt the breath of Kaido's return and finally nodded seriously. That expression seemed to be discussing something serious with Yellow Monkey. Watching Sengoku walk towards Kaido fearlessly, Yellow Monkey felt his face cramping. This old guy still looked righteous, hoping that Kaido, the beast, could blow his head off. He cursed Sengoku silently in his heart. The original slow posture disappeared, and he shouted angrily to the nobles lying on the ground. Get up quickly, we have to walk faster next. Oh! The nobles lying on the ground immediately got up at the fastest speed in their lives. They also heard the conversation between Kizaru and Sengoku just now, and they are naturally happy to see this happen. Because even the admirals get the benefits, their lives are more secure. Besides, maybe they can get on the ship of the monster Vice Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Sengoku through this matter. In this chaotic era, the status of the top combat forces of the Navy is no longer the same for the nobles. After all, now it feels like the sun god of the Navy is above the world government. If you don't hug your thighs now, when will you? Chapter 375 Welcome to the Volcano Island. Arriving in the world of power and desire. While Kizaru continued to lead those nobles on their journey, Zhangguo also started a new battle with Kaido again. For Zhangguo, what happened just now was just a small episode. When he saw the way Kizaru made his move just now, he knew that this guy was determined to escort the nobles. Zhangguo did not have much psychological fluctuations about Kizaru accepting the life-saving money from those fat nobles when the other party was in danger. He believed that Kizaru knew what to do and what not to do. However, one thing is one thing. It is not his style to let Kizaru make a lot of money so easily, he needs to bleed him. After all, the salary of the admiral is really low, and the Navy does not have a bounty for catching pirates, and, if there is, it is a bonus. The Navy itself has the obligation to catch pirates. For the generals, the Navy not only equips them with warships and various supplies, equipment and repairs and maintenance. At the same time, there are wages, and a large part of all the expenses and resources needed to cultivate the strength of the generals are covered. In this case, if you can still get the full bounty of the pirates, then bounty hunters don't have to be bounty hunters. Wouldn't it be better to come to the Navy directly? The current model of the Navy is to capture pirates to get merits and bonuses. Let's not talk about merits, but the bonus. It's hard to say. Generally, a pirate group may have many pirates, but there are actually only a few who are bountied. These people will only get bonuses when they are captured, and this bonus needs to be paid to the Navy soldiers and subordinates who sailed together. In this way, the bonus that can be obtained can be imagined. Therefore, although Sengoku is a general, he is actually quite tight. He also wants to improve his life. Although I don't know how much money those fat nobles will give. But he believes in Kizaru, and believes that Kizaru, who doesn't see the rabbit, will definitely make a lot of money from those nobles. He just needs to follow and take some, and he is not greedy. However, the question now is there really no problem with the 5 elders? While Zhang Guo was thinking this way, the 5 elders felt like cursing in their hearts. Why are the navy and other strong men in the Holy Land so slow? Could it be that the demons in other places are really so difficult? Not even a ghost came to support, which made them suspicious. Let alone their own guards, the 5 elders suspected that the navy was acting or testing the foundation of their world government. Will the navy have any disloyalty after seeing King's more magnificent and terrifying power? The 5 elders instinctively suspected this. But even if they suspected, they were a little overwhelmed now. In Pangu City, except Honglu and Jing, the apostles were fighting with the 5 elders. Honglu was holding a wind-like barrier in his hand to cover all the kings, which was both a restraint and a protection. This was Tianlong's arrangement before he left. For the apostles, the existence of the sun god was ultimately a deterrent. If all these kings were killed, it would be a little bit inappropriate. Tianlong prefers to play it safe. As for the Tianlong people, Tianlong has no intention of killing them. The reason is very simple. He was born because of people's fear of Tianlong people. Therefore, Tianlong can't let the Tianlong people disappear. On the contrary, he will increase their deterrence in a timely manner. People's fear of Tianlong people will become his more powerful resources. Boom boom boom. At this time, the kings were in the Red Wind realm, watching a embarrassed figure fleeing. That was Mesa Saint, the 5 elders with a long beard. What he was facing now was the apostle Shiwen, who had already opened his domain to form a stone light. Shiwen looked at the fleeing Mesa Saint. With a single wave of his hand, the stone light column behind him glowed slightly, and the terrible impact broke out directly. Instantly, the location where Mesa Saint was in a large area of buildings behind him collapsed directly. Boom boom boom. The terrible force directly blasted a huge pit of hundreds of meters in the form of a cone. The huge sound shook the sky, and the entire Holy Land trembled and shook. This scene made the kings watching not far away feel their hearts twitching. How terrible! These apostles are indeed inhuman monsters. In front of them, the number of people may not be of any use at all. A world with such monsters is really hopeless. Domain expansion. On a battlefield near Pangu City, facing the figure of the golden-haired 5 elders, Peter Saint, Zhu Rong directly used his domain. At this point, he planned to end the battle quickly. The black sky curtain unfolded from him, and the ground was also flooded by the black tide. Soon, Peter Saint's face changed drastically. Zero seeking flowers. Red light began to emit from the surroundings, and the world changed completely. Except for a reef of only a few meters under the feet of him and the apostles in front of him, the rest of the ground was red and bubbling hot magma. The air was filled with terrible temperature, and the water vapor evaporated completely, making it extremely dry. At the border of this red world, there was a stone wall as red as branding iron, and all around it was red. Island on the volcano. Zhu Rong's deep voice sounded. The domain is just like its name. This location is like a small island inside the crater, although this island is only a few meters. Then, come and enjoy the bath of magma. Another battlefield outside Pangu City Field. Domain unfolds. Countless sea water is shining overhead, glittering and sparkling, looking very beautiful. In this closed space, there are only the Deep Sea King and another 5 elders, Nasu Xiao Lang Sheng. At this time, the bald 5 elders holding his samurai sword looked at the surroundings, nothing but water. Except for the foothold within 10 meters under his feet, all he could see was water. Bottomless sea and sky. The Deep Sea King looked at the somewhat bewildered Nasu Xiao Lang Sheng. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This location is the last remaining place of the domain. When the sea current falls, it is equivalent to being in the deep sea 10,000 meters below. Here you will endure terrible pressure and suffocation, and at the same time you will face the Deep Sea King who can easily move the sea current. Welcome the fall of the sea. Celestial Dragon. As the Deep Sea King laughed cruelly, the sea current above his head collapsed. The battlefield of the celestial dragon and the 5 elders with a mustache, Wakulai Sheng, outside Pangu city. Domain unfolds. Like other apostles, Tianlong seemed to compete with other apostles when other apostles used their domains. He also used his domain. The whole world began to become magnificent, as if they had come to a palace. Here, the decorations were extremely luxurious. Luxury, magnificent, spacious and bright. In this extremely luxurious palace, a golden throne appeared in the middle. Under the cautious gaze of Saint Vouchuri, Tianlong walked to the throne step by step and sat down. Then he picked up a golden scepter standing next to the throne. He smiled at Saint Vouchuri under the throne. Welcome to the world of power. Chapter 376. This is the power of God, going with the wind up to the sky. Above the sky. In this cold and silent dark space, the figures of King and Ryomen Sukuna turned into 2 streams of light, one black and one white. Flowing and colliding wantonly in this cold sky. The speed was very shocking, and as their fists collided again. Boom! The terrible force exploded directly at the collision point, and countless streams of light burst out directly, and in an instant, a dazzling new star seemed to appear in the sky. The terrible wave swept around in an instant. Even the meteorites in the space not far away were directly shattered. The rebel was pulled by the terrifying attraction. Swish! All of a sudden, they came to a 100-meter hole and threw it into the dark hole. King and Ryomen Sukuna also flew away directly. Stopped in another void. A new 100-meter hole appeared at the place where they collided originally. Around them, there were already dozens of holes. Hiss! Those dark holes made strange sounds. It kept sweeping and swallowing everything around. If this was not above the sky, it would probably cause a great disaster. Crack! Crack! A sound like glass breaking sounded. Under the solemn gaze of King and the wanton gaze of Ryomen Sukuna, the dozens of holes surrounding them exploded instantly. The small black holes that were originally like the deep space painting merged together directly. A thing that was thousands of meters long and looked like a black hole was formed instantly. The already extremely terrifying attraction was directly explosively increased. The planets under the feet of King and Ryomen Sukuna were shaking. The more distant celestial body called the moon was also trembling, making a creaking sound to this dark world. On the ground. On the holy land of Mary Joa. The heavy sound that made people's heartstrings explode made people and the demons suspend the battle, and they stared at the sky in amazement. The black spot with dazzling light shining around it was like a sun, but there was an extra black spot in the center. The deep black and the dazzling fire formed a sharp contrast. While they were stunned, an unprecedented disaster was happening. The planet's atmosphere was sweeping up, the sea, the mountains, the land, the vegetation. Everything seemed to turn into flowing water, sweeping towards the distant sky like a dragon sucking water. Thousands of meters, dozens of kilometers until the end, a huge hole like a black hole. The majestic darkness, like a glutton, greedily devoured everything. This was an unprecedented disaster. Gilu. The people on the Holy Land looked at the huge tornado that stretched straight to the sky and could not be seen at a glance, or should we say, the storm that could not be called a tornado. Not just one, but 3. What is that? Someone swallowed his saliva, blocked the extremely violent storm with his hands, and his eyes bulged. Is the world going to be destroyed? The terrible tornadoes were not far away from them, and even felt very close. Of course, this was an illusion caused by the tornado being too large, and there was still some distance. It's just that several tornadoes were floating around and even began to move slowly. If they didn't stop, it would be hard to say. People in the Holy Land. No matter if they were ordinary guards or navy, or powerful people with terrible strength, they all looked extremely sad. They looked at the surroundings, which filled their eyes with extremely exaggerated tornadoes. The azure water light was shining, which looked very beautiful. But no matter who they were, they knew that if those terrifying tornadoes that went straight to the sky came to the Holy Land, the entire Holy Land might explode directly. And the people in this Holy Land were naturally not immune. Even now, they could feel the surrounding winds that were as strong as a storm, with erratic directions, one side and the other. This was not the time to fight at all. If they didn't find a stable place to hide, ordinary guys would be blown away directly. Unimaginable power, is this the power of God? This is the power of God. On a ruin in the Holy Land Pangu city. Among the kings shrouded by the apostle Red Wind realm. King Nefertari Cobra from the kingdom of Alabasta looked at the super tornadoes that reached the sky and the earth, and murmured. For Cobra. The power in front of him made him incomprehensible. I'm afraid that even the world government, the world's largest ruling body, will have to bow down to such power. Those two men can no longer be called human beings. The name of God is worthy of the name. The so-called celestial dragons are no longer the most noble now. Then, it's time to change. Zero. Cobra thought about the letter that was secretly sent to him before, and the decision. He flashed a firmness in his eyes. However, no matter what choice is made, it should be made after this disaster and this war. Otherwise, if one of those tornadoes comes over, he might have to go directly to accompany the kings of all generations. The New World is not too far from the Red Earth continent, 10,000 meters above the sky. There are floating islands floating here. It is the territory of the Golden Lion. As the ruler of this territory, the Golden Lion, who should have been full of majesty, now showed a clown posture with bulging eyes. Even the big cigarette in his mouth fell directly in the air and was blown away by the strong wind because of his wide mouth. The fluttering golden hair like a lion's mane was like his turbulent heart. He only had one thought now. Those two guys were really indescribable monsters. The huge storm that seemed to be so close in front of him made him feel extremely small. Even just now, if Orochimaru hadn't taken action, his island would have been blown away by the wind and soared into the sky. It's hard to imagine what kind of scene would happen if he went up to the sky in that way. But Golden Lion was sure that if he was caught in the tornado, he would be finished. After all, he was a devil fruit user, and the tornado seemed to be mostly made of seawater. Going up there would be no different from committing suicide. And even if he wasn't a devil fruit user, it was still unknown how terrible the cutting force of 5.5 contained in that huge tornado was. And the end point that led to the sky, the light body with a black spot in the center. So, what on earth was that? Hee, Mr. Shiki, what a pity. Just now it was a good opportunity. If I could ride this tornado, I could see the confrontation between the two. Beside the Golden Lion, Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the Golden Lion was stunned. It seems to make sense. If he goes up, there will be no one left. I am afraid that the other party will not be able to appreciate his corpse. He no longer pays attention to Orochimaru's jokes, but stares at the extremely grand natural disaster that will never end. Some hot thoughts emerged in his mind. What a great power! Such power! Such power! If only he could have it. Chapter 377 Evil comes from the star world, and the burning sky roars. Above the sky, King looked at the huge hole that was constantly absorbing countless substances. He just felt that he was in trouble. Unlike some people on the ground whose entire vision was occupied by the tornado that was too grand. In his vision, it can be seen that there are 3 huge tornadoes that go straight from the sea on the ground to the sky and finally converge together. The locations of the 3 tornadoes are respectively in the New World, the East China Sea, and the South China Sea. The huge tornadoes carry the sea, soil, rocks, vegetation, and other things on the surface of the ground straight to the sky. Finally, they are squeezed into this huge black hole. Fortunately, the formation locations of these tornadoes are all in the sea where few people go. This seems to be a coincidence, but it is actually a necessity. A force called hope and luck interweaves and indirectly affects the direction of this disaster. King is looking at the huge hole not far away that is slowly repairing, and he also feels a little difficult. Especially seeing that the two-sided Sukuna on the opposite side is still ready to move, it is even more of a headache. Although his power is strong, he also feels that he doesn't know how to start with this kind of space disaster. 31NOW This location is still causing disasters, and he feels that he really doesn't have the mood to fight with Sukuna again. And Sukuna feels a little disappointed when he sees that King has no desire to fight. What is this? While King was thinking about how to end the situation, the space hole began to shrink rapidly. Under the influence of a force. Hoping that it could be repaired faster, under such a thought, the hole began to respond to this request and really began to repair itself faster. This is the power called hope, a kind of idealistic and convenient ability. Great, did the boss take action? Looking at the hole that began to repair rapidly, King finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the space hole in front of King and Ryomen Sukuna shrank rapidly. Thousands of meters, hundreds of meters, 10 meters until it disappeared completely. As the hole dissipated, The huge tornadoes connected to the sky also began to slowly stop, and sea water and various soil and rocks collapsed from the sky. From the ground, several huge waterfalls fell down like the Milky Way above the 9 heavens. The huge volume directly smashed the sea into countless waves and tsunamis that swept away. Soon, many islands will attract tsunamis. This is a man-made natural disaster. King didn't pay attention to these for the time being. Now he mainly had to face Ryomen Sukuna, who had renewed his fighting spirit. King, since we have come to this point, then, let me show you the trick I have researched. I hope you can satisfy me, but don't die like this. With King's bad expression, Ryomen Sukuna began to brew his new trick. This trick is only theoretically formed and needs to be put into practice. For Ryomen Sukuna, King in front of him is the best test target. Now that the fight has become like this, the interest in the battle has also been dampened by King's lack of fighting spirit just now. Therefore, Ryomen Sukuna now only wants to use the strongest trick to decide the outcome. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the feet of King and Ryomen Sukuna. Under King's bad eyes, countless negative energy particles on the surface of the entire planet began to jump over. Gathered on Ryomen Sukuna. Now that the two are fighting, the entire planet is affected. The grand disaster visions and earthquake anomalies make most people on the planet uneasy. At this time, the negative energy particles are much more than before. Hey, hey, hey. It's not too late for me to surrender. King was also a little frightened when he saw the posture of Ryomen Sukuna. If this is not done well, he will die. How can such a dangerous power be used casually? Looking at Ryomen Sukuna's careless look, King complained in his heart, but his solemn face did not lose face after all. No matter. I hope the boss can hold it. King can't sit still with the opponent's posture. Maybe he will die this time. Hurry up and come up with a move that is more powerful than the opponent. As he thought of this, King's mind burst into endless inspiration. His lucky ability began to activate, and the luck he had accumulated was consumed crazily. King also entered a strange state. One after another, spiritual lights began to emerge in a range, and a new trick was quickly constructed with the purgatory unparalleled explosive heat wave cannon as the center. Endless light and endless heat burst out from his body and then retreated, and the breath of destruction began to invade the void. Bang bang bang! In the void, the Emperor engine began to play, and the terrible continuous sound directly shook the void. The power core located in the void at the heart of King began to explode all its power, and at the same time, it was overloading and extracting more huge power from the void. On the opposite side of King, the low murmur of sin lingered in the darkness, and the voice muttered and lingered, and began to gather together and repeat a certain word. The darkness that swallowed the endless light flowed out of Ryomen Sukuna's body like water, gathered with the wind, and finally condensed in his palm. A pocket-sized black sun was born in his hand. Looking at the black sun in his hand, Ryomen Sukuna slowly admired it. At this time, the king opposite him also completed his latest masterpiece. A red light like magma flowed in his palm, and the red light like liquid slowly swirled, and finally formed a red ball of light. Looking at the ball of light in his hand, King's face was heavy. Do we really have to go this far? With a light throw, the ball of light will fall directly into the center of the earth under the planet and explode, and the entire planet will dissipate. Even if it is detonated on the surface, 1/3 of the entire planet will be cut off. Are you sure the boss can handle such power? Looking at Ryomen Sukuna, who was looking at the black sun in his hand with a dazed look, King really wanted to say forget it. King, I won't lose this time. Ryomen Sukuna's dangerous eyes were on King, making King feel that his face was a little tense. He moistened his throat and planned to persuade him. Stop talking nonsense, take it. As if knowing that King was going to talk nonsense, Ryomen Sukuna raised his hand with a grin, grabbed the whole black sun into a black dot in his palm. Die for me. King. Hey, hey, hey. What a huge hatred and resentment. Isn't it just that I almost beat you to death last time? You didn't really die. King just felt tired. But he couldn't just stand there and wait to die when the opponent attacked. The red sun in his hand expanded directly in his hand. Endless light and endless heat swept through the red sun, and with pure destruction, they began to collide with the black spots thrown by the two Sukuna. Star World Evil. Fiery Sky Void Roar. Chapter 378 Global Disaster, a force that will affect the world for hundreds of years. A few days later, a new wave of newspapers began to arrive around the world. It was a newspaper about the battle between the two gods that broke out a few days ago. Due to the extremely horrific war, the whole world was affected, and even the newspaper offices that Morgans distributed newspapers around the world were not immune. The newspaper was delayed in publication. During those few days, the newsbirds were unwilling to go out to deliver newspapers at that time. After all, the whole world began to suffer from frequent natural disasters, and sea storms were the most common. Newsbirds did not dare to rush out to die in such a situation, so it was difficult to deliver newspapers. Until now, Morgans, the president of the World Economic Newspaper, saw that the natural disasters had subsided a little. He began to issue new newspapers. Super shocking! The holy land of Marijoa was invaded by the demons, and the sun god king and the demon god Ryomen Sukuna broke out in a double god war. This is the war of gods, and the whole world has changed dramatically. Sun god king and demon god Ryomen Sukuna, eternal gods, they are true gods, and their power is unimaginable. The highest crown in the world is no longer the world government, but those two. They are the glory of the era of double gods and the stars that hang forever in the sky. With the release of the new newspaper, people who have been frightened for these days began to get the new newspapers. This time, the World Economic Newspaper issued several pages of newspapers at one time. All of them are about the super big event a few days ago. As for other events, there are some, but they only occupy the corners of these newspapers. This major event has brought unprecedented shock to everyone. Almost the whole world is wondering about this unimaginable natural disaster. This kind of problem directly related to their own safety, no one does not pay attention to it. The situation is. This time people's demand for newspapers and their enthusiasm for intelligence are unprecedentedly high. These days, abnormal weather has occurred frequently. Storms, tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, rainstorms, etc. At the same time, many people's mental state is very uncomfortable, and they only feel depressed, powerless and other emotions. Under the dual influence of the outside world and themselves, people all over the world are a little miserable. Fortunately, it is basically over now. After surviving this exciting disaster, the losses caused to the whole world are countless. Now, they urgently need to know what happened. Swish. Rustle. People are constantly flipping through the thick newspapers this time. My eyes were also indescribably shocked. That was a world-shaking war, a war between two gods, real gods. This world is really crazy. Such a natural disaster was actually man-made, or God-made. Why would such a terrible God appear in this world? As people around the world began to understand the cause of this disaster, they were sincerely afraid of the sun god king and the demon god Ryomen Sukuna. The aftermath of their battle in the sky alone caused a disaster for the entire world. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy, even fairy tales dare not write like this. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying the power is, which is far beyond people's understanding. In fact, this global disaster has been reduced. It can be said that it is already the aftermath of the aftermath. Otherwise, people would not be alive to read newspapers at home. A few days ago, King and Ryomen Sukuna had their final confrontation. Because their final power was too shocking, the planet was too close to their confrontation. If it is really left alone, it will cause terrible damage to the entire planet itself. In a more serious way, it is possible that the planet will explode. Therefore, Mel, who had been paying attention to their war at that time, pulled the orbit of the planet and moved the position of the planet a little. So the force of their collision would not directly cause the destruction of the planet. Of course, even if the position is shifted, it is still quite dangerous. Although it will not cause danger to the planet itself, it will be enough to cause a world-destroying scene on the surface of the planet. This disaster may not even break the skin of the planet itself, but it is a catastrophe for the life living on the surface of the planet. So the aftermath of that incident was also eliminated by Mel. The people on the ground did not know all this. They could only see the endless darkness and endless red light in the sky dividing the entire sky into two halves. As time went on, the red light finally overwhelmed the darkness, and then the world returned to normal. It can't be said to be normal. What followed was various frequent natural disasters in the world and some more special disasters. People in the whole world only felt that there was a problem with their spirits. These two disasters are actually comprehensive. The natural disasters in the former are actually the sequelae of the planet's surface after Merle deviated from the planet's trajectory. After all, the trajectory of the planet cannot be arbitrarily changed. The gravity of celestial bodies will affect the ecological balance. Although it will return to its original orbit later, what happened has happened. In addition, the power of King also affected this world, causing a lot of seawater in this world to evaporate. It caused abnormal weather such as heavy rain, tsunami, drought, and flood. As for the abnormal mental state of that kind of life, it was the result of the power of Ryomen Sukuna. The scattered power was scattered all over the world, affecting many people. But this is not the most important. The power scattered to the world will become a foundation of the new power system of life. It is a system different from the domineering system. If nothing unexpected happens, the environment of the whole world will be affected for hundreds of years. If we use the words of Mel's previous life, it is equivalent to a somewhat similar situation of spiritual energy revival. At that time, Mel also adjusted that power to adapt to life more gently, and let it float to the surface of the planet. Although it was originally the negative energy of life in this world, it is different from the completely natural negative energy. The properties of these scattered directions have been changed, and they will be easier to be used by life. This is the foundation of a new system. People who adapt to this power will become strong people in the new system. Most of the people in the current world are still unaware of this. But the changes are quietly taking place. The natural world will first give birth to new demons, and animals, plants, fish in the sea, and sea kings will also be affected accordingly. This is a force that affects the entire world's biosphere. This invisible force will be noticed by people in the future. Now, what people are most concerned about is the battle between the two gods. According to the newspaper, this battle should be a draw. But people are more willing to believe that King won. After all, King had defeated Sukuna Dai before. And a few days ago. They can still clearly hear the scene where the red light in the sky finally overwhelmed the black light, and they are willing to believe that King won. Only in this way can they feel at ease. The power of the sun god and the demon god is too terrible. If justice cannot prevail over evil, then with the godlike power of the demon, wouldn't the world be doomed? So whether it is rational or emotional, they prefer to believe in King's victory. People ultimately need hope to comfort their uneasy hearts. Chapter 379 How can people control gods? Raise your feet in favor. Shambayadai Archipelago, Area 13. Syaki Blackmail Bar. Swish. Swish. In this bar, the air is silent. There is only the sound of papers flipping. Bang. After a while, Pluto Rayleigh put the newspaper in his hand and then looked at the bottle on the bar. Bang. The bottle was held by one of his hands. Gulp. Gulp. The hot drink was drunk by Rayleigh. Dang. As the empty bottle was smashed on the bar, he burped, his face was a little red, and his eyes were a little blurred. This is really incredible. After a while, Rayleigh's hoarse voice sounded. Hearing his words, Xiaoqi, who was opposite him, also suppressed the shock in her eyes. Then he said lightly while smoking a cigarette. Haven't you known this for a long time? Even last time on the Death Island, their battle was equally shocking. It's just this time it's more thorough. Rayleigh looked at Xiaoqi's seemingly calm eyes. If the cigarette in her hand hadn't been shaking, Rayleigh might have admired her calmness. He shook his head and looked forward. That place is where the headquarters of the world government is located, the Holy Land on the Red Earth continent, Marijoa. But even if they live there, those celestial dragons can no longer look down on the world in peace. As Morgan said, the two gods stand above their heads like eternal stars, and even wanting to see them is a luxury. He was talking about the demon god Ryomen Sukuna. There was no picture of the demon god in this war, and ordinary people could not look directly at him. Who dares to take a picture of him? And the Den Den Mushi is also a living creature, so even the Den Den Mushi is probably powerless. Their existence is incredible, and this world is really magical. Rayleigh stretched out his hand and squeezed the air, as if squeezing something. He could feel that the surrounding environment had undergone subtle changes, but he was not sure what the changes were. Just do your best. How can we control the gods? Xiaoqi took a deep puff of cigarette and then said. Ha ha ha. Yes. That's right, how can people control gods? Picking up a bottle of wine again, Rayleigh laughed at himself. After a moment of silence, when Xiaoqi finished smoking her cigarette. This is a dangerous but wonderful era. Let's not talk about those two inhuman guys. The demon clan's apostle named Whale can actually drive the Sea Kings to act, which is really surprising. Bang. Rayleigh opened the bottle in his hand and said with a smile. If it were in the past, the demon clan's apostle whale would have this kind of he must be dignified by the power of the ancient weapon sea king. However, compared with the battle between the two gods, it seems nothing now. Ancient weapon sea king. Rayleigh looked at the sea outside the window, and the mermaid island in the depths of the sea. I didn't expect that in addition to the real sea king mermaid princess, there are other people who can drive sea kings. Before, someone in the New World saw a terrifying figure hovering in the sky in the distant doldrums. That figure that looks like a whale, according to previous intelligence, is a very large body. Xiaoqi said thoughtfully. Maybe it has something to do with that time. The demon apostle whale may have the ability to grow bigger. Is it possible that those sea kings will obey the orders of this apostle when they see that this guy looks like a fellow and is as big as him? Hearing Xiaoqi's speculation, Rayleigh rolled his eyes. How does he know this? He can't understand the language of sea kings, and who knows what they are thinking. When Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were discussing other information about this major event. Above their heads, on the lofty Red Earth continent. Holy Land, Mary Gosa. Pangu City, in a large room that was barely put together and looked like a dilapidated house. The leaders of the member countries gathered together again. In this dilapidated house with cracked walls, the leaders of the member countries sat down with heavy hearts. After the war a few days ago, the losses of the entire Holy Land were countless, and many guards and agents died. The main reason was that the guard force of the Holy Land itself was severely damaged. As a support, the navy started to fight steadily from the outside, and held out until the battle between the two gods ended and the demons retreated. So the losses of the navy were not too heavy. After the demons retreated, a large area of ruins in the Holy Land needed to be cleaned up and rebuilt, and the wounded also needed medical treatment. At this busy moment, the whole world was still erupting in natural disasters. They were no exception. In this lofty Red Earth continent, the main natural disaster they suffered was storms, coupled with the abnormal mental state that made ordinary people abnormal. It can be said that the Holy Land has been busy and tired these days. Until now. The world government has really continued the world conference that has not yet begun. Although this world conference was suspended due to the invasion of the demons, now that the invasion is over, it will start again. To be honest, if possible. The 5 elders want to cancel this world conference, but they dare not. Because of the words left by the king who looks like a human but is actually a god. Then let this world conference officially begin. At this time, at one end of the conference table, the 5 elders were sitting. They were all covered with bandages, looking like mummies. At this time, they looked at the weird eyes of the kings around them, and couldn't help but snorted coldly, signaling the chairman to officially start the world conference. The last time the 5 elders fought with the apostles, they were almost paralyzed. Only experience it yourself. They just felt the horror of those apostles, each of them was a monster among monsters. Fortunately, everything was over. But the next world conference. So, who of you will submit a proposal? As the chairman spoke, the eyes of all the leaders of the member countries attending the conference flickered, and they looked at each other strangely. I. Finally, under the strange eyes of many leaders of the member countries, Alabasta Kingdom Cobra stood up and gestured. His expression was very solemn. Seeing Cobra stand up, the chairman shrank his head. This guy would not really say that thing. Under the unsightly expressions of many leaders of the member countries and the ugly eyes of the 5 elders, Cobra spoke in a deep voice. I propose to reduce the heavenly gold that the member countries of the world government pay to the celestial dragons, so that more non-member countries can join the world government. Hearing his words, many kings and heads of state were still excited even though they had psychological expectations. They all whispered to each other. Seeing Cobra, the descendant of one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government, stand up, the 5 elders glanced at him. There was a threat and danger in his eyes, and Cobra looked back at the 5 elders without fear. There was a firm look in his eyes. His words had already given face to the 5 elders, and lowering the amount of heavenly gold would allow more non-member countries to benefit and be protected by the navy. At that time, the world government would indeed receive a new amount of heavenly gold. Do you have any opinions on this proposal? The chairman of the meeting said with some fear as he looked at the 5 elders. No opinions. Raise your feet in favor. Everyone complained in their hearts. Chapter 380, Transcendent Forces, this world can't stand the toss. Although they thought so in their hearts. But these kings and leaders were not so straightforward. Instead, they looked at each other frequently. Then several kings spoke up, following Cobra's words and talking only about the benefits to the world government. I think this matter can be considered. No wrong, so that the world government can have more member states to strengthen the power of the world government also increased. I agree with King Cobra's opinion. Seeing several kings speaking, other kings who were interested also followed suit, and everyone talked at once. For a while, the whole room was like a vegetable market. Even if there were kings who wanted to please the 5 elders, they didn't dare to speak up to refute. Seeing that almost most of the heads of the member states had a say, the bandaged 5 elders, Saint Vouchuri, coughed lightly, and all the discussion stopped abruptly. They looked at Saint Vouchuri with a slightly nervous look. Saint Vouchuri looked back at the heads of the member states around the entire conference table. Emotions such as anxiety, uneasiness, joy, and excitement were vividly expressed on the paper. Although lowering the sky gold can indeed allow more non-member states to join the world government, but Saint Vouchuri's sharp eyes poured cold water on everyone. Are you really willing to do this? You should know that the number of pirates in this world is increasing. The overall strength of the navy is also limited. He said in a low voice. Protecting them means that the defense you can get is weaker, so. Looking at some of the kings who were a little stunned, Saint Vorkuli smiled. Are you willing to reduce your own safety in exchange for the safety of others? Hearing Saint Vorkuli's words, everyone looked at each other in surprise. 5 elders, you don't have to say so much. Now, the Sun God King is paying attention to this matter. I believe you will also consider it. As Cobra said so. Others were also a little stunned. They didn't expect Cobra to be so tough. That's the 5 elders with the highest power in the world. Sure enough, the 5 elders felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly when they heard Cobra's words. Although everyone couldn't see clearly because of the bandages, it was clear that the face under the bandages must be very ugly. Saint Vokuli took a deep breath. After the last battle between the 2 gods, King came back and said something about the reduction of Tianshangjian. At that time, almost all the leaders of the member countries heard the words of the man who now has the power to destroy the world. Who dares to despise it? That's right, when Cobra brought up the matter of Tianshangjian. Almost most people agreed. Because with that godlike man as a backing, reducing Tianshangjian is not easy. King Cobra, it seems that you are very confident. Everyone understood after hearing Saint Vokuli's sarcastic voice. King Cobra, who looks very brave now, has already angered the 5 elders and offended the highest power in the world. He is bound to suffer a lot. There are too many ways for these powerful 5 elders to make trouble for a kingdom. That's why many kings dare not be the first to stand out. If they are targeted by the 5 elders, they are basically finished. Perhaps only Cobra, who is also a descendant of one of the 20 kings, can resist a little. Humph. In this case, let's just vote directly. Looking at King Cobra's determined look, the 5 elders snorted coldly and said nothing more. It will be a matter for the future if they want to pinch him. As Cobra said, they simply cannot ignore King's words. This time they can only retreat. Soon. The voting of the meeting was completed, and the matter was passed with an overwhelming advantage. Even if the words of the 5 elders did have an impact, most people would rather reduce the burden on the country. Compared with the direct benefits this time, other harms will eventually be a little later. Then next, let's discuss the specific details of the reduction of Tianshangjian. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's office. Marine Marshal Sora looked at the newspaper in his hand, even though he had already obtained the information. But after seeing the World Economic News Agency reorganize the shocking event, he still felt a little dreamy. Sun God King, it is really a world-destroying power. Fortunately, he joined our navy. This is the thought that Sora has been thinking about for the nth time. If it weren't for him, the navy would be completely unable to stop the pirate, the demon god Ryomen Sukuna. No, or the current Ryomen Sukuna is no longer a pirate. Because the bounty on the demon god has been revoked. Not only that. Zero ask for flowers. The same is true for the demon god apostles under his command. Those apostles who led the demons to the Holy Land, with the style of the apostles. World government, they should have been charged with a crime and offered a bounty. It's a pity that the 5 elders didn't want to be involved with the demons. They didn't want to have another battle of the 2 gods, so they asked the navy to cancel the bounty on the demon apostles. After all, they were too cautious. The demons were the first to not offer a bounty after invading the Holy Land of Marijoa. This was actually a sign of weakness to people, but for the 5 elders, as long as they hadn't defined the demons as pirates, then it was equivalent to a conflict between forces, which was the last fig leaf. Although it was far-fetched, it was simply fear of the demons. No one knew what the demons were thinking, and whether the Navy Admiral King could rescue them in time every time. The 5 elders didn't dare to gamble, so it was just for insurance. Sora shook his head, and he couldn't deny the decision of the 5 elders. But now, in my opinion, a terrifying and transcendent force appeared on the sea, and even though it attacked the Holy Land, it was still not rewarded. From this point of view, I feel that this era is really a dream. But these are not what Kong needs to care about for the time being. Now the Navy has a lot of things to do. With the frequent disasters in the past few days, in a certain period of time in the future, the whole world will usher in a tough battle. The reason is simple: food. The impact of disasters on a global scale is not small. The impact of crop harvests alone is enough to cause a great shock. Food shortages, people will fight for food, and people who are not full will be more likely to go to extremes. The number of pirates in the world will soar in the future. Under such circumstances, the Navy needs to make good deployment to survive this crisis. Putting down the newspaper in his hand, Kong couldn't help but sigh. The impact of the Battle of the Two Gods is so huge. Just one battle will cause a world-class disaster, and the subsequent problems caused by it are countless. This price is really too high. If possible, he hopes that King will stop fighting with the demon god and live in peace. After all, this world can't stand their tossing. Chapter 381 Forever, the Demon Clan that will include all races. The next day. The Windless Belt, Ruskana Island. Between the peaks, the scenery is charming and lush. A colorful flower field is blown by the wind. Sporadic petals are flying, spreading the valley with a faint fragrance that makes people intoxicated. On the soft grass, a dense pink flower tree is also slightly bent. Pink petals are falling, with beautiful brilliance. The falling pink petals are like dancing elves, passing through people's hair and around people's clothes, playing slowly with the melodious melody. A gorgeous and exquisite piano, a girl with silver hair and red eyes, a black dress with white edges in Gothic style. A soft breeze blew, Yin's long hair fluttered, and her delicate hands wandered on the black and white keys. Everything looked very moving. Ding ding dong dong dong. Time passed slowly, and the melody slowly flowed between the valleys, and the lingering sound was lingering in the ears. I don't know when. Her jade hands had stopped. The scarlet pupils flashed, staring at the black-haired boy who was a little absent-minded under the pink flower tree. It's so pleasant. Yin. Looking at Yin looking over, Moer smiled. The familiar melody and beautiful picture made Moer recall the past, that world, that ordinary period. It was really. The wind blew gently, bringing a burst of ethereal fragrance, and there was a delicate body in Moer's arms. Master. What's wrong? Listening to Yin's soft and cute voice, Moer gently hugged her. I want to stay by your side forever. Ha ha ha, you really said something incredible. Yin. Moer was slightly startled, and one hand gently stroked the girl's silver hair, which was soft and delicate. Seeing her little hand holding his collar slightly clenched, he said softly. Now, isn't that what we are doing? His words made Yin's crimson pupils brighter. So cunning. Yin actually made a strategy while I was sleeping, so much. At this time, a cute and silly voice appeared, and a small golden body crawled out from the collar of Moer's clothes. As soon as she came out, she looked at Yin and complained, and then fluttered her golden cicada-like wings directly to Moer's side face. She hugged his cheek and rubbed it, and tapped it lightly, and said cutely and quickly. Master, master, and me, I want forever too. I know, your saliva touched me. So perfunctory. And how can you say that? This is a kiss from a beautiful girl. For a while, the valley was filled with Jin's brisk and pleasant voice and Mel's teasing voice. Time passed slowly. As time passed, Mel finally walked out of the valley. There is still something more important to do today. He looked at the sky. The veins of the whole world were reflected in his eyes. The world is now stable, and the chain reaction of a planet of this size is too big. Although he can do better, it is very troublesome. He is not a real savior, and he is too lazy to do perfect things. This time, the impact of the battle between King and Ryomen Sukuna is quite large. Let's not talk about these short-term disasters. The extraordinary foundation of the whole world has been added with hundreds of years of background. The reason why Mel let it go and pushed it forward was that he wanted to do an experiment to test the source of reputation. That is, how much reputation the newly born intelligent life in this world can provide. In the next few hundred years, many races will be born. At present, the background of the entire demon race in this world is based on fear, one of the most primitive negative energies of life. All the abilities they possess are also based on the bottom layer with fear as the core. The fear of life is precisely the fear of the instinctive understanding of the things feared. This fear contains knowledge and legal principles. Therefore, the power used by the demons themselves is called magic. It is also possible to call it the power of fear. And the negative power used by Ryomen Sukuna does not only include fear. The regular 7 sins such as pride, anger, greed, laziness, as well as depression, anxiety, disgust, decadence, and all other negative forces. These are all among the negative forces controlled. These forces also fell on the entire planet in that war. In the future, there may be a purist race with a certain negative as the core, or a more mixed race formed by mixing with other negative forces. At the same time, these negative forces will be mixed with all the species that may fit now to form a new race. There are countless directions of birth. Therefore, the whole world will actually give birth to countless strange races in the next few hundred years. In the future, the demons will become a general term, including countless races. Just like a race called the demon race in a previous life of Mel, which actually includes countless races. How it will develop will depend on the subsequent new races. By then, many new races with wisdom will appear in the world, and the scene of all races gathering together may also occur. However, that is all for the future. After the battle a few days ago, with the news report, King and Ryomen Sukuna have gained a lot. King gained 3.93 million reputation points, and Ryomen Sukuna gained 3.89 million reputation points. Both broke the record of the highest event. And this battle will also affect King and Ryomen Sukuna's daily income by 0. Because the existence of the two of them is too conspicuous to the whole world. This global disaster that lasted for several days made people have an unprecedented deep impression on these two men who Morgans called gods in the sky. Even if they don't take action now. As long as they are not completely missing or dead, the reputation points they can get in their daily lives will be much more than before. Gods are in the world, and this is a sense for the people of this world. This influence is really great. When people discover the changes in the world in the future, they will feel more deeply about it. Today. With the sound of footsteps. This time, Mower came to the green lake on the island. The lush green forests surrounded the green lake. There was a thin white mist between the forest and on the lake, like a white veil, dreamlike, like a fairyland. The cool breeze with a faint smell of grass and trees passed by, making people peaceful and calm. Mower leaned against a giant tree casually. Prepare to start the next creation. To be honest. In fact, the creation of a new clone could have been carried out a few days ago. However, there was a problem. That is, the reputation points earned by Yagami Iori were not enough. Until now, Yagami Iori only collected 1 million reputation points by reporting his deeds in the corner of the newspaper this time. Avatar, Iori Yagami. Strength, A. Constitution, A. Agility, A. Spirit, S. Abilities, Yasakani no Megatama, S level, Blood of Orokai, A level, Instinct, A. Skills, Yagami-ryu Ancient Martial Arts, A level, Armament Haki, A level, Observation Haki, A level. 1.3 Reputation, 1.05 million. Note, D. Current World Ordinary Person Attributes. Currently, Iori Yagami's ability is only S level, and this is because he was reported to have won GARP and gained more than 800,000 reputation points before, and added 1 million. Otherwise, maybe he won't have an S-level ability when he created a new avatar. After all, he is too Buddhist, and Mel doesn't care about this. Now Mel's concept of time has become close to that of the immortal species. There is no need to rush many things. The world will eventually run according to the trajectory it should. Especially in this world. Although he seems to be young, he actually has unimaginable accumulation in terms of sensory age. The amount of information that an ordinary person would be exposed to in his lifetime is just a drop in the ocean for him. It has only been nearly 2 years since he came to this world, but he feels that a long time has passed. In this situation, Mare's actions began to lean towards interesting things. Perhaps, he will do something interesting in the future. Chapter 382 The Birth of a New Clone. This move of Thunder Bagua breaks through the sky. Mare opened the clone mall. Several abilities are quietly lying in the clone mall. Family, 25,000. Observation Haki, 2,000. Blood True Ancestor, 20,000. Power of the Mountains, 12,000. Shadow Servant, 10,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. Looking at the abilities above, Mel began to create a new clone, and time passed slowly. Soon, a blue-haired girl with emerald eyes appeared in front of him. Looking at her, Mel said with a smile on his face. Welcome to this world, Giada. When the girl heard Mel's words, she also smiled subtly like a silver bell, blinked mischievously, and her eyes, which reflected Mel's figure, looked a little confused. She twisted her unique curves casually, looking a little charming and seductive. Well, being born is indeed something worth celebrating. Master. A few days later. In the charming valley. Pink petals danced with intoxicating fragrance. The green lake not far away was splashed with ripples by the swimming fish. 03 UNDR The flower tree. Mel sat casually on the grass under the tree, leaning on the tree trunk behind him. Next to him. It was the blood ancestor named Giada Kukokan. At this time, Giada, who was wearing a white dress, was holding a game controller that looked a little out of place. In front of her and Mel, there was an appliance like a TV, or it could be said that this was a TV. On the screen, there were two game characters fighting each other, a fighting game. The speed and frequency of the characters fighting in it exceeded those ordinary fighting games in Mel's previous life. Giada was watching the screen intently. The slender fingers quickly pressed the buttons in their hands, and they directly pressed out after images. One of the two fighting characters on the screen also flew at a speed as fast as taking off. The frequency of attack was very high, and various moves were continuously released, and gorgeous special effects appeared on the screen. This game was created by Moer. The response accuracy of the screen was very high, and the speed of the characters in it was almost synchronized with the buttons in their hands. This means that if the powerful person presses the buttons quickly enough, the corresponding character in the game will also attack at the same speed. A phenomenon is that if this game is played by people with different strengths or different hand speeds, it can really kill instantly. If the character swings 100 punches in 1 second, the opponent's game character must also make 100 corresponding blocking actions. Otherwise, the blood bar will be directly lost by more than half in an instant, which is a typical death by flat attack. The same is true for the movement speed. As long as you press fast enough, the character's speed is directly like teleportation. Of course, in the eyes of the strong, he can capture his moving figure. The speed and attack of this game also have an upper limit, which is the level of ordinary peak combat power in the world of One Piece, which is converted to the level of S+. Yes, this game is made based on the world of One Piece. And there is an interesting mechanism, that is, the blood adding mechanism. There will be a fixed time at the beginning of the game, and the blood of your character will be added based on the speed of your hand. How much blood depends on how fast you press the button. In other words, this game is almost based on hand speed. Unless the hand speed of both people exceeds the upper limit of this game, that is, the level of S+. At that time, the rhythm of the battle will become important again. Otherwise, it is really possible to kill the master with random punches in this game. Elbaf's Gunwayguo. At this time, Giada opened a big move command and then entered a charging state. This big move requires high-frequency key input in a short period of time. If you press too slowly, the release will fail. If you press enough, you can continue to press, and the final attack strength is determined by the input amount. Looking at the cartoon-like ant in the picture is charging. Mel controlled the character he chose, Kaido, with his backhand. He just used a move. Thunder Bagua. The charging command was turned on, and the button on the game controller was pressed by him until it smoked. This move, Thunder Bagua, was so powerful that it broke through the sky. Boom! Big Mom didn't have time to release her move, and she spurted out exaggerated blood and flew across the sky, turning into stars, and the remaining blood bar was directly emptied. She was killed instantly. KO. Game over. Looking at the dazzling words flashing red in front of her, the elegant Giada went crazy instantly. She dropped the game controller in her hand, and pounced on Mel with her teeth and claws. Ah! You are cheating! How can this guy's thunder bagua be so strong? Feeling the soft body that pounced on him moving restlessly, Mare directly stretched out his slender fingers and pressed Giada, who was biting on his neck. The mechanism is fine. You are too weak now. And you need to be calm, Giada. Where is your ladylike image? I don't want to be a lady in front of you. Looking at Giada still biting recklessly, Moer said with some amusement. If you don't want to do it, then can you stop biting? You can't break my defense. Hearing Moer's teasing smile, Giada burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Why are you on guard against me? You are my dearest master. Just let me suck, just one. At this time, in Moer's arms, Giada's face was misty with tears, and her body was still twisting slightly, looking very charming and ready for you to pick. Giada, you are the true ancestor of blood, not the true ancestor of vampires. Control yourself and don't always want to suck my blood. How can an employee suck the boss's blood? It's good enough that he doesn't suck hers. Master, my love. I am so obsessed with you, why can't you have pity on me? Seeing Giada pretending to be pitiful, Moer also found it interesting. Giada's personality is unpredictable, changeable, and like a fun person. Usually she is elegant, ladylike, and even charming. Well, she is also a bit of a homebody. Now this is also her side. The changeable personality is quite interesting. Don't think about it. You can't bear my blood unless I reduce the power and essence in it. But do you still want that kind of blood? Yes, of course, I don't suck your blood for power, this is my way of being obsessed with you. Giada was very confident, but she didn't say anything nonsense about this. As the true ancestor of blood, she has a special way of understanding love. Moer, who also has the ability of the true ancestor of blood, naturally knows this. It's just that he is just playing. There are always interesting things, such as watching Giada chewing his neck anxiously but helplessly. Oh. So that's it. In this case. Under Giada's surprised expression, Moer smiled gently. It still doesn't work. Tisk, it still doesn't work. Hearing Moer's words, Giada's face froze, and then her charming look disappeared, replaced by a somewhat arrogant look. After finding that being cute didn't work, she changed her routine directly. Many men like being arrogant, and I believe that the scumbag master in front of him is no exception. Chapter 383 My love. Come and be my king. For Giada's naive idea, Moer can only say that arrogant has retired. But in the end, he couldn't stand Giada's coquettish and cute, and pestering. Such a changeable little witch can be sexy and charming, and can be coquettish and cute. Seeing her working so hard, Moer reluctantly agreed to suck a few mouthfuls of her blood. Great. Looking at Giada's self-taught good, Moer just felt very interesting. Then he felt his neck was cold. Giada, who was lying on him, was like a kitten licking dried fish. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. What are you doing? Well, master, such an important thing must be done with a sense of ceremony. At this time, Giada gently wrapped her hands around Mel's neck, and her soft lips moved the sound beside Mel's ear, and her voice became charming and lazy. I understand the reason, so why did you bite my ear? Is it that drinking blood is not enough and you want to eat meat? Feeling the touch of the left earlobe, Mel told a joke. Giada was choked when she heard Mel's words, and continued to speak in silence. Dear master, you should say some more touching love words instead of cold jokes at this time, otherwise you will appear to be unromantic. Is that so? Then can you hurry up? If you wait any longer, Yin will come to find someone. Mare's words made Giada's face bitter. It was not easy to get rid of that light bulb, and she couldn't let her interfere this time. She didn't dare to be wild anymore. Then, master. I'll start. As Giada said charmingly, her cute little fangs appeared at the corners of her mouth. The air was still of other sounds, only gurgling sounds were heard. Under the pink flower tree, the breeze blew, and the petals fell and danced. The fragrance attracted flowers and butterflies to surround. Sitting under the flower tree, Mel hugged Giada, who was almost collapsed on him. One hand swayed her emerald black hair. 1, 2, 3 couldn't stop at all. Little Giada, have you sucked enough? How many puffs have you taken? How many puffs did you agree on? Mare could feel the pleasure coming from his neck. This was Giada's instinctive release of a kind of power similar to the effect of aphrodisiac. Such power would not work on Mel if he didn't want to. However, he didn't completely block this sense. After all, it wasn't a poison. It's good to be in a better mood. However, he still had to remind her, otherwise, even if his blood had already reduced its strength and essence, it would be easy for Giada to die suddenly if she drank too much. At this time, Giada also heard what Mel said, and felt that he was still gently stroking her head. She felt a little ashamed. After all, she couldn't help but sip it after saying it a few times. The blood of the person she loves. It really made her intoxicated. Sorry, Master, this is my mistake, so I decided to make it up to you. You can make a request. Anything is fine. After letting go, Giada still lay lazily on Mel. She licked her lips, her eyes were as charming as silk, and she looked intoxicated. Her delicate cheeks almost hid his face. Looking at her suggestive words, Mel smiled with a sunny face. Really? Really, it's more real than gold and diamonds. As long as you want, anything is fine. Looking at Mel's smiling face, Giada also smiled gently, and emphasized it again. Well, then play a few more games with me. Kaido's thunder gossip is super powerful, and can defy the heavens and the earth. Looking at the boy with a sunny face, as if he was inexperienced and had beautiful dreams, he said so. Giada's face turned dark. She knew that this scumbag master was like this, always trying to mess with people's mentality. But now she didn't want to refute it, because time is very tight, and the light bulb may pop up at any time. If this happens, all the previous efforts will be wasted. I don't care, you are mine today. At this time, Giada didn't pretend anymore, and announced directly in a domineering manner, and then blocked Mel who was close at hand. She didn't believe that the owner of the meat scraps who came to the door could still refuse. Mare sniffed the intoxicating fragrance on Giada's body, looked at her blushing cheeks and her closed and slightly trembling eyelids. He didn't make any more jokes, hugged her tightly, and then their figures disappeared directly. After a while, a silver-haired figure appeared here quietly. She looked at the TV and game controller still lying on the ground under the flower tree, and was a little silent. The slender hand stretched out, holding the black gem hanging on the neck. The scarlet-red eyes looked at it blurredly, and finally hugged it tightly to her heart. Master! Ho ho ho! The whispers drifted across the sky with the fragrant wind sweeping the petals. The next day. The calm belt, Ruscana Island. Mare sent Giada to the beach. I'm so reluctant. I've decided. I'm going to build an empire of night. When the time comes, my master, my love. Come and be my king. Giada looked at Mel in front of her, with a look that seemed to be joking but also serious. Then I'll help you choose a blood concubine as your harem, so that you will be happy and stay there forever as my king. The daughter island here is not her territory, and Giada still wants to get a dominant position. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Looking at Giada's sudden idea, Mel smiled and rejected her. If he really wants a harem, he can do it himself. Isn't he better than ordinary people? But now, he already has a little tail that follows him everywhere, and that little guy is still sad now. He also has to take care of her mood. Plus, the number of partners has been increasing, so there is really no need to open a harem. The years ahead are very long. If he collects too frequently, the number of harems will probably break through the sky. Then it will be really troublesome. He is not a completely promiscuous person. He will not ignore them after having sex with them. He will also take time to accompany these partners and date them alone. Because love without feedback will wither. It is inevitable that feelings cannot be overindulged. I understand, don't worry, I will be very strict and carefully selected. Looking at Giada's mischievous winks, Moer also smiled. Then he stretched out his hand and flicked her forehead directly. It hurts. Really, I can't help you open a harem, it's really hard to serve. My love. Giada rolled her eyes coquettishly, and then threw herself on Moer and gave him a long kiss. Finally, she resolutely turned around. This time, she proposed to leave today, otherwise she was afraid that she would stay here for a few more days and would not want to leave. I'm leaving. Remember to think of me all the time. My dear master. Sky Dragon. Then a roaring dragon with white armor on its body emerged from the huge white magic circle in front of Giada. As soon as it came out, it roared at the sky. Roar! The huge sound waves exploded, the atmosphere trembled, and the sea surface shook. The birds in the forest of the entire island were flying around, and the insects stopped singing and dancing. The birds and beasts on the island looked at this direction uneasily. Chapter 384 The ability of the beast in different time and space, the eternal blood contract. Sky Dragon. The product created by the ability of the beast. Jada's ability beast can directly create a strange different time and space. In this time and space, Jada can use imagination to consume power to create the image and ability of the beast. The success of creation depends on the completeness of information. Well, there is still an upper limit to the number of created beasts. The level of the ability itself and the beast factor that comes with the ability also determine the upper limit of the level and number of beasts created. The beasts created in this time and space seem to be able to jump, but they are still semi-finished products. Its essence still belongs to the realm of fantasy. This different time and space is similar to a virtual world or a world of memory. In Moore's observation, the essence of this ability is actually memory, or history, information, and knowledge. The main foundation of its ability lies in this different time and space. This different time and space is directly attached to the world. When the user creates a beast through imagination, it will search for corresponding knowledge, memory, and information from the attached world. Therefore, the beast created with the beast factor of the ability as the core is generated with the highest success rate. So the more powerful or contradictory the beast you want to create, the greater the power consumed when using creation. This power is the necessary price to be paid for searching for world knowledge in different time and space. Although in the eyes of Giada now, she was confused about this ability. She could create a powerful beast just by imagination, and it consumed only renewable energy. She could only sigh that this ability powerful. But in Moore's opinion, it is the clearest. This different time and space can be used as a recorder and repository of world history and knowledge. At present, this ability cannot involve the past and the future, but can only search the present, and the scope is also limited. And its search method is very sophisticated, involving soul, memory, thoughts, emotions, will, spirit, etc. But there is a disadvantage, if a strong enough person will notice this method. Because this method has touched the opponent's field. For example, Giada's own different time and space is currently staying at the location of Daughter Island. When Giada was creating, he could feel some invisible force peeping at him, his rhythm, memory and knowledge, etc., the source of which was the different time and space created by Giada. That was a very mechanical and pure search. Giada's power could not work on him at all. His power is a bug in this world, as long as he doesn't want to, no one can detect it. Of course, in order for Giada's creation to go smoothly, the corresponding knowledge of the alternate time and space was given as a gift. Otherwise, Giada's beast would not come out so easily. Currently, the range of Giada's beast's alternate time and space search is not large. When it can cover the entire world and the depth of the search is stronger, it will be time to exert its ability. Simply understand the ability of Giada's beast. It's like Giada gives a template at the front end, and the alternate time and space terminal uses the means at the back end to search and fill in the required information, knowledge, and memory. Mare finds this method very interesting. He has a new idea. Bang! As Giada jumped directly onto the back of the Sky Dragon, she looked back at Mel and waved her hand. Mare looked at her and smiled, and also waved his hand. Boom! The beast named Sky Dragon waved its huge holy white wings, and the whole dragon flew across the sky at once. High in the sky, Giada looked at the distant figure and finally looked at her palm. A blood-colored ring slowly emerged on her left ring finger. Looking at the ring and stroking it, Giada had a silly smile on her face. After laughing, her face regained the image of a lady. The power of shadow spread under her feet, and then formed a shadow throne. She sat on it, and even the scorching sun that made her unhappy looked good at this moment. On the beach of Ruskana Island, Mare looked at the beast that had completely gone away, and also looked at the blood ring that slowly emerged on the ring finger of his left hand. This ring is not an ordinary creation. It is the embodiment of a certain power, just a representation. The power of the blood true ancestor has a contract called the eternal blood contract, which can only be used once by the true ancestor. There are two conditions for use, one is to be in a certain indescribable state, and the other is that the user must be willing. This is a contract representing eternal love. Its function is also very simple, it is a kind of connection. The blood true ancestor will completely share the true ancestor's power and vitality with his lover, and share the position of the blood true ancestor with his lover. For the blood true ancestor who uses this contract, this is completely a selfless dedication. And the ring in Mel's hand is actually superimposed. Because there are actually two. After all, Giada used this contract to express her feelings to him, so he naturally responded. So, he gave her the contract about the blood true ancestor with his multifaceted power. So both of them have two rings fused together. To be honest, this contract has no effect on Mel. After all, his power is multifaceted, and the blood true ancestor is just one of the ordinary or even weak powers, and the current power level is still low. And this contract is impossible to be cancelled in the eyes of ordinary people and even true ancestors. For people with higher dimensional power, it is just a random flip. So, for him, this contract has no gains or losses at all, it is just a symbol. However, since Giada is happy, let her do as she pleases. That guy is still easy to satisfy. Let's not talk about Giada. Now, there is actually another very important issue. That is the system issue. A question about the system clone. After creating Giada, he found that the system's clone quota at this stage was full, and the entire system was anchoring Giada's influence in this world. It is estimated that it will be done in less than a month. By that time, the system will have to prepare, waiting for the next time point to arrive before there will be a new clone quota. In Moore's understanding, the reason why the clone can obtain reputation value through the reputation of this world is converted into strength. In fact, each clone is anchored by the system in a special field in this world. Only in this way can the clone gain strength through reputation value. This is a clever way to use the world. And at present, the first batch of anchored clones have been completely used up, and now they are waiting for the end. After that, you need to wait for the system to come up with new quotas. Fortunately, the acquisition of reputation points will not be affected by the system this time. After Giada left, a silver-haired figure also appeared behind Moer. He turned his head and came to Yin. Looking at her lost expression, Moer reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Now she was afraid that she would be too clingy and make him feel bored. Really, a simple little guy. Bang! Holding Yin, who rushed to him in his arms, he felt her trembling body gradually calm down. Moer whispered in her ear. Don't worry. Yin. You. But I like you very much. Hearing Moer's words, Yin's eyes brightened. The air was silent. After a while, she mustered up her courage. Master. I want to be closer to you. Looking at Yin, looking at him, her scarlet pupils were shining. He held her cheeks with both hands, and when her face was flushed, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead lightly. Wait a little longer, until you grow up. Jin's mind is still not mature enough now, and nothingness and death have too much influence on her. Mare wants to wait until her mind and heart are more sound and mature. Only that kind of beauty is worth savoring. Well, listen to the master. Looking at the little guy looking down at his feet, Mel took her hand and left. The two figures gathered together in the light and shadow. Chapter 385. Sig realized, the red-hair pirates who defeated Moria. A week later. In the New World, in a certain sea area, two pirate ships were moving in parallel in a certain direction. On the pirate flags flying on their ships, you can see a flag of the Beast Pirates. One of the two pirate ships is the pirate ship led by Sig, the Flying Six of the Beast Pirates. The other ship is the Andre Pirates with two supernovas of the worst generation. On the ship flying the flag of Kaido, the Beast's Pirates. One of the Flying Six of the Beast's Pirates, the powerful sword Sig, is looking at the faint island in the distance. On his ship, there is also the supernova Hughes of the worst generation, and next to him is the muscle-haired ghost Konica and two real fighters. The island is coming soon, and the ship is also seen. Sig said lightly like a big boss, and then glanced at Hughes next to him. Golden-toed Hughes, I ask you again, are you willing to leave the Andre Pirates and follow me to fight a big battle in the Beast's Pirates? His words made Hughes next to him smile, and he looked apologetic. Mr. Sig is joking, I still have the same answer, please don't say this kind of thing again. Hearing Hughes' answer, Konica next to him looked unhappy. You really don't know what's good for you. It was my dear who saved you. Don't you know how to repay your kindness? Konigia, don't say that. Seeing that Konica was about to say something, Sig said coldly. Now Sig no longer evades even when facing Konika's face that is hard to describe. It's not that Konika's face has become more beautiful, but Sig has realized it. Facing this woman all day long, plus the men on the ship who are constantly sweating and exercising. His mindset has completely opened up. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have women. What he wants now is to fight for the sea wholeheartedly and to have men who can become his sharp knives. That's right. Now Sig is very serious about training and has paid a lot of sweat. Seeing this, Kanika exclaimed that she loved it. If that's the case, then so be it. Hughes nodded, then walked away to the edge of the ship and jumped back to the ship of the Andre pirates. Looking at Hughes' back, Sig flashed a trace of heat. This talent is very rare, and he still has a chance. It's really ungrateful. His captain is half crazy and blind. In my opinion, the Andre pirates should be merged into the side of Boss Sig. After Hughes left, a real person next to Kanika spoke up. The two real fighters on Sig's ship are very optimistic about Sig. Not only his status as a supernova of the worst generation and his current strength. The most important thing is his Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki that awakened in front of them, such a person also worked very hard to practice. They believe that such a Sig will definitely become the new big boss of the Beast's pirates in the future, and even become the first person under Lord Kaido. Such potential is worth their flattery. As for reaching Lord Kaido's strength, they didn't think so. After all, although they have seen Kaido defeated. But even if he was defeated, the terrible oppression and the majestic image of the Azure Dragon always reminded them what a monster Kaido is. The reason he was defeated was not because he was weak, but because the enemy was too strong. Ha ha ha, maybe his captain can still be cured. Another Shinichi said with a smile, but he looked a little gloating. It's just possible. Who knows? That red hair pirates. On the other side. The pirates of the Andre pirates only came up. The smile on Hughes' face disappeared when he returned to the ship. Lost, he paced quietly, under the strange eyes of the crew. He entered the captain's room, where he could see a large iron cage. In the cage, a figure was wearing shackles. Those shackles were the sea stone shackles of Wano country with adjusted purity. Hughes, you are here. The voice of the figure in the iron cage was a little hoarse. Andre, red hair has been found, then. Your problem should be solved. Andre in the iron cage laughed wildly when he heard Hughes' words. Have you found him? That's great, I am very eager to fight him, I wish I could fight him for 300 rounds. Andre in the iron cage had dark eyes, and his whole body exuded a cold and frenzied aura. Looking at Andre like this, Hughes was a little worried. After the Andre pirates fought with the Demon Clan Dark Knight at the edge of the Demon Mist Sea. In the end, Dark Knight did not kill them all, but gave them a little chance to survive. Hughes was in the best condition after the war, barely controlling the ship to use the magic fog sea. Finally, the Andre pirates were safe and sound through the dying Den Den Mushi and Sig's help. Although some of the lower-level members were crazy or even dead, they could be recruited again. But their captain Andre had a problem. The first was that he could not see with both eyes, he was blind. The second was that he would go crazy and kill people from time to time. A blind captain made the people under the pirate group gossip, and he sometimes went crazy and killed people, which made the people in the pirate group very afraid and complained. The Andre pirates were largely a group of the survival of the fittest. Now Andre has become like this. If it weren't for Hughes's control, the people below would have divided their things long ago. Humph. Don't worry, Hughes. Andre, won't be defeated so easily. Isn't it just blind? That blind swordsman can be called a natural disaster in his life, so I won't lose to him. As for going crazy, although that disgusting guy has caused me such trouble, but I can feel the powerful force. As long as I can control it, I can become stronger. Looking at Andre in the iron cage, who was talking with a crazy face and even more excited, Hughes also responded with a smile. I believe you can do it, Andre. Only his eyes flashed a trace of worry, because Andre looked really crazy now. If he hadn't been locked by Sea Stone, he might have gotten up and started killing. That demon. Hughes thought about the ghost-like guy, and a trace of darkness flashed in his heart. On the other side. On an island far away from Andre's pirate group and the pirate ship led by Sig. On this island full of dense forests. A pirate ship was docked at the edge of the island. Judging from the pirate flag, it was the Red Hair Pirates, which was quite famous in the New World. They had a conflict with the former 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Maria, not long ago, and Gecko Maria was defeated and fled. This made the Red Hair Pirates, which had disappeared for a while, popular again. After all, Gecko Mariah still had strength. His bounty has now reached 920 million Baileys, and he has fought with many big pirates in the New World. He was able to beat him and flee. This has proved that the Red Hair Pirates, which rose from the evil generation, should not be underestimated. Not many pirate groups can do this. Chapter 386 Why Don't They Die? He gave them an injection. I see a pirate group coming, and it's an old acquaintance. Snake, the navigator of the Red Hair Pirates, saw two pirate groups in the distance of the sea through a telescope. When he saw that it was an old acquaintance who came, he smiled. He said to the ship Dr. Hongo, who was also on the ship with him. Oh, who is it? Hongo sat on a wooden barrel and lay on the side of the ship, and then asked lazily. Strong Sword Sig and Tyrannical King Andre and others. It's them. Hearing Snake's face with a smile, Hongo was stunned, and then his face was full of nostalgia. Those guys are really persistent. We just appeared in the sea not long ago, and they are chasing us again. And there was a trace of emotion on his face. Did the Andre pirates escape? That terrible ghost place. Hongo's words reminded Snake of something, and his face, which was originally smiling, became solemn. At the same time, he couldn't help but touch a certain part of his body. As if both of them were immersed in memories, silence began on the ship. After a while, Snake found a wooden barrel on the deck and sat down, stretching out his hands to feel the cool sea breeze. Looking at the two ships in the sky that were moving slowly like snails, he spoke again. Well, let's inform the boss now. Let him make the decision. Ha ha ha, the boss will definitely not run away like this. We were hurt by them last time. Now, it's time for him to see what he is like. Hongo said with a big laugh. Then he grabbed a den mushi from the side. At a location on the island, red-haired Shanks and his other companions were digging from the dense roots of a tree exposed on the ground next to a big tree. They had dug dozens of centimeters deep and finally touched a stone slab. Ha ha ha, this treasure is found. It turns out that this is not wrong. Lackey, who was gnawing on a big meat leg, saw the stone slab and smiled happily, then swallowed the meat leg in his hand with meat and bones. Then he took out another big meat leg from somewhere and started celebrating. His actions made the people who were digging with shovels laugh and cry. Lackey, you bastard, you have grown so much meat in vain, and you have a lot of reasons to dig the ground. As a combatant, Lime Jones looked at Lackey next to him with a shovel. I am on guard for you, and I am a chef. How can a chef's hands dig the soil? Lackey bit off a piece of meat fiercely, and then refuted vaguely. Ha ha you guy, everything you say is reasonable. Everyone cleaned the soil underneath and teased Lackey. Okay, now we can open the lid, let's see what treasures are there. After cleaning the dirt on the stone slab with everyone, red-haired Shanks began to prepare to open the lid under everyone's gaze. In this sea, treasures are always fascinating. Unknown treasures make people curious. It is very likely that after holding the treasure map, you will be surprised, shocked, or disappointed after finding the treasure. This is the fun of pirates looking for treasures, and it is also the fun of the red-haired pirates. Shanks doesn't really care what the treasure is. He only cares about the process and adventure of finding treasures with his companions. It's about to open. Shanks' one hand grasped the edge of the stone slab that was several meters long and wide. Under the close gaze of the crowd, he lifted it up. The stone slab flew directly into the air and fell somewhere with a dull bang. Then the air fell into silence. After a while, the air burst into warm cheers. Oh oh oh! Ha ha ha, it's really good. We are lucky this time. We can buy more rare ingredients. Lakey smiled excitedly. Others rolled their eyes when they heard his words. This guy kept eating and eating. He couldn't eat to death. But no one refuted him at this time. Because a large pit several meters long and wide appeared in front of them. The pit was filled with dazzling gold, silver, and jewelry, so dense that it was unknown how deep it was. In the eyes of the Deputy Captain Beckman, this batch of treasures was roughly estimated to be worth at least more than 1 billion Baileys. That is to say, they have made a fortune now. Looking at the way everyone put their arms around each other and cheered, he also smiled. Brew. 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 A unique sound of the den mushi broke the cheers. Everyone focused their attention on Beckman. He also took out a small den mushi from his body. This it actually called at this time. Is there something wrong with the ship? Beckman's face became serious. Shanks also walked to his side and picked up the den mushi. After a while. Ha ha ha, guys, an old friend is here, hurry up and pack up the treasures, don't let them see it and get jealous. Shanks hung up the den mushi with a smile, and then teased. Oh. Everyone responded with laughter. Then they took out the big cloth bag skillfully and began to harvest the treasures in the pit frantically. Soon they finished cleaning up, and several big cloth bags were carried by them. There was no treasure left in the pit, it was bare and there was not even a gold coin left, showing the professionalism of the red hair pirates. Then, let's go. Go meet our old friend. Shanks led his companions back. Next, they were going to meet the annoying guys. That group of guys was not easy to deal with before, but now. Time passed slowly. Soon after, Shanks and his companions returned to the Red Force. You guys are here. If you were a little slower, our ship might have been bombed. Hongo, who stayed on the ship, also complained when he saw everyone coming back. Because the two ships were only more than a kilometer away from here. If they really had to wait a little longer for the other side to fire, the two of them would have been in a hurry. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are still in time. Shanks said optimistically, and then patted the heavy cloth bag on his back. This action made Hongo's eyes shine a little. It looks like the harvest is very good. Are we going to get rich? After getting excited for a while, Hongo said with a look of doubt. The reason why he asked about 1.9 was because these idiots like to play tricks on people. Once, the treasure was empty, but they brought back a big bag of stone and soil. When he opened it with joy and expectation, his face turned black, while others laughed. It's very annoying to think about it now. They told him that his surprised face was the treasure, why didn't they die? It must be true this time, but we still have to deal with the guests first, and then you will open it. Shanks said with a suppressed smile. Really? Hongo looked at Shanks' stifling smile and became even more suspicious. Would these guys come to trick him again? Looking at the bags tied with ropes and letting them pile up on the deck. Looking at the pirate ship approaching in the distance, he no longer thought about it. Let's deal with the enemy first. If there is still a problem this time, he will give them an injection in the future. Chapter 387 I refuse, my power. The waves of the sea rise and fall, and the foam that rolls up breaks. The crystal water drops float, and the soothing melody of the sea tide floats. The two pirate ships came slowly with the melody of the sea tide and the greetings of the wind. They did not fire, and the red hair pirates docked on the coast did the same. As the ships got closer and closer, both sides began to see figures on each other's decks. Squeak! As the two new pirate ships docked on the shore not far from the red hair pirates. The pirates led by Li Jianzij and another pirate led by Hughes met the red hair pirates directly. See you again. Red hair Shanks. Zij looked at the red-haired people on the Red Force and said lightly. Ha ha ha, yes. I didn't expect to meet again, but this is not a coincidence, right? Li Jianzij. Looking at Sig's calm look, Shanks felt that this man seemed to have changed again. However, now he paid more attention to the tyrannical king of the Andre pirates. That guy didn't show up at the first time. Shanks' observation haki swept towards the ship of the Andre pirates, and his face changed slightly. What is this? 06 You have become stronger, red hair. Sig didn't care about Shanks' slightly changed expression, and didn't answer red hair's words, but continued. They were able to beat Gecko Moria, the 920 million pirate, and their strength was indeed different from before. Sig was sure of this. However, this should be the credit of that special power, that photo. He recalled the photo of the red hair pirates reported in the newspaper before. That abnormal state at a glance was one of the purposes of Sig's coming here. Really? You have become a little different too. Sig. Shanks retracted his slightly changed expression and turned his attention to Sig again. Maybe. Red hair, do you want to come to the beast pirates? In this new world, there is no place for small pirate groups like you. Whoosh. The fierce sea breeze blew, rustling the dense forest on the edge of the island. The pleasant sea breeze did not ease the increasingly solemn atmosphere between the two sides. I refuse, Sig. No matter how many times you ask, I will give the same answer. Hearing Shanks' words, the members of the red hair pirates beside him all showed wanton smiles. And the pirates on Sig's side looked solemn. The red hair pirates are now tough, and they have even defeated big pirates like Gecko Moria. However, they were chased by them before, and even if they really improved, they could still defeat them. Many pirates are solemn but have such confidence. Boss Sig has awakened the Conqueror's haki, and his strength is also getting stronger. He will definitely not lose to Red Hair. At this time, Sig didn't know that his men were desperately praying for him in his heart. He looked at Red Hair and his men, and his heart was calm. This man's refusal was expected. He refused before, and now that he is stronger, how could he easily surrender? Is that so? Then, the next step is up to you, Hughes. Hughes, who had been silent on the deck of another ship, nodded. He looked at Red Hair and his companions and got straight to the point. Shanks, do you control that power? When Shanks heard Hughes ask this question, his pupil shrank. Could it be that he also had it? No, he didn't have that feeling at all. Shanks didn't feel that kind of power in Hughes at all. Hughes had been observing Shanks' facial expression and knew roughly. That kind of power, the power of the demons, the Red Hair pirates must have mastered it. Looking at their current appearance, there is no sign of going crazy, no different from the past. When Hughes wanted to continue asking. Ding dong. Ding dong. A sound like chains colliding came from behind him. Hearing this voice, the pirates who were still gathered next to Hughes shuddered. They felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying beast. Da-da-da. All of a sudden, the pirates around Hughes retreated, and only a few cotters did not leave too far. But even they were a little afraid to see a figure walking out of the shadows behind. Tyrannical King Andre, this guy. The members of the Red Hair pirates looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Ha ha ha, Hughes, no need to say more. Me. But I can't wait to fight. At this time, everyone watched Andre walk over step by step. His hands and feet were shackled, and between the shackles the chains made crisp sounds as he walked. Andre, chained like this, surprised Shanks and the others, as well as his eyes. The dark eyes could not see any luster. Was this man blind? The members of the Red Hair pirates all looked at him solemnly. Because they also felt that the power was much stronger than theirs. On the other side, Hughes was a little helpless when he saw Andre coming to his side, but he immediately took out the key from his body and opened the shackles on Andre. As the captain, it was easy for outsiders to laugh at him wearing shackles like this. Clang! Clang! As Andre's shackles were opened, even the cotters who were closer to him were frightened and began to retreat far away. As for the other minions, it was even more so. Ah! Free from the shackles, this feeling is so relaxing, my strength is back. Andre opened his hands slightly, and his eyes that seemed to be soaked in ink looked at Shanks. Roar, roar, roar. A violent aura suddenly rose from Andre. Everyone felt like a beast was out of the cage, and the shadow of the huge 043 was shrouding them. The air was trembling, and the huge pressure on the heart made people suffocate. What is this? Shanks looked at the man called the Tyrannical King. He could feel a terrible shadow like an ancient crocodile roaring to the sky behind the man. That cold figure, that cruel and tyrannical look. Is this domineering haki? This domineering haki, what on earth is wrong with this guy? Boom, boom, boom. As if responding to Andre's call, Shanks also burst out with domineering haki. Bang, bang, bang. On Andre and Sig's ship, some soldiers could not withstand the two competing forces and fell down. Gurgle. The rest of the people looked at Red Hair and Andre in horror, and swallowed their saliva. How terrible! These two men are the only one among millions of people. Feeling the powerlessness and mental depression, they resisted the feeling of falling down. Boom! When Shanks and Andre collided with the Conqueror's haki, another momentum suddenly rose and joined in. The balance was broken at once, and the whole aura was vented and exploded. This guy, he actually awakened the Conqueror's haki. The members of the Red Hair pirates cast their eyes on Sig for a while, feeling a little incredible. The man who had been persuading them to join the Beast's pirates actually had the Conqueror's haki? Chapter 388 The Red Hair Pirates Experience, Environmental Changes. Although they looked at Sig with passion, but Sig himself had cold sweat on his back. Because his Conqueror's haki had only been awakened for a short time, he could not release it freely. He was just being pulled by the two of them. Moreover, the strength of his Conqueror's haki was much lower than theirs. He could clearly feel this. The feeling of being oppressed by them was very uncomfortable. These two guys sooner or later he would catch up. Sig thought so in his heart. Although his conqueror's haki was actually weaker than theirs, his face was still calm on the surface. Even if the sky fell and the earth collapsed, at least he had to maintain his momentum on the surface and must not panic. He had a deep understanding of this in his career as a bandit king. Ha ha ha, Sig, you are really surprising. Shanks was the first to break the heavy atmosphere in the air and laughed at Sig. Stop talking nonsense, red hair, come on. Let me see how powerful you are now. Seeing that Andre was still eager to make a move even though he was blind, Shanks also restrained his smile. He had a headache. He could feel that Andre was like a powder keg now. How did he get the power on this guy? Then come on. Let me satisfy your desire to fight. Andre. Swish. Da-day. Shanks jumped directly to the coast, and Andre followed closely. Seeing the two leave one after another, Sig's pressure was also reduced. After all, Andre is a little crazy now. Don't wait until he doesn't fight red hair but comes to fight himself. That would be funny. At this time, the two pirate groups did not fight directly, but set their sights on the two people on the coast. This time Sig was not here to fight specifically. He wanted to observe that special power. Last time, Andre's pirate group and Red Hair's pirate group entered the mysterious sea of magic fog. Not long after, he received Hughes's call for help. After rescuing them, Sig was glad for his caution when he saw their miserable appearance. The journey was not smooth afterwards. Because the captain of the Andre pirates was not only blind, but also crazy. If it was just ordinary madness, he would not care too much. After all, the magic mist sea itself is weird, and there are people who have gone crazy in the magic mist sea before. But Andre is different, he is not only crazy but also stronger. Obviously blind, but stronger, if his injuries had not healed and he was still in a crazy state. Perhaps Sig, Hughes and others could not suppress him at that time. After that, after Andre was dealt with. Because his crazy state had not been cured, he had been settled down to practice in a certain place. Until after the battle of the two gods, Andre's condition improved, from completely crazy to half crazy. Now, the red hair pirates suddenly appeared and defeated the great pirate Gecko Moria. The strange image shown in the photo. The image with strange black lines on the body, this situation directly made Sig curious. After all, he knew Andre's situation, and the red hair's side was obviously the same. What exactly is that power? Does he have a chance to master it? This is why Sig rushed over quickly after the red hair appeared. Boom! A huge sound resounded through the sky. On the coast, Andre's beast-like giant crocodile claws and Shanks' saber collided violently. The violent force directly crushed the soil and rocks under the feet of the two people. A shock wave swept across. Directly blew several pirate ships that were docked not far away and shook slightly. Ha ha ha! Red hair, your sword is still so powerful. But now I feel full of power. Looking at Andre in front of him, he said this in a somewhat crazy way. Shanks frowned a little, which reminded him of his experience in the magic mist sea. At that time, they were defeated by the demon who used ice in the magic mist sea and lost consciousness. After all, it was frozen, and everyone was unconscious. It was 5 days later when he woke up again. At that time, their ship had left the magic mist sea and docked on an unknown island. After that, he rescued his companions one by one, and then he found that strange changes had taken place in them. There was an extra strange power, and the benefits were not mentioned, and the side effects alone were enough for them to eat a pot. That power pulled all their negative emotions. The most important thing was that the fear pressed on their hearts to drive people crazy, and the whole person's emotions rebounded from the bottom. Became very manic, full of murderous intent, and at the same time out of control. God knows how they spent those days. Fortunately, they could feel that the power was getting weaker and weaker as time went by, and the impact on them was getting smaller and smaller. So they had been hiding on the island and had not come out, preparing to leave after the power disappeared. Until the battle of the two gods that affected the whole world was over. They felt that the environment had changed, and it was really changed. The body began to change slowly. The biggest benefit for them was that they could control the inexplicable power that was originally uncontrollable. The power no longer dissipated all the time, but could be replenished from the environment. In normal times, the power could be mobilized to enhance the overall quality of the body. And they also gained a more special state because of it. That's right. The side effects became smaller and smaller, and the power quickly climbed to the level when they just woke up, or even stronger. Until then, the growth became slow. At that time, they came out to refurbish their ship, and at the same time fought a big pirate Gecko Moria together. Now, they met Andre, Sig, and others rushing over. Andre's current situation. It is somewhat similar to the time when they lost control before, but they have been able to regain their sanity for quite some time now. From the situation of the other members of Andre's pirate group, they probably didn't stay in the magic mist sea for long at that time. Why is this guy still like this? Is it because the power in his body is stronger than theirs? Shanks was a little puzzled. But he soon stopped thinking too much. Andre kept bombarding him with violent power. The two began to fight directly. The violent shock waves swept outward from the place where the two people confronted. The rocks and soil collapsed, the green plants bent, and the currents on the coast rolled up waves towards the sea. The deafening sound kept roaring. In the continuous battle, Andre directly transformed into an orc form, and the battle between the two became more intense. The people on several pirate ships on the coast stared at the confrontation on the shore. That guy is really strong. Even when he turned into a human beast form, he couldn't fight the boss like this. Loki took a bite of the meat in his hand and said calmly. It seems that the power has a very high degree of blessing on his body. Even if Shanks has the same blessing, he can only fight him like this. Beckman next to him looked a little solemn. Loki is very optimistic, but he has to analyze objectively. Chapter 389 Someone should try, Magic Pattern Form. The power on the tyrannical king is much stronger than them. How did he do it? Beckman is actually confused about the power on them. He can only guess its source, function, whether there are hidden dangers, etc. To be honest, Beckman thought about not using and enhancing this power. The reason is also very simple. This is a power related to the demons. It can even be said that it is a power related to the demon god. After all, it is the double after the god war. The whole world felt different. Since then, they could control that power more easily. Such power might be very strong, but it was related to that godlike man after all. This was too dangerous. The two gods were now recognized by the people of the whole world as having the power to destroy the world, as long as they wanted to. Just the battle caused terrible turmoil. The three unprecedented super tornadoes that swept to the distant sky were seen by almost the whole world. At the same time, at the end of their battle, it also caused the whole world to suffer from a few days of natural disasters, with countless losses. It was hard to imagine. What would happen if they attacked the ground directly? No one wanted to see this. It was so dangerous that Beckman really didn't want to have anything to do with a monster like the demon god with terrible power. But in the end, Shanks convinced him. If the whole world became like this, then this power would be the trend, and someone should try it. That guy, he should go crazy with him. Boom boom boom. Time passed slowly. As the battle became more intense, Andre's expression and breath became more and more manic. Ha ha ha, red hair, use whatever strength you have. Make me more excited. Seeing that excited look, Shanks also frowned slightly. Andre is really difficult to deal with now, even though his domineering is stronger than Andre. But Andre has the ability, and his strange power is probably stronger than him. And he can't see, but he can be like a normal person. Has his observation color reached this level? Shanks feels a little confused. Now, it's not so easy to tell the winner in a fight. It seems that we still have to use that form. As long as we use that form, it won't be difficult to defeat Andre. Unless Andre also controls this form. But looking at his unstable state, he shouldn't be able to use it. Dang! Shanks thought about it, and then a force burst out, forcing Andre back with a knife. He looked at Andre, who did not attack again, and said slowly. If possible, I don't want to use this form. It's not a good feeling to enter this form. Hoo. Fear is surging, the fear of killing is surging. While Shanks was speaking, a terrifying breath began to burst out from his body. The pirates on several pirate ships on the coast felt like they were falling into an ice cave. A fear rose from their hearts, making them pale and terrified. Even the members of the Red Hair Pirates had a solemn face. This power is not easy to master, and using it puts a great burden on the mind and body. Ha ha ha, this power, this power. Seeing Andre laughing wildly on the opposite side, Shanks had already changed a little at this time. Some black lines appeared on his body, on his face and arms, and it can be imagined that the skin under his clothes is the same. I call this form the magic pattern form, and the black lines on this body the magic pattern. Shanks continued to talk while looking at Andre, who had stopped laughing wildly. Perhaps, you will also be able to control such a form in the future. Hearing Shanks' words, Andre's quiet face grinned. Black lines, magic patterns? It's a pity that I can't see them. But Andre squeezed his hand hard, and laughed at Shanks' eyes that felt a little bad. I also have such power. Boom boom. Another breath of fear also broke out, which was the fear of darkness. The people who were watching were shocked again. This time they felt the original fear, the fear of the night. Under the infection of such fear, they only felt that Andre was so scary. Hey, hey, hey. This guy can also use this form. Loki felt that the big meat leg in his hand was not fragrant at this time. He looked at the black lines on the cold skin of the beast like Andre in surprise, and was not only surprised but also a little strange. Since this guy can use this state, he should not be out of control. In that case, why was he still wearing shackles when he came out just now? This guy is not trying to trick them. No, his personality should not be like this. Is he playing it cool? Looking at the confrontation between the two people on the coast, Loki's brain circuit is not sure where it went. On the other side, Sigurd looked at the black lines on the two people, and his calm face was also hot. Because he could feel that the aura of the two people became extremely powerful. That state obviously greatly increased their strength. Such power naturally made him jealous. But one thing that made him worry was that Andre, who obtained this power, went half crazy. If the side effects were so great, Sigurd would not want such power. Now he just wants to confirm the stability of this power, which requires information from the red-haired side. I hope this guy can give useful information. How powerful can this power involving the demons and demons be? If possible, Sig would like to be able to control it. After all, the power of the 7 apostles of the demon god is obvious to all, and the current 4 pirate emperors are no match for them. And the 5 old stars of the world government were also beaten until they were lying on the ground, looking extremely miserable. If he could obtain such power, Sig would still want to give it a try as long as the price was not too high to accept. If he could achieve the power of the demon god, just thinking about it would make Sig's blood boil. I didn't expect you to master this form. On the coast, Shanks looked at Andre in surprise. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful power. Come on. Come and kill. Rumble. Andre didn't answer the question, he shot directly, and the ground cracked under his step. Shanks could only swallow his own problems and start to deal with the opponent's offensive with all his heart. The current situation is even more unfavorable than before. In the magic pattern form, the first significant improvement is that the blessing on the body is much stronger than in the unopened magic pattern form. The current situation is that Andre's power is much stronger than his. The situation that resulted was that the battle situation, which was originally evenly matched, was tilted towards Andre in the same magic pattern mode. When a crisp sound. Shanks' saber was stretched out in front of him, and Andre's violent power came across. He directly crushed him and took half a step back. Click! Click! Cracks appeared in the stone and soil on the soles of his feet, and the splashed dust floated in the air, choking his nose and throat. This is just the beginning. Andre started his rhythm at this time, and the violent attacks poured out towards Shanks without mercy. For a while, the red-haired Shanks was beaten to the point of retreat. Chapter 390 Magic Pattern Ability, Part-Time Job. Now we're in trouble. The Tyrant King can suppress the boss and fight. It's incredible. Everyone on the red-haired pirate group felt a little weird when they saw Andre pressing the red hair and beating him. Previously, the Tyrant King was suppressed by their boss. Now it is possible to achieve this level. That guy's power isn't just that. After all, that form is rumble. On the coast, the sound of the two people fighting turned into huge waves and spread out. When they were fighting high in the sky far away from this island, the floating clouds drifted slowly and casually, and there was an even colder wind high in the sky. Among the white clouds, a black shadow was flying between the clouds, and he felt the vibration in the air. Casting his gaze on the island that was as far away as a black dot, his eyes showed deep meaning. Bang bang! The figure that was originally facing the side adjusted its body shape and flew towards the black dot-like island. When When the coast. Faced with Andrei's fierce attack, Shanks was pushed to the bottom by him until his figure was unable to retreat. There is already a dense forest behind him. If the beating continues, people will go in directly. When Shanks faced the equally young Andrei, he was also aroused to be competitive. Boom! He directly uses the armament and domineering external skills and superb swordsmanship. A terrifying slash was made directly. Whoops! Faced with the sudden huge attack. With a ferocious smile on his face, Andrei grabbed it with his animal-like hands. He held onto this terrifying slash as if grasping a python. The huge impact directly pushed him forward for about 20 meters, and finally he tore the slash into pieces. The shattered chops reflected little bits of fluorescence in the air, matching Andrei's majestic human-animal form. It looks very oppressive. Gilu. A real fighter on the SIG ship couldn't help but swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. This guy is crazy, but his strength is even more terrifying. It seems that he said bad things about him before. Sure enough, I'd better be careful what I say in the future. Otherwise, he would be crushed to death by this madman if he went crazy and caused trouble for him. The coast. Shanks watched the guy not far away crush his own slash, and twitched the corner of his mouth. What a violent guy. Holding the sword in his hand slightly, Shanks took a deep breath. There is no other way. The next step is to use the ultimate move, otherwise it will be difficult to defeat him if we continue to fight. But I'm afraid the other party also. He shook his head and didn't think too much. His expression became serious. Ta-da-day! Footsteps sounded one after another, and Shanks walked with dull steps towards Andrei who was staying on the opposite side. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He was still walking at first, but then he started to run faster. Boom! He stepped on the ground and it cracked, making a loud noise. The ground under his feet was directly penetrated by a strong force, and pieces of tofu-shaped gravel flew directly up. At this time, a blood-red aura erupted from Shanks' body. That is the smell of killing, his blood is boiling, his eyes glowed red, and a faint red light spread on the blade of his sword. The people watching on the pirate ship on the coast felt their hearts being pulled up. They could see a pair of huge blood-red pupils behind Shanks. It looked very scary. So scary. What's wrong with this guy? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such a thought. Only the members of the Red Hair Pirates looked at the terrible explosion of red hair with some complexity. For the people of the Red Hair Pirates, the unknown power caused them a lot of trouble at first, but later it also brought them a great improvement in strength. For example, the power called Killing that Red Hair is currently using. It has the ability to increase the speed and strength of blood explosion. The red light spreading on the weapon is easier to tear creatures with flesh and blood. When life is killed around, it can also absorb some kind of power to temporarily increase its own strength. This ability called Killing is directly equivalent to giving Red Hair a powerful ability. You have a powerful ability without eating the devil fruit. This is the power of the magic pattern form, and this ability is also called the magic pattern ability by the Red Hair Pirates. Dang! An even louder sound shook the sky. Bang, bang, bang! As the air exploded, Andrei, who used his claws to fight against the red glowing blade swung by Shanks, was directly forced back several steps. Obviously, the situation began to reverse. Now Andrei's attack power is lower than Shanks, and his force discharging skills are not as advanced as Shanks. As a result, the whole person retreated several steps. This is not the most important thing. At this time, Andrei looked at the bloodstains on his hands that were bleeding slightly. The sharp blade with red light directly cut through the double defense of his scales and armed color, leaving a bloody streak on his hand. At the same time, a strange force attached to his wound, which seemed to prevent his wound from healing and stopping bleeding. Ha ha ha! Interesting, so interesting, it makes me even happier. Red hair. Andrei rushed towards Shanks with a crazy look on his face. The strange power in his hand was also dissipated by the power of armament haki and magic pattern. The terrible self-healing ability of the ancient animal species also quickly stopped the bleeding of the wound in his hand and restored it. Looking at Andrei in front of him, he rushed over with a violent posture. Even Shanks, who entered the violent posture, couldn't help but feel that Andrei was even crazier. His fighting spirit was also ignited by Andrei's madness, and he began to attack more fiercely. The two of them directly started a more intense battle. Click! What a monster! These two guys! On Sig's pirate ship, the muscular ghost Konica couldn't help but sigh as she watched the two people fighting fiercely. At the same time, she held a den mushi in her hand that could take pictures. The sound just now was the sound of the two of them taking pictures. The sound caused Sig to look at her slightly, and Konica also smiled at him directly. This smile made Sig calmly observe the battle on the coast again. Only the slight twitch in the corner of his eye proved that he was not as calm as he seemed. Watching Sig looking back at the battlefield, Konica felt that Sig was shy. Then she looked at the den mushi in her hand, and the scene in front of her made her understand. If Sig wanted to catch up with the two again, he had to practice harder. However, the ointments and medicinal baths used in practice were very expensive. The money needed could only be found everywhere. Obviously, the present was an opportunity for Konica. Morgan's news quotation sheet made many civilian paparazzi appear in the world. It was no pressure for Konica to work part-time as a paparazzi occasionally. Put away the den mushi in her hand. But Konika's eyes did not fall back on the battlefield, but glanced at the large cloth bags on the deck of the Red Hair pirate's ship. She had already smelled the smell of money. When she came over, Konica saw the scene of Red Hair and others returning from the island from afar. Those bags must contain gold and silver treasures. Of course, it is also possible that they went to the island to pick fruits, but she believed the former more. Because their pirate group is very short of money. She only believes what she wants to believe. No matter what, it would be the best if they could defeat the Red Hair pirates and get some treasure. Chapter 391 Extreme Killing Blood Sky, darkness will replace his eyes. On the coast, the battle between Andre and Shanks is still going on. The more they fight, the more Shanks feels uncomfortable. It is obvious that Andre has been beaten back step by step, but he still has not used the ability of the magic pattern. Does this guy have no ability? If he continues to fight, he will lose. At this time, Andre's body is already covered with blood, and he has not been able to resist all of Shanks' attacks. But even though he looks extremely embarrassed, he still looks like he doesn't care. More, red-haired, is this all your strength? Seeing Andre still being stubborn even after being beaten like this, Shanks also felt that this guy was abnormal. However, he was also ready to use his strongest move. He couldn't delay for too long. The magic pattern form has side effects. After using it, it is necessary to alleviate some of the effects on the mind and body. Otherwise, if it is used repeatedly and indirectly, it is hard to predict what will happen in the end. At present, he and his companions have only done a little experiment. Tried to use it up to 3 times in a short period of time. This is Shanks' own record. No matter how many times, he can intuitively feel some irreversible danger. Others have less. Beckman can use it twice, and Loki can only use it once in a short period of time. This seems to be due to the gap between their ability strength and physical and mental strength. That's right. Generally speaking, Shanks doesn't want to delay using the magic pattern form for too long. Shut down the load on the body and mind early and recover faster. Hey! Shanks stopped the violent attack and the whole person stopped directly. He slightly tightened the handle of the knife in his hand, began to adjust his breath, and began to accumulate power to use his special move. At this time, Andre only felt that the dangerous aura on Shanks was rising. Such a danger made his crazy eyes clearer, and then he showed an even crazier smile. Come on! Come on! Red Hair! Under Andre's frantic and cold gaze, the blood on Shanks' body opposite him seemed to be burning, and his breath also burst out in an instant. Ultimate Killing Blood Sky. The armed color domineering, swordsmanship, and the power of killing were directly integrated to the greatest extent. It was just a moment. The rich blood light rode on Shanks' blade and slashed towards Andre at a speed far exceeding the previous speed. This knife. The people who were watching only felt a dazzling deep red blood light filling the world in their eyes. Boom! A domineering aura burst out at the same time when Shanks made a move. Boom boom boom! Feeling the domineering breath passing by, everyone was shocked. Is this the domineering color domineering? They stretched out their palms to block the dazzling red light. What happened? Was the winner decided? As the dazzling red light passed, everyone had questions in their hearts. Hughes of the Andre pirates looked worried as he waited for the end of this battle. Blood was flowing out, dripping onto the ground like water. The soil on the ground was stained with blood, and looked like rusty iron. What is this? At this time, everyone finally saw the scene on the battlefield clearly. The figure of Shanks had passed Andre and stood behind him with his back to him. His blade was held horizontally in the air. The blade, emitting a rich red light, dripped ruby-like blood drops one by one, making a ticking sound. And a huge wound appeared on the upper body of Andre behind him. The blood was being kept for free. From the perspective of several pirate ships, the horrible wound could be seen slightly. Andre! Looking at the miserable state of Andre, Hughes couldn't help but shout. As if he heard Hughes' voice, Andre turned his head slightly and looked at him. He had withdrawn from the human beast form, and his breath was no longer so crazy. His face was not depressed because of the heavy injury, but excited instead. So annoying, Hughes, I'm not dead yet. Hughes on the pirate ship also brightened up when he heard Andre's tone. Did he finally solve the problem? On the coast. Andre turned around after chatting with Hughes for only one sentence. Shanks also turned around tacitly. His face was solemn, and he was not happy about severely injuring Andre. Just now, he was using his ultimate move. Andre in front of him suddenly burst out with domineering, and a majestic and cold black giant crocodile appeared directly in front of him. Then, it was cut off by him without resistance like brittle paper. However, now it seems. This guy did it on purpose. Ha ha ha. Red-haired Shanks, I want to thank you, it's you who freed me from my bondage. I finally got rid of that annoying guy. This ability, this magic finally belongs to me. At this time, the strange power entrenched in Andre's wound was washed away by his use of armed color and magic. The blood finally stopped flowing so fast. Unfortunately, even though Andre is an ancient animal type ability user. But he just lost too much blood, and this wound really hurt him badly. Coupled with the previous wound, he is now really at the end of his strength. The magic pattern form has a great burden on both the body and the mind. Not to mention the mind, if his body is too seriously injured. The erosion of magic on the body will be faster, and the load will be greater and greater. Bound? Magic. Looking at Andre's excited expression, Shanks became more solemn. He couldn't help but think of the two demons he encountered in the monster sea last time. In addition to the demon named Winter who was fighting against them, there was another demon who looked like a ghost and was looking for trouble with the Andre pirates. The annoying guy mentioned by Andre was most likely him. What is going on? Is there such a power called magic? It's really appropriate, is the power used by demons called magic? Looking at the blood still dripping slowly from Andre's body, Shanks thought silently. Andre heard Shanks didn't reply and stopped smiling. Under Shanks' surprised eyes, the power of darkness seeped out from Andre's body, and then sealed his wound like a curtain. Ignoring Shanks' surprise, Andre stretched out his hand to feel the darkness flowing in his palm, and the corners of his mouth were upturned. This is his new ability, the ability brought by magic. At 3.6 in the magic fog sea. That disgusting guy said he was very interested in him and wanted to see what was special about a human like him who could use Conqueror's Haki. So, a lot of magic was injected into his body by the demon. Not only that, there was also a ghost-like guy entering his body. Finally, through complex changes, it evolved into a black giant crocodile that affected his consciousness. This made him very uncomfortable. When Red Hair was attacking just now, he used Conqueror's Haki to barely force that guy out to block the knife. When he was hit by the red-haired man with the same magic-driven ability, the black crocodile's cold consciousness finally collapsed and he took the opportunity to completely defeat it. He could use this dark power at will. With this power, he would not be afraid even if he was blind. Because darkness would replace his eyes. Chapter 392 Dark Tide Seal, like a fantasy beast. On the coast. Andre and Shanks stood opposite each other. At this time, Andre, with black lines wrapped around his body, raised his mouth as he looked at Shanks who was ready for battle. His originally dark eyes also glowed slightly. The power of darkness allowed him to sense the existence of human figures even without vision. Although in Andre's eyes now, everything was like a black silhouette, and he could only see an outline. But with this degree combined with his observation haki, fighting was no problem. He spread his hands, and darkness flowed in his palms like water. Then it fell to the ground like liquid and spread around. Red Hair, to thank you for your help just now, I will use this new power, experience it. My ability. Dark Tide. Looking at the darkness that spread from Andre's feet like black water, Shanks' body tensed, jumped back, and was alert with all his strength. Swish! A slash was swung directly into the flowing darkness. Boom! The earth made a huge vibration sound, and the darkness was cut open like a stream of water. A crack several meters deep was left on the ground, and then it was filled up again by the black tide. Looking at this scene, Shanks made up his mind. Andre now looked like 09 had tricked him. Even so, Shanks was not worried about losing, because it was a fact that Andre was seriously injured by him now. He was still confident that he could defeat Andre in this state. If he relied on this dark power, let him cut it off. Swish, swish, swish. Shanks ignored the darkness that had already reached his feet. He slightly gathered his strength, and several blood-like slashes were swung directly from his blade, aiming directly at Andre on the opposite side. Facing the blood-colored slashes flying in front of him, Andre waved his hand, and the darkness like a black tornado spun and collided directly with the slashes flying in front of him. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! The slashes were not annihilated, but were slightly deflected by the black tornado. Then they fell on the surrounding trees and the ground. The powerful slashes instantly cut off some trees, leaving a deep crack in the ground. Ha ha ha, red hair, see, this is my current ability. As Andre laughed, the dark tide on the ground had swept over Shanks' feet and began to move. Dark tentacles swept out from the black tide on the ground. They hooked directly towards Shanks' body, trying to bind him. Faced with such a situation, Shanks, who had been alert for a long time, was shining blood around him. Swish, swish, swish. Smoothly, all the dark tentacles attacking him were directly cut into several pieces by Shanks. Ha ha ha, it's really good. Red hair, but it's not enough, not enough. Andre's face was no longer as crazy as before, but his arrogant look was retained. This look made Shanks want to step on his face with the sole of his shoe. Just do it if you want to. He took a deep breath, used the armed color domineering to protect his feet to prevent accidents, and then exerted force. Boom! The soil and rocks under his feet collapsed, and the dark tide on the ground was like a disturbed water flow, splashing circles of ripples. At this time, Shanks seemed to turn into bloodlight with courage, tragic killing, and fear, and shot towards Andre. When he rushed over, Andre did not sit still and wait for death. The black tide on the ground began to extend dense tentacles to try to stop Shanks' steps. Swish, swish, swish. But it was all in vain. The dense bloodlight almost surrounded Shanks in a sphere. That was the dense defense line formed by Shanks' blade and slash. While waving the blade in his hand, he cut off all obstacles. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As if mowing the grass, he cut off all the darkness that touched his body. Closer, closer, and closer. In Shanks' red eyes, the whole world was faintly bloody, and the speed of everything was slowly running according to the inherent trajectory. The world seemed clearer than ever before. But Shanks didn't care about these. His eyes were completely locked on Andre, and the blood on Andre was unevenly distributed in his field of vision. Those dense places were exactly his goals, and there would be a breakthrough. What is this? As he got closer and closer to Andre, Shanks suddenly found that Andre's mouth corners were slightly raised. But he didn't have so much time to think about it, just go all out. Hwalala! The blood in his body boiled and bled, and the speed and strength of his body burst to the limit. Waving the scarlet blade, bursting out with a terrible momentum of one-hit kill. Come on! Let's fight it out! Andre laughed and punched Shanks, who was shooting at him. His arm was hardened with armed color and darkness. Boom! His double defense was broken, and a huge cut appeared on his hand. Blood spurted out continuously. But even with such an injury, Andre still laughed. And Shanks' face changed drastically. Because he had stepped on the trap Andre prepared for him, on the ground covered by the black tide. Under Shanks' feet, a black light circle with a diameter of 1 meter was stepped into by him. As he stepped on this light circle, a terrible suction force began to erupt from his position. This attraction was only for the flowing darkness. Shanks had no time to think. In just a moment, the black tide on the ground directly sealed Shanks, whose face changed drastically, into a sphere. The black tide flowed back. Dark tide seal. Boom! The black tide, which had been flowing for tens of meters, flew directly to the sky and covered the sun. It was like a bird returning to its nest and surging towards the black sphere. For a moment, the position where red-haired Shanks was located seemed like a black hole madly attracting all the darkness. The huge momentum made the people on the coast stunned. The people of the red-haired pirates had worried faces, and everyone was tense and ready to go to support. Hughes, who was not far away from them, was looking at Andre not far away with surprise. Andre is now a little closer to the target. Although only a little. Hughes thought so in his heart. On the other side, Sig had a warm look in his eyes. With such ability, those who didn't know would think that Andre didn't eat the ancient species but the very powerful giant crocodile fantasy beast species that could control darkness. Sig saw the performance of both sides in the duel just now. The new abilities shown by these two people are very scary. If he could also obtain such an ability, he could become a dual ability person and become even more powerful. For Sig, such a temptation is already very huge. However, there is no rush for now, wait until this duel is over. When everyone held their breath and focused their attention on watching this final duel, they did not notice that a figure had come to the horizon of the island from a distance. Chapter 393, Pull him out, mainly because he doesn't want to hit a woman. On the coast. In the battlefield where Andre and Shanks fought. At this time, Andre watched the black tide completely sealed in the black ball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. This move of the dark tide seal was not created by him. It is a dark use technique brought by the cold consciousness living in his body. So, he can use such a move when he uses this ability for the first time. Such a subtle move is for him to study by himself, and I don't know how long it will take to come up with it. Its function is to seal the enemy directly in a dark sphere. Of course, it is called a seal, but if the opponent is not strong enough, he will die suddenly. Because the principle of the seal is to first accumulate darkness on the enemy's body surface, and then gradually infiltrate the body, completely blocking the opponent's power. As the darkness stimulated by magic, it still has some lethality to ordinary life forms. Ordinary people will die on the spot if they receive this move. However, if it were an ordinary person, Andre would not use this move. Da-da-da. With a faint glow in his black eyes, Andre walked around the black ball, and the black ball still stayed there quietly without any movement. Now it seems that this trick is undoubtedly very powerful, and Red Hair will definitely not be able to get out. He won this battle. Ha ha wow. Seeing victory in his grasp, Andre pulled his face and laughed, but unfortunately he couldn't laugh twice and spit out a pool of blood on the spot. The whole person half knelt on the ground. Feeling the terrible situation in his body, Andre couldn't help but take a deep breath and close the magic pattern form. His situation has reached the extreme. Andre. Seeing Andre half kneeling on the ground, Hughes' face changed and he rushed up directly. At the same time, several members of the Red Hair Pirates also rushed up directly. Only Beckman and the remaining companions confronted Sig. Do you want to do it? Boss Sig. Ashinda on Sig's pirate ship looked at Beckman and the others and several large cloth bags not far from their feet. His eyes flashed with a trace of heat. Those bags are likely to contain treasures, and the charm of treasures is very great for him. Now the boss of the other party, the big pirate Red Hair who now has a bounty of 450 million Baileys, seems to have been defeated. The rest of the personnel. With their cooperation with the people of Andre's pirates, they will definitely win. Hearing the words of Shinda next to him, Sig's eyes flickered, and his originally empty right hand began to rest on the handle of the knife at his waist. Obviously, he was moved. If you want to fight, we're always here to fight. At this time, Beckman raised his gun, and so did the others. Although they didn't believe Shanks would lose, the situation in front of them did not look optimistic. So, they had to intervene. Fortunately, the opponent's Andre did not seem to have any fighting power. Now, even if they face the remaining people, they are confident that they can retreat unscathed. This confidence is due to their magic pattern ability. They may be far from Shanks in terms of body and domineering. But at least the abnormal power is not much different from Shanks. That's why their strength has been greatly improved. This is their confidence, but once the magic pattern is opened, the burden on the body and mind will be too great. If they can avoid it, they naturally don't want to use it. Looking at Beckman and the others, they looked like they were going to fight head-on. Sieg remembered the photo in the newspaper before, frowned slightly and was ready to find out the situation of Red Hair first. But he signaled to Konica with his eyes. Konica nodded, and shot out to follow Hughes to the battlefield. On the other side, Hughes and several cotters had come to Andre's side. and Locky, Navigator Snake, and combatant Lime Jones came to the black ball that trapped Shanks. How do we open this thing? The boss won't be unable to get out, right? Locky looked at the black ball in front of him and still wanted to joke. Because they could still feel Shank's breath, and at the same time they were convinced that their boss would not die so easily. How about Lime Jones? Locky cast his eyes on Lime Jones next to him. Or rather, on the weapon in his hand, a stick that looked very ordinary. Put the stick in your hand, let the boss grab it, and then pull him out. Hearing Locky's suggestion, the two people next to him couldn't help but feel funny. Locky, it's time, and you're still joking. Do you think the boss is drowning? Lime Jones said helplessly. How do you know if it doesn't work if you don't try? Maybe it really works. Taking another bite of the big meat leg in his hand, Locky laughed with a teasing look on his face. Locky's words made Rem Jones think about it, and then he really had the urge to try it. Or if he can't pull it out, just poke him out. Rem Jones thought so. Just when Rem Jones was about to do so. Swish! The people standing next to the black ball hurriedly retreated. I saw Kanika rushing over, her hair stretched out like a devil with bared fangs and claws, and she was rampant next to the black ball. This move forced Locky and the others to retreat a distance. Seeing them retreat, Kanika didn't waste any words and asked Andre directly. King of Tyranny, will this move of yours be broken by external attacks? What effect will it have? Haha, don't worry, it's useless even if they break the seal now. Andre was supported by Hughes and said arrogantly. This guy. Kanija felt that Andre's tone and demeanor looked down on her, and she couldn't help but get angry. Andre's personality is like this. Except for a few people, he despises those who are weaker than him, and refuses to admit defeat to those who are stronger than him. This behavior makes him offend people a lot, but some people think he is domineering. Tomboy, don't block our way. Be careful, that snake will chop you to death. Andre's words were also heard by Locky and others not far away. But no matter what, it is impossible for him to just ignore it. They still have to save people. But the obstacle in front of them is a problem. Tomboy. Go. After Locky's words came out, Kanika's face couldn't help but twist. What on earth is this guy talking about? She is a naturally beautiful muscle queen, but he actually called her a tomboy. Fat pig, if you dare, say it again. Looking at the hair dancing like a demon and the hot woman panting in front of him. Then looking at Locky hiding behind his tall body, Snake was speechless. Although his double swords are indeed more suitable for cutting those hairs. But this angered this muscular guy. He was still a little soft, well, mainly because he didn't want to hit a woman, maybe. Chapter 394 I didn't expect you to be such a boss, talking exactly the same. When Kanika and Locky were in a stalemate. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. Kanika, who was still angry, immediately gathered her hair to her side and looked in the direction of the strange sound. It was where the red-haired Shanks was sitting. The black ball wrapped around him was torn into cracks. You can also see a dazzling red light from the cracks. How is it possible? This guy. Andre, who had already felt this scene, couldn't help but change his face, and gritted his teeth. It's really dazzling. It seems that the boss doesn't need our help. The sudden scene made Locky stand back in the center. Seeing him become active again, Snake was speechless. Bang! With two loud noises, the entire black sphere shattered and dissipated. A very eye-catching figure walked out of it. Shank's hair looked like it was standing on end, and the whole person was glowing with strange blood. The terrible aura swept the entire venue. Boss, are you okay? At this time, Locky didn't want to joke. Because he and his companions had never seen red hair in this state. The terrifying look made him worry that red hair was going to lose control. Roar! Red hair didn't respond to Locky, but instead let out an inhuman roar. 050 is over. This is out of control. Otherwise, how could he not even speak? Locky had such a thought, and Snake and Lime Jones next to him thought the same. Of course it's okay. Just when they were on full alert, Shanks, who was originally angry, said so hoarsely. This sudden response almost broke Locky's waist. I didn't expect you to be such a boss. Why are you scaring people for no reason? At this moment, the red light on Shank's body also dissipated, and his hair returned to his usual hairstyle. The roar just now was not what he wanted, but he was filled with too many fantasies of killing. Therefore, he needed to vent through the roar of the voice, otherwise he was afraid of being suffocated. Looking at Logi and his companions who were speechless beside him and the enemies who were ready not far away. But Shanks didn't pay attention to them, because he had already felt it at the moment of the outbreak. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The slightly blue sky and the white floating clouds. And that figure. As Shanks looked at the sky, others also looked over. What is that? In the sight of everyone, above the sky, a figure like a pterosaur was hovering, and the most strange thing was that there was a ball of fire behind the pterosaur. That's the big boss of the beast's pirates, Flame Disaster Jin. How is it possible? How could this guy appear here? Seeing that figure, the big meat leg in Loki's hand couldn't help but fall. Because he knew that they were in danger now. That man had once shown his prowess in the kendo tournament. He might have lost miserably, but his strength was fully revealed. If compared with Gecko Moria who had fought with them some time ago, that man might be even stronger. Now everyone here is under the command of the beast's pirates. It would be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Great, that's the big boss of our beast's pirates, Flame Disaster. Now, the red hair pirates are doomed. On the coast. On the pirate ship docked at the seaside, Shinji next to Sig said excitedly. Although he didn't understand why the big boss who was rumored to be imprisoned by the Snake King appeared here, but since he was here, it must be obvious who this gang was. Jin in the sky had also discovered that the people underground had discovered his figure. He flapped his wings and began to fly down from a height of thousands of meters. Finally, he landed on the coast and turned into a human form, with a dark suit covering his skin, wearing a mask and goggles. Master Jin, you are here. Seeing Jin fall down, a real fighter on Zij's ship immediately ran over and introduced the situation. Jin also set his sights on Zij on the pirate ship not far away and Andre and others on the shore. These people joined after he left Wano country. He knew the supernovas of the worst generation before joining, and he knew them after joining. On the floating island of Golden Lion, Jin could read newspapers at will, so he naturally knew what was going on. He nodded to Zij and Andre Hughes and others on the shore as a greeting. Before, he had seen Andre's strength. With such strength, he would have no problem being the head coach after honing it for a while. Unfortunately, this man did not join the Beast's Pirates directly. Instead, they joined the Beast Pirates as an independent pirate group. Da-da-da. The crisp footsteps sounded, and Jin's tall figure approached red-haired Shanks step by step. Jin had already roughly understood the situation. Just when he wanted return to Wano country, take down the red-hair pirates, and bring them back to mine for Mr. Kaido. It would be best if they could be subdued, but if not, their threats should be reduced. Red-hair Shanks, are you willing to join the Beast Pirates? Jin asked before the fight. At present, it is still common to recruit subordinates by defeating other pirates in the New World. Now that the territories in the New World are more and more clearly divided, other potential pirates staying in different pirate territories are easily attacked by the big pirates. As a famous pirate group, the red-hair pirates are basically young, so they naturally attract much attention. I refuse. As expected, facing the huge pressure from Jin, Shanks still chose to refuse. The faces of him and his companions were not as relaxed as when he refused Sig, but looked very solemn. The pressure from the man in front of them made them feel like the air was frozen. Swoosh! When Shanks faced Jin, Beckman also rushed over with others. They only left 2 people to guard the boat, and the rest came directly to Shanks' side. Boom! The companions around Shanks all burst out with powerful momentum. Black lines slowly appeared on each person's body. The breath of fear swept around. Even though the people of the Beast Pirates knew that the big boss Jin had arrived, they still did not dare to underestimate them. Interesting, such ability. Jin looked at the magic patterns on the opposite side that were all the same with only some differences, and couldn't help but be very interested. Flame Disaster Jin, if you want to fight, we are always here for you. He is really worthy of being their boss, and he speaks exactly the same way. The red-haired man's serious words made the real one standing next to Jin complain from the bottom of his heart. Anytime. Jin's steady voice sounded, looking at the red-haired man in front of him who was as high as his thigh. His observation Haki could feel that this solemn-looking man was actually at the end of his strength. In such a physical state, dare to show off? Chapter 395 Red Hair and Others Magic Pattern Abilities, Orochimaru's Experiment. Come on! As Jin said this, a terrible aura burst out from his body and pressed towards Red Hair and his group in front of him. Red Hair and his group were also tense. Especially Red Hair himself, who had just broken Andre's powerful move. The whole person's magic power was almost exhausted, and his body and mind were under a huge load. The last state can be said to be exchanged for life. Otherwise, he would not be able to break that move. Now, facing the more powerful Jin, he felt a bit like a small boat swaying in the sea storm. Beckman had also keenly noticed that Red Hair was in a bad state. Take the initiative to step forward and block in front of him. And when Jin burst out with momentum, the real fight next to him retreated directly. Because Red Hair and his group gathered together in the magic pattern form, the breath of fear lingered in people's hearts. Such Red Hair pirates looked very fierce. Now that the big boss Jin is here, he naturally doesn't want to lead the charge. Tisk. Andre, on his side, reluctantly moved aside with the help of Hughes. He should go back for treatment now. However, he would rather feel the end of this battle first. This time, he was undoubtedly defeated in the duel with Red Hair. Although there were interferences from other factors before, he was defeated, and he was not so defeated that he couldn't afford to lose. Pa pa pa. The flames were burning, and the air was making a crackling sound. The water was evaporating, and the flow was twisted. The temperature was rising sharply. What is this? It's such a high temperature. The red-haired group facing Jin looked at the flames coming out of Jin's body. They only felt that the water on their bodies was evaporating, and even their lips became extremely dry. Ice wall. Seeing that the flames in front of them were about to drown them, Beckman, who was standing in the front, was directly cold. A huge ice wall was formed directly in front of them. We are saved. Beckman's ability is so useful. Looking at Beckman using the ice wall, Loki sighed. Ice is Beckman's magic pattern ability. This ability is somewhat similar to the winter of the demon clan that froze them. However, his ability is only ice, while the demon clan can use more cold wind and snow, like the incarnation of winter. From this point of view, his ability is not as wide as his. But for Beckman, this is enough. Don't let your guard down. I can't stand it anymore. Beckman said quickly to his companions around him. He was releasing continuously, but the opponent's flame temperature was very high and violently rushed over. Such an offensive caused his magic power to be consumed rapidly. Beckman, you should be more reliable. Hearing Beckman's words, Loki complained directly. Don't say so much for now. Find a chance to retreat. The tall figure of the navigator snake said seriously. In the current situation, they have to face not only the flame disaster Jin, but also the Western. The people from GE and Hughes were eyeing them covetously. It would be foolish to stay here and fight. Well, it's decided. Lime Jones, Punch, we will create opportunities for you. Shanks also made the decision immediately. Although he said he was ready to fight at any time, it didn't mean that he would risk the lives of his companions. He was almost at his limit, and he had to run. Interesting, you actually have the ability to freeze ice. Jin looked at the ice blocking his way and was also quite interested. Now there are Vice Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Hakuho in the Navy who have the ability to freeze ice. Is there going to be another one now? The abnormal aura on them is very similar to that of the demons. How did they do it? Jin stretched out his palm, and the ruthless flames began to concentrate to form a hot pillar of fire to penetrate the ice wall in front of him. No matter what, all the obstacles in front of him are not worth mentioning. Now he is no longer the same as before. Jin is no longer the same as before. To be precise, his strength has become stronger. This is due to his participation in an experiment of Orochimaru. The result of the experiment is that Jin has gained a new fire ability, and his physical fitness has also been improved. Originally, if his normal basic strength is expressed by attributes, it is probably A and in physical fitness, A in spirit, agility, and strength. After all, he is still relatively young. But now his agility, strength, and spirit have all been improved to A+, which is equivalent to A and in 4 items. And if the agility is in the off state, his speed can even reach S. Of course, it is inevitable that the defense will decrease in that state. This is an improvement in basic attributes, and the most important thing is that he has a new fire ability. This fire ability is very powerful, which has exceeded his original fire ability. With such an ability and his current physical fitness, even if he fights against those monster vice admirals of the Navy, Jin himself feels that he will not be inferior to others. 0 Seeking flowers. Sizzle, sizzle. As Jin made a move, the ice wall in front of him was instantly pierced by the fire column, which melted and evaporated directly to form a big hole. The light of the fire column shone on the red-haired group. This sudden hot attack made the red-haired group look very heavy. Seeing that Beckman's defense did not completely block the fire column, Loki hurriedly took the lead and moved forward. He opened his hands, and a blue light formed an illusory light circle in front of him. The fire column hit it directly, splashing circles of ripples. Whoosh! Looking at the fat man who was blocking him in front of him, Jin could feel that the forward fire column was constantly dissipating, as if it was being swallowed. Not bad ability. So, how about this? The raging flames began to condense and explode more violently. The fire column that originally attacked Loki became thicker and thicker, and the impact of the flow became stronger and stronger. It's so hot! It's so hot! Loki only felt that his 2 hands were about to be burned into pig's trotters. The most important thing is, the speed of swallowing could not keep up with the power of the other party's explosion. Crack! Crack! The blue light circle that was like a shield in front of them created by his hands began to produce cracks. Hey! Hurry up! I can't stand it anymore. At this time, Loki was not as relaxed as when he complained. His face was flushed and he looked like a piglet on a fire rack. Loki's ability is to create a blue light circle with his hands to absorb energy or impact. This ability is very suitable as a shield. But his absorption speed is limited. If the light circle exceeds the limit, it will easily break. There is no doubt that Jin's current attack exceeds his absorption speed. If it breaks, and is hit directly by such a fire column, Loki thinks that the boss and his team can add a few more meat legs to his grave next year. Looking at Loki's appearance of being unable to hold on, others did not dare to neglect it. Thunder Whip! Lem Jones raised the stick in his hand, and a current turned into a blue long whip across the air and attacked Jin. This is Lim Jones' ability, the power of thunder and lightning, as one of the natural phenomena that life fears. It can be expected that many people who hold magic patterns in the future will have such abilities. Not only thunder and lightning, but also various elements. This power may become popular. However, it is easy to get started, but it is not easy to become strong. Chapter 396 Fire Dragon King, Simple Words. Boom! Jin was hit by the electric whip and his whole body was numb. The original fire column also dissipated. Now! Mudslide Swamp! The bald punch had already pressed his hands on the ground to prepare, and now he saw that Jin was numbed by electricity. He immediately launched his attack. A swamp composed of soil, mud, and sufficient water was formed directly under Jin's feet. This is Punch's ability, and the prototype of his ability is Mudslide, which can create mudslides to attack the enemy. It can also secretly create a hollow mudslide swamp on the ground like now. Now Jin is numbed by electricity, so cover him first. Prepare to retreat. Navigator Snake has already stepped towards him. Fly to their pirate ship. His ability is Storm, which can control airflow. Now he is going to return to the ship to prepare. With the help of airflow, their pirate ship can fly fast. Then let Beckman freeze the other 2 pirate ships. At that time, only the big boss of the beast pirates, Flame Disaster Jin, can fly over to chase them. Others can only sigh in despair. Looking at the red-haired group in front of him, they seemed to be willing to accompany him to the end, but they ran away after he could not move. Jin just felt a little funny. The effect of Lime Jones's lightning on Jin did not last long. As a species that can survive in various environments in nature, the Lunaria tribe has extremely strong adaptability. In addition, Jin is no longer a pure Lunaria tribe. He still has the power of the Phantom Beast. Therefore, such electric shocks are of no use to Jin. Whoosh! The flames are bursting, and Jin, who is about to sink into the mud and stone swamp, bursts out with terrible flames. The muddy bog that had already reached his chest exploded instantly. Oh no, this guy is so strong. Benshe's running figure took the time to look back and see the scene. Beckman and I will hold him back, you guys hurry up and get ready. Shanks stopped, looking serious. The strength of Jin in front of him has exceeded his expectations, and his strength is much stronger than when he was in the kendo tournament. It is not the time for them to clash with such an opponent. Now Shanks can only hope that the other party is a devil fruit ability user, and will be concerned about the sea and will not catch up. Of course, The premise of all this is that they can retreat successfully. I'll do it, boss, don't be so stubborn. At this time, Loki also stopped. And me, boss, you should go back and recover. Seeing Loki stop, Lime Jones did the same, his lightning can effectively restrain the man. Everyone. Shanks took a last look at them and then quickly evacuated. Now he is a burden. It is his job not to drag them down and to quickly recover his magic power. Humph. Want to escape like this? Jin, who had already come out of the mud and stone swamp, looked at the three people who did not continue to escape and the pirate ship that had already started on the coast. He was also ready to get serious. Now the Andre pirates were watching the show from the side. As for Sig, he was watching. For Sig, he wanted to see how strong this returning big guy was. If he really couldn't stop Red Hair and the others from escaping, he would take action. The current situation is that Red Hair and his group are trying to escape, and others are watching. While watching, they are also shocked by the abilities of the Red Hair pirates. It can be difficult to escape from me. Looking at the three people who were blocking him, Jin said lightly. Really? You have to try it to know. Beckman's palms were cold. Since he had the ability of ice, his old friend could basically only use it to show off. Because he can directly fire ice bullets, ice cones, and other attacks, which can also add domineering power. Firearms are not as important to him as before. Then, let you see what powerlessness is. Hearing Jin's words, the three of them became cautious. Hey! As the pupils of the three people shrank slightly, the flames behind Jin disappeared. Then, in just a blink of an eye, his tall figure leaped over the three people and flew to the sea, passing the red force that had already set sail, and came to the upper air in front of the ship. So fast! Beckman and others were shocked, and then hurried back quickly. They didn't believe that the guy made such a move to show his speed. When they were rushing back, the red-haired people on the red force also found Jin in the air in front of the ship. What a terrible speed! They were also amazed, and then they were ready. Jin stood in the air. Not only was he in a state of flame out just now, but he was also transforming his own flame in his body, which made his speed increase a lot. Red Hair and the others wanted to escape, Jin would naturally not let them prepare. Besides, in front of the newcomers who had just joined the 100 Beasts, such as the Andre Pirates and Sigma Konica, he also had to show his powerful strength to suppress them. Let them know that the 100 Beasts pirates have a fighting force like him in addition to Mr. Kaido, so that they can put away some of their little thoughts. Clang! A crisp sound of drawing a sword sounded, and Jin's face under the mask was expressionless. The samurai sword in his hand was pointed at the pirate ship below. Hot flames began to emerge from his body. Overwhelmed and burned the sky red. The air was heating up, the water was evaporating, and the sea began to float with invisible water vapor. The bright flames shone on everyone's faces. Everyone seemed to be in a furnace. This guy. At this moment, the red-haired group on the bow of the Red Force all looked very upset. They looked at the figure high up in the air. The samurai sword in the man's hand was gathering endless flames. Da-da-da. At this time, Beckman and the other two also rushed back and landed on the deck. They looked at each other with serious expressions. Looking at the opponent's posture, the power of this move must be very amazing. They will fight hard next. Fire Dragon King. Jin in the upper air ignored the little thoughts below. Endless flames wrapped around the samurai sword began to erupt, forming a huge fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon roared with a huge roar. It opened a huge mouth of fire that was enough to swallow the entire Red Force 3.5 and roared down. Jin's Fire Dragon King is different from the past. With a more powerful fire ability, his Fire Dragon King is more terrifying. This move is even stronger than his previous defensive Fire Dragon King. Boom boom boom. The sea kept surging, and the fiery red light and shadow dyed the world red. The huge momentum caused the atmosphere to stir up waves. The Andre pirates and Sieg and others who were watching the red hair pirates escape from a distance. They couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw the huge fire dragon. This is the power of the flame disaster Jin of the Beasts pirates. It's so scary. What a monster. They thought so in their hearts. For the pirates on the sea, this is the simplest word they use to describe what they see and hear. It's as simple as the modern words like wow and cow leather. Chapter 397 The Lonely Purple Eye or Yagami appears, making so much noise. Boom! The huge fire dragon roared and everyone in the Red Hair Pirates was ready. Next they had to block this move, otherwise there would be casualties. If the ship was broken, the situation would be extremely bad. Debris shield. Facing the sweeping flames, the bald punch took the lead in using his moves. The huge mudslide swept up and turned into an arc-shaped mudslide barrier. Snap! Snap! Then Beckman attacked and froze the flowing mudslide barrier. The amazing cold air made everyone in the barrier shudder. If it was a simple ice barrier facing that move, it would probably shatter at the touch of a button. But with mud and stone as a buffer, a more reliable shield can be formed. Boom! The roaring giant fire dragon rushed towards the frozen mud and stone shield. A deafening collision sound rang out. Beckman's face was a little pale, and he pressed the shield in front of him with his hand. The amazing cold air continued to pour in to form solid ice. Seeing this, Snake next to him did not dare to neglect it, and triggered the airflow to let the fire dragon begin to deviate from the trajectory along the arc-shaped shield. Swish, swish, swish. Red-haired Shanks swung a powerful slash directly at Jin, trying to interrupt his control. Others followed suit. Boom! Feeling a flash of lightning coming, Jin was not worried. Since he dared to come to the sky above the sea, he was sure to deal with such an attack. Endless flames were erupting, and lightning could not restrain him. Boom! The flames shone on the sea. Under the horrified eyes of the Andre pirates and Sig and other pirates not far away, the huge fire dragon directly submerged the ship of the Red Hair Pirates. Like a pillar of fire, it pierced through the island from the direction of the sea and directly penetrated half of the island. Boom! The flames burned directly in the dense forest of the island, and thick smoke and flames rose. The animals in the forest began to flee because of this man-made disaster. Awesome! This is the strength of Lord Flame Disaster Jin. It's so terrifying. Shin Uchida, who was next to Sig, was a little dazed when he saw this horrible scene, and couldn't help muttering to himself. Sig himself was also very surprised. The man's strength was too strong. This posture is about to catch up with Kaido of the Beasts. What a monster! He didn't seem so powerful in the Kendo tournament. Did he get any benefits from the Snake King Orochimaru? Sigurd thought in shock. He felt that his journey was long and arduous. He didn't know how long it would take him to reach such strength. Hwalala! The huge movement slowly stopped. Watching the sea in front of him evaporate into white mist, it was difficult to see the situation of the Red Hair Pirates. Sigurd waited for the white mist to dissipate. The various abilities displayed by the Red Hair Pirates just now made him jealous. These guys shouldn't die just like that in the face of such a terrifying attack from Jin. Andre, not far away, locked the breath over there with his observation haki. He could feel that the Red Hair Pirates were still alive. Whoosh! The sea breeze began to blow. As the fire dragon dissipated, the gas that had expanded due to the high temperature flowed back again. The white mist formed by the cooling of the water vapor began to dissipate. The scene inside was revealed. The red force was still there. But the main pole, canvas, and even the room on the upper part disappeared, leaving behind charred ruins with ice chips. The entire pirate ship looked like it had been on fire or had been on fire. If this happened in the past, it would surely make Red Hair and his men feel distressed. After all, the pirate ship was also what they cherished. But now, most of the members of the Red Hair Pirates were half kneeling on the ground. They were in a mess, their clothes were burnt to tatters, and their faces were charred. The whole body felt extremely dry. Today, they looked at each other, looked at Jin who was looking down at them in the air, gritted their teeth and stood up. Just now, in order to block that move, they used all their strength to cooperate with each other. Only then did they keep the ship and the personnel safe. Except for Beckman and Shanks, the physical fitness of the others was not very strong, and the domineering they knew could not completely protect them. That is to say, their abilities were not bad, otherwise they might have been wiped out. The flames of the guy on the head were too rogue, so fierce and hot. It seemed that he was at ease. Now, they were in danger. How about it? Are you willing to surrender now? Jin in the air slowly landed on the ship of the Red Hair Pirates. On this ship that now looked a little bare. The tall figure looked down at the red-haired leader. The red-haired looked at Jin whose figure enveloped him. At this moment, he had been forced to close the magic pattern form. When facing King's terrifying move just now, it was because other companions tried their best to protect him that he didn't fall to the ground directly. He was already at his limit, and facing such a move again, he was already trying his best to be able to stand now. What should he do next? Shanks began to think hard about how to break the situation. With his current strength, he couldn't beat this guy head-on. While Red Hair was thinking, his companions beside him also exchanged glances. For a while, the air fell into silence. That is? Suddenly, King changed his sight, no longer paying attention to them, but instead focusing on the island not far away. His action also attracted the attention of the Red Hairs. As they looked in that direction, everyone's eyes widened. That man, how could he appear here? In addition to the Red Hair pirates, the Andre pirates and the Sword Sigma also stared at the island with wide eyes. There. Because King's move affected the dense forest. In that sea of fire, a figure slowly emerged. A unique red hairstyle, an alternative outfit, and a guitar on his back. The lone purple, Iora Yagami. There is no mistake, the man who was rumored to have defeated the Navy hero Garp, such a big man actually appeared here. When exactly did it happen? Seeing the man slowly walk out of the sea of fire, everyone was either solemn, nervous, or terrified. Because the man was rumored to be very tyrannical, especially to pirates. Compared with Andre, he should be called the tyrannical king. The sudden appearance of such a man could not help but shock everyone. Da-da-da. Iora Yagami slowly walked out of the sea of fire, and the flames could not hurt him at all. But he was not in a good mood. He set up a hammock in the forest of the island and slept well. But the island was shaking early in the morning, disturbing people's sleep, but he ignored it. As long as he was not hit, he did not care how others fought to death. I did not expect it to be even worse now. The fire came directly to his face. This situation. No matter how Buddhist he was, he had to come out to take care of it. Da-da. Walking, Iora Yagami came to the coast. Looking at the different expressions of the people. His cold voice was like waves passing through everyone's ears and resounding in this sea area. Stop making so much noise, do you want to die? Chapter 398 Scarlet Queen Giada, The Legend of Giada. 5 days later. Grand Line, New World, and Wano Country. Onigashima. A huge roar resounded through the sky. The entire Onigashima was hit by a huge shock wave, which was a scene of being hit by a heavy object. The earth was rolling, the forest was moving, and the rocky ground was breaking. The entire island seemed to be broken. The outside of the island was also rolled up by layers of waves by the sweeping shock wave. The sea roared in anger. The buildings on the island kept shaking and trembling. Not far from the buildings, standing were the members of the Beasts Pirates and the visitors. They all looked at the disastrous scene with horror. Their boss, Kaido, the governor of the Beasts Pirates, was in the bottomless crack of the fracture. That terrible crack was the result of Kaido being smashed. And the culprit of all this was the sky. The beautiful girl with elegant temperament and gem-like light green hair. It was this girl who looked fragile, but she hit their governor like a ball and made him fly around. Horror. Really terrifying. She is worthy of being a new legendary figure. At this time, many members of the Beasts Pirates couldn't help thinking. The Scarlet Queen Kata Kukoken, a terrifying figure who suddenly appeared recently. At first, she was famous for riding a white dragon. A pirate saw the white dragon and became greedy, so he attacked her. Then he was destroyed. The dragon was so powerful that the girl was called the Dragon Girl. Name. After that, she crossed the sea and came to the legendary miracle land of Cordy Kingdom. She even fought with the miracle king Altria there. The battle between the two even destroyed an island. People were not only shocked by the strength of the Dragon Girl herself. They were also shocked that the miracle king Altria was so powerful. At that time, the miracle king Altria was nicknamed the King of Light, and the Dragon Girl was nicknamed the Scarlet Queen. This was not the end. The Scarlet Queen later attacked the Death Island of the Evil Fleet. Defeated the evil generals Crocodile, the King of the Desert, and Barlet, the descendant of the devil, and escaped from the evil King Hisoka. It shocked the world. Compared with this major event, the deeds of defeating the Big Mom pirates later were somewhat insignificant. Now, such a person came here. The pirates of the Beast Pirates were naturally terrified. As expected. Their governor was beaten badly. They are not on the same level at all. Mr. Kaido. Among the pirates of the Beast Pirates, Jin was looking at the bottomless crack with a worried look on his face. He didn't expect to see Kaido being beaten again not long after he came back. The power of this woman who suddenly appeared was extraordinary. Even Whitebeard's power could not be compared. If he could, he would also like to go up and help. But the problem is that the gap is too big. If he goes up, he will have one more person to be beaten, and he must maintain his strength. There are many people with ideas in the pirate group now, and he can't be seriously injured at the same time as Kaido. His eyes looked back at Andre and Sig. A few days ago, he fought with the red hair pirates and led to the lonely purple Iora Yagami. Then, as expected, the man took action. And then nothing happened. He was blocked by a strange force from the other party, and his whole body was stiff. He was caught off guard and fell into the sea. Afterwards, because he was a devil fruit user, he sank into the sea and was hastily killed. I heard from the people behind that the man left after attacking him. It seemed that he was targeted because of his fire. It was an unexpected disaster. He shook his head and his thoughts stopped wandering. I hope Mr. Kaido will not be beaten to death. Looking at the shadow in the huge crack, Jin prayed silently. Not far away from the gathering of members of the Beast's pirates, several outsiders were also terrified by the amazing destructive power. From their appearance, they were members of the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Custard, Charlotte Smoothie, and Charlotte Melly Eyes, a total of 3 sisters. Now they stabilized their bodies that were unstable due to the earthquake, and then looked at the Beast's Kaido who was smashed into the abyss-like crack and his life or death was unknown. This 4 emperors who is as famous as their mother. The scene of being beaten like a rag doll reminded them of the scene when the girl fought with their mother. At that time, she did not do it herself, but only the White Sky Dragon was dispatched to defeat her mother. Now, it was the first time they saw her take action with their own eyes. What terrible violence! This was their first impression. If they didn't obey and fell on them, would they become meat patties? That would be so ugly. The sisters looked at each other in horror. Even the precocious Smoothie was frightened. However, although she was 10 years younger than Custard, she was a member of the Charlotte family with super talents. After all, her temperament was more stable, and even Custard, who was 10 years older than her, was not as good as her. So she immediately comforted the other 2 sisters. After they calmed down, Smoothie looked at the figure in the air with hidden worries. That woman is so powerful that they may not be able to return to the family in the future. I hope Brother Katakuri will not do stupid things. The reason why the 3 sisters of Smoothie appeared in the territory of the Beast's pirates. The reason is also very simple. They came here with Giada. After Giada defeated the Big Mom pirates including Big Mom, she picked 2 maids that she liked in the Big Mom pirates to be maids, and another one to be a guard. After all, although she has shadow servants, those servants are like mechanical programs. It is always more comfortable to have maids to order. As for the guards, they are actually sending away some small fish. She is really too lazy to fight small fish. So when she saw that Smoothie had a little strength, she took her down casually. Sometimes Giada found it fun to see her fighting to the death. As for the Big Mom pirates have no opinions. Even if they have opinions afterwards, they can only bury them in their hearts. For the people of the Big Mom pirates, even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble to the Scarlet Queen. After all, she was a big shot who could escape from the evil King Hisoka unscathed. All right. You could say that. Except for Katakuri, the entire Big Mom Pirates group also wanted to rescue Smoothie and the others who were chosen. Even the most irritable people Big Mom was silent about this kind of thing. In Big Mom's opinion, daughter is important but not important. There is no doubt. Daughter who fell into the hands of the terrible monster Giada is not important to her. Big Mom has no intention of saving them. Except Big Mom and Katakuri. Other members of the Charlotte family are powerless. This powerlessness has also begun to promote many members to practice more diligently. Of course, not all members of the Charlotte family are pessimistic about this matter. Some members are more strong and think that following the Scarlet Queen is not a bad thing. These are all later stories. In the Charlotte family, the existence of the Scarlet Queen has become a taboo. Except for the people of the Charlotte family, other outsiders basically dare not mention it to avoid bad luck. Chapter 399 I heard that you are very good at thunder gossip, and rumors are all rumors. Boom boom boom. In the deep gap created by the smashing of Ghost Island, Kaido climbed up from the ruins with some effort. He reached out and wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth. It was his blood. Just now, he had vomited blood like a fountain, as if he had vomited his life. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he touched his chest, where there was a large dent. Hiss! Even though Kaido was strong-willed, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air at this moment. He put his hand down and waited for his body to recover. At the same time, his eyes flickered, recalling the punch of the woman just now. Brutal, extremely brutal. This was Kaido's first feeling. It was like a mountain, or even heavier force, crushing him. The incomparable force directly made him defenseless. That woman, the Scarlet Queen, had a terrifying power. Even the old man Whitebeard was far inferior to that kind of power. This should not be her own power. Kaido recalled the white translucent thing that appeared behind the Scarlet Queen before she fought with him, like a circular array. He could feel that every time the Scarlet Queen attacked him, she didn't really touch him. Instead, a small circle appeared on her fist, and the terrifying power directly hit him through the circle. Unparalleled hardness and heaviness. That woman was simply beating him to death. He was a little happy before. Kaido now recalled the scene when the Scarlet Queen just arrived. Are you Kaido the Beast? I heard that your 930 Thunder Bagua is super powerful. That was the first sentence she said when she arrived. At that time. Hearing this sentence, even Kaido couldn't help but feel a little happy. After all, the Scarlet Queen is now very famous. Hearing her say this, Kaido thought that his reputation was well known, and even such a strong man knew the power of his Thunder Bagua. Such a kind of polite words were said by such a strong man. Kaido was still relatively happy physically and mentally, and even had the idea of inviting the Scarlet Queen to join his pirate group. Then, he realized that he was too happy too early. After he promised her that she had good taste. Then he was beaten, and the beating was particularly rhythmic. The defense he was proud of was useless. If it weren't for his strong vitality, he would have been in the underworld several times. Now, if it happened again, Kaido would definitely say rumors, all rumors. Who made the rumor? His thunder gossip is really not powerful. Da-day. Hoo-hoo. Kaido in the dark took a few deep breaths and exhaled, preparing to jump up with a tragic face. Although he likes fighting, he doesn't like this kind of unequal and powerless beating. The mace in his hand was lifted up, and a ray of light in the dark environment could see the shape of the mace. This old friend who used to accompany him in battles was slightly bent. He suspected that his mace would be broken if he was hit by that woman again. To be honest. Now he really doesn't want to fight, but now he doesn't have the final say. Bang! Kaido put the mace on his shoulder. He can't delay any longer. If he delays any longer, Kaido is worried that the woman will blow up his island and force him out. Boom! The beast like Kaido leaps up and smashes all the earth and rocks blocking above. Soon, his figure appears again on the devastated Onigashima. Looking at the miserable state of Onigashima, Kaido can't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Is this base camp that has carried his many life and death battles finally going to collapse? Really? When Kaido was a little sentimental, a figure quickly leaped in front of him. It was the Scarlet Queen Giada. At this moment, she was wearing a white dress full of fabric. Under her dress, her white shoes, like high heels, had two white belts intertwined and wrapped around her calves. This kind of dress looks luxurious and elegant. Outside, she was naturally dressed differently from when she was with Mel. In his place, Giada was always barefoot except for her youthful and bright white dress with less fabric, revealing her white and attractive feet. It is to let Mel her lover appreciate her beauty. As for going outside, naturally, she is reserved and conservative. Her beauty can only be appreciated by her master and her lover. Buzz buzz buzz. Behind Giada, there are circles of translucent light circles floating behind her, following her movements like a shadow. Those light circles fit together and make a very wonderful vibration sound. This is Giada's beast. Its name is the Angel of Playing. The main ability is to amplify Giada's strength and ability. It is a very convenient and practical beast. When Giada attacks, the degree of amplification will be determined according to Giada's thoughts. For now. In fact, the amplification used by Giada when attacking Kaido is not that large. Giada herself has the ability of the power of the mountains, and Giada's reputation value has reached more than 2 million so far. This reputation value is enough to upgrade 2 abilities to S level, leaving aside other things. Therefore, both the abilities of the beast and the power of the mountains have been upgraded to S level. The reason why the power of the mountains was chosen instead of the blood ancestor. Because as early as the departure, Jada's blood ancestor had been upgraded to S level. After all, she sucked a lot of blood from Mel, and Mel later helped her digest and absorb it, so that she could upgrade this ability. She was able to fight with Altria to a very intense level not long after going out to sea. In addition to Altria's own ability of the distant utopia not being the main attack, the power of the blood ancestor is indispensable. Now, because the blood ancestor has reached S level in advance, the power of the mountains has reached S level with 1,000,000 reputation points. The power of the mountains alone is enough to give Kaido a pot. Not to mention that it has been slightly amplified by the Angel of the Zodiac. In this case, Kaido was directly beaten to doubt his life. Kaido, right? We've fought, now you can take my last move. Looking at Kaido in front of her, Giada stretched out her little fist and said lazily. She had fought and her emotions were almost gone, so she was too lazy to continue fighting with Kaido. One of the reasons why she came to fight Kaido was his reputation. Another reason was that Mel had mentioned Kaido several times in front of her, and Kaido was the character she used most in the game, so Giada remembered him and came to beat him up. Girls are sometimes unreasonable. Buzz buzz buzz. Kaido opened his eyes wide and looked at the translucent white formation that appeared on the girl's fist in front of him. He just felt a little trembling in his heart. He had discovered that the more formations on the girl's fist, the more exaggerated the force that hit him. Just now, there were only 1 to 3 formations on him, and the highest was 3, which was the punch that hit him just now, and the entire Onigashima was broken. But now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. This is the rhythm of killing him with one punch. Gurgle. Kaido's throat moved with his eyes wide open. Is it too late for him to surrender now? After beating this one, beat the others as well, and then choose the West Sea as the target. The calm belt over there is just opposite to the daughter island. While Kaido was uneasy, Giada's thoughts were a little divergent. Soon, as Kaido's pupils shrank sharply, the magic circle surrounded the fist of the girl in front of him, and she casually swung the light fist towards him. This punch. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Chapter 400 Embarrassed Altria, you are just a scumbag. Night fell. Night fell, and everything was silent. Above the dark sky, there were only scattered stars and a moon with soft moonlight. Calm Belt, Ruskana Island. The silent earth, forest, and ancient lake were covered with a layer of white gauze, which looked very peaceful. In this twilight, outside a valley, it was silent, and all creatures seemed to be resting. Suddenly, a faint light flashed here. A figure in an attractive white dress appeared, and beside her there was a creature that looked like an elf flying. Altria, hurry up, I can't help but see the master's beastly nature. The flying elf said in a cute tone. The wings that looked like cicada wings, the delicate and cute face, and the flowing and soft golden hair. It was Jin who usually followed Altria. At this moment, Xiao Jin saw Altria still slow after coming to Ruskana Island, and began to urge her. Xiao Jin, don't say that, it's very, very embarrassing. Altria listened to Jin's urging, and her face was ruddy, as if water could drip out. Her fair and delicate hands slightly covered her chest, and she was very embarrassed at the moment. Altria's current dress was very attractive. Her golden hair was carefully combed and tied up with a blue ribbon, which looked delicate and exquisite. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was her dress. The white long skirt was as thin as a white gauze, and the skin inside her body was faintly visible. Besides, there is nothing else covering her upper body except the skirt. A closer look will reveal her beautiful figure. Such a dress matches Altria's shy face, and she looks charming and innocent. Of course Altria's dress is not her own idea. Xiao Jin helped her with the plan, and even made her clothes with Xiao Jin's power. It was such a bold dress that made her feel very ashamed to meet the master. She needs time to prepare herself mentally. Jin heard Altria whispering, as small as a mosquito. If it weren't for her good hearing, ordinary people would hardly hear it. Altria, you are the king. Why are you dragging your feet on such a small matter? You are usually vigorous and resolute. Altria listened to Xiao Jin's complaints and looked a little unfriendly. If she hadn't made such clothes, why would she be so slow here? At first, she was bewitched by Xiao Jin, and somehow she asked Xiao Jin to help her dress up. This made her so embarrassed that she almost exploded. Seeing Altria looking at her with a bad face, Jin was a little annoyed, but she soon found a reason. Altria, I'm doing this for your own good. You are too innocent now, you should be bolder. Xiaojin flew with wings shining with golden light. Then he sat on Altria's shoulder and began to speak earnestly. It was just that the cute voice sounded a little out of place. Bold, but now it's too bold. Attracted by Xiaojin's bold words, Altria looked down at the gauze-like dress on her body and murmured. This kind of dress can no longer be described as bold. It's no different from seduction, okay? What would the master think if she went to see him like this? Compared to the shame in her heart, Altria was more concerned about her image in the master's heart. Xiaojin saw Altria's hesitation and probably knew what she was worried about. She said confidently. Don't worry, the master is the master. How could he not know what kind of person you are? Compared to this, you should be bolder in your actions later, understand? Listening to Xiaojin's sincere teachings, Altria seemed to imagine some pictures. Her face suddenly turned red to her neck, and white steam came out of her head. This kind of thing is too embarrassing, I can't do it. Looking at Altria's eyes spinning like mosquito coils, Xiaojin was very curious about what pictures Altria imagined. However, seeing her like this, Xiaojin also sighed helplessly. Altria, you are really hard to take care of. If my body wasn't so small now, I would have gone first and wouldn't have cared about you. Jin was a life form created by Mel when he was creating a new system. Because the system was not so perfect at that time. Therefore, when creating Jin, Mel used a smaller size to reduce the difficulty of creation. Now, Jin's real body size is fixed, and it is difficult for her to modify it by herself. Please give me 0 flowers. Of course, she can grow bigger through her own ability called hope, but that state is like a puppet on her body in Xiaojin's eyes. Although she has all the senses, this state is not what she wants. Xiaojin. Hearing Xiaojin's words, Altria immediately got out of her state of shame. Her face was still red, but she was angry. She looked at the delicate elf on her shoulder with gnashing teeth. The look of disappointment on the face of this little guy made Altria angry, and she stretched out her hand and held Xiaojin directly. You are so young, how can you think about such things? Caught in the palm of Altria's hand, Xiaojin's face was not afraid at all. How am I small? She paused to look at her chest and smiled mischievously. Although not as big as the big-breasted monster, it is not small either. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. Humph. Altria, small size is not a problem. I believe the master can definitely help me with it. It's just that he is too annoying. He just hangs me up, otherwise I would have succeeded long ago and would not care about you. But this also proves that even the master can't resist my passionate love. He. Looking at Xiaojin in his hand with a silly smile on his face, even the corners of his mouth seemed to be drooling. Altria only felt that there was a big gap between her and this little guy in terms of moral integrity. Fortunately, she is still small now, otherwise she would be very bold. But why can she be so bold? When Artoria was in a trance, Xiaojin also put away his silly look, broke free from Artoria's palm, and said seriously. Artoria, you are too weak. Compared with those women, you are just a scumbag. Even I feel that Yin is stronger than you. The master has been eaten up by those women so many times, and you are still shy here. If you are shy, I won't even leave you soup. Without waiting for Artoria to refute, Xiaojin said again. Red Queen Giada, you know, she sat down and chatted with you after fighting. At that time, I felt that her smile was mocking you. You didn't I know, after fighting with you, she went back to her master and spent the night. Do you want me to describe what she did to you?